members of the press and media fraternity, faculty members, innovators, and dear students. With immense pride and deep sense of honor, I, Professor Madhulika Gupta, on behalf of the organizing committee, extend a warm and gracious welcome to all of you to the pre-inaugural session of IInvenTiv 2026, hosted at the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad, from 6 to 7 April 2026, jointly organized by IIT Bhubaneswar, IIT BHU Varanasi, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Patna, and IIT ISM Dhanbad. As we celebrate 100 glorious years of IIT ISM Dhanbad, IInvenTiv 2026 becomes a powerful symbol of continuity where a century-old legacy meets the aspirations of a future driven by innovation, startups, and transformative research. With 170+ high impactful innovations, participation from premier institutions including IITs, NITs, ISAs, and over 50 deep tech startups, 20 venture capitalists, IInvenTiv 2026 truly represents the innovation capital of India, where ideas evolve into enterprises and research transforms into real-world impact. IInvenTiv 2026 वह मंच है जहां विचारों को गति मिलती है, नवाचार को दिशा मिलती है और भविष्य को आकार मिलता है. IInvenTiv 2026 stands as a vibrant confluence of transformative innovation, cutting-edge research excellence, and forward-looking entrepreneurial vision, shaping pathways for a resilient and future-ready India. It brings our legacy of excellence with the limitless possibilities of innovation and impact. It's truly inspiring to witness such a distinguished gathering where academia, industry, and innovation ecosystems come together on a unified platform. This dynamic fusion not only reflects the strength of our collective vision, but also highlights the growing synergy between knowledge creation and its real-world impact. Today, we celebrate more than ideas. We celebrate the courage to innovate, the resilience to solve, and the vision to build a more inclusive, sustainable, and empowered future. Let us now gear up for a roundtable on research, development, and innovation, RDI, to scale up the strategic sectors. A distinguished dialogue bringing together visionary leaders from academia, industry, and venture capital. My first request, our esteemed roundtable lead, Dr. Debashish Bhattacharjee, Linestead Ventures, to kindly join us on the stage and take his seat, please. It's my privilege to invite our distinguished directors from the IIT ecosystem, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director, IIT Delhi. Professor Shirish Kedare, Director, IIT Bombay. Professor Devendra Jalihal, Director, IIT Guwahati. Professor S. Joshi, Director, IIT Indore. Professor Rajiv Prakash, Director, IIT Bhilai. Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Director, IIT Ropar. Professor Dhirendra S. Katti, Director, IIT Goa. Professor K.N. Satyanarayan, Director, IIT Tirupati. Professor V.R. Desai, Director, IIT Dharwad. Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad. Professor T.N. Singh, Director, IIT Patna. Professor Amit Patra, Director, IIT BHU Varanasi. Professor Suman Chakrabarti, Director, IIT Kharagpur. I invite Professor V.M.S. Sarmurthy, Director, IST Shibpur, to join us. May I now request our distinguished industry leaders and venture capitalists to join us on stage. Shri Hari Babu, founder and CEO, Hycon Laboratories Private Limited. Shri Naveen Jain, CEO, NML, NTPC Mining. Ms. Namami Ghosh, Ivy Cap Ventures. Dr. Fazia Tarannum led Climate Tech and Sustainability, Simon India Limited. Shri Siddharth Garg, Senior Vice President, GEF Capital Ventures. Dear audience, let us welcome them with a warm round of applause as they come together to shape the future of research, innovation, and nation building. May I now request a floral welcome to all our guests on the dais. Let's keep applauding, everyone. We all must acknowledge this is a unique moment where we have directors of 15 HEIs on the stage with venture capitalists and industrialists. So it's a moment of deep pride. Let's cheer again for all our dignitaries on the dais. Sir. Let's hear out for all of them once again, everyone. May I now request Dr. Debashish Bhattacharjee to carry forward the session, please.
Can I have a mic, please?
Yes, sir. We are just...
And there should be a mic rotating.
Yes, sir. We have it around.
It's on. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone on stage and off stage. Thank you for all the esteemed IIT directors. I'm not going to introduce them individually and not even going to ask them to introduce individually. We have about, how many minutes? Around 50 minutes. Around 50 minutes for 20 odd people, so you can work out the maths. This session, but first of all, thank you, sir, Professor Mishra, for making this session possible. And this, that's for you to thank. It is extremely important for an innovation session, and especially a session where you're talking about translation of research into commercialization, to start with the entire supply chain of money and technology on the same platform. And this is the platform where we have knowledge, where we have money. Without further ado, may I, with consultation of some of the directors around me, I have the permission to start with money. You know, innovation is taking creativity to fruition, to commercialization. There are many valleys of death. And some of these valleys of death need technology handholding, bridging, and some of these large valleys will need patient capital handholding, right? So I will request the venture capitalists on this platform to briefly introduce yourselves and comment on current national ecosystem, one, because the venture capitalists also need an enabling ecosystem for this to happen, both from the supply side, which is the knowledge side, and from enabling a venture capital to function properly in a country. We know that there are certain geographies in the world where they function very well. And there are certain geographies which don't function very well, they are trying to function better. So I will not go in any particular sequence. If you raise your hand, the mic will reach you and you have 2 minutes. What are the big enablers you need from the academia side, and what are the big enablers you need from the ecosystem side, which is more maybe government side?
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everyone. This is Siddharth Garg. I am from GF Capital Partners. We are a climate and environmental sustainability-based private equity firm with offices in Washington, D.C., Brazil, and Mumbai. I am part of the Mumbai office. You very well said that there are certain enablers that would require this mobilization of capital and then catalyzing growth using that capital in the ventures that we typically invest in. I would like to maybe break down the whole journey of or life cycle of a particular venture into 3 parts. And I'll talk more from a venture capital or a private equity perspective. So when we typically invest, we look for 3 stages. The first stage obviously is the infusion of capital into a technology or say a venture that is working on a specific product or a service. We have very good kind of ecosystem, both from a government perspective and private perspective in India. The government fund of funds, the India AI mission, and some of the other TIHs and TTRPs who are doing excellent job in catalyzing some of this investment into these ventures. The second one, which is very important but is really missed in our experience, in some of the ventures typically require a lot of hand-holding for making them big. Infusing capital in the ventures is one thing, and obviously that's not very easy. But there are ecosystem players who are typically trying to make that process easy for everyone. When I say hand-holding and making them big, that requires a lot of hand-holding in terms of making a lot of corporate governance related stuff in the companies, basically, who are ideas on papers, but to translate those ideas into paper sustainably into a business which can be made big and then eventually exited. We also talk about team building, and I have been part of TechSmen for last 4 years as part of their internal evaluation committee for inducting some of these and giving grants out to these ventures. What I see missing, and obviously all of us are working towards it. We have TechSmen team, Suraj Prakash and team who typically are working on making some of these changes with respect to hand-holding them in terms of corporate governance, team building, organic acquisitions, organic growth in terms of product development or international expansion, and also maybe in terms of inorganic growth, which requires capital raising. So the first check that goes into the company is important, but that's not the last check if you have to make it really big. Or the M&As, right? So M&As is something which a lot of ventures, especially in tech, deep tech, etc., is missing. So a lot of focus on that. And ultimately, I'll come to the third leg, which is equally important, is the exit for any private or public capital that goes into catalyzing this momentum. When I talk about exits, it may be through anything. A lot of times we talk about either only the IPOs. IPOs obviously they are important because they are what drive the market, the capital markets of India. And India has been doing very good in the capital markets domain. But there are other avenues where one can get either the exits or may have some other sort of pools of capital coming in and catalyzing them further, which may be say another round of private capital coming in, or some of the strategic investors. We talk about a lot of technology transfer, and technology transfer is one medium how you can bring a lot of strategics on board who can also add value and then make them big. So all in all, sum and substance of what I'm trying to say is that while we should focus on the initial step, which is initially capital going into the company and trying to make a difference, but equally important is working with these startups to make them big sustainably with returns ultimately to the capital that goes into the life cycle. And I'll be very quick in maybe bringing one more point forward. We talk about a lot of private capital and public capital supporting these startups. What I see slightly missing in India as of now is the amalgamation of both. Why can't we have public and private capital join hands and work together in bringing some of these startups to the global stage? Why that is important is because that can bring a lot of stability in terms of extended timelines, where private capital like us would typically want exits in 4 to 5 years, but maybe a patient capital like a public capital can extend that to 5 to 6 years or maybe up to 10 years. And also it reduces the cost of capital subsequently, because the public market and the private market would require have different expectations in terms of returns that come to the capital that they invest in. And apart from that, obviously...
Thank you. Sorry to interject.
No, I'll just maybe wrap up, maybe one last point. And apart from timelines extension and having flexibility in terms of reducing cost of capital, that can also help open a lot of doors that typically private and public capital can do for these ventures. So this is basically, these are 2 points that I had in mind.
Thank you. You can move to the other side of the rows.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Namami Ghosh. I head the institution engagement at IInvenTiv2026. We are a leading homegrown fund operating from 2011, and we have made more than 70 investments so far, deep tech focused. So what we have understood is there is a gap in the research to commercialization pathway in India particularly, right? And we want to venture into this. So what do I mean basically is we see that there are 3 primary things that are required to make this research to commercialization pathway successful. One is the industry connect. So the current research is happening in the institutes. Are they connected to the use cases in the industry? We would like to intervene there. We also would like to connect the Indian institutes to their global counterparts for further research collaboration. And the third thing that is also very, very important, the capital, right? Infusion of the capital, particularly in the TRL 4 to 7 stage, where the technology valley of death is seen. So these are the 3 pain points we have identified so far in the research to commercialization pathway. We have started working with some of the institutes, and we'd like to work with the institutes, industry, government to partner with us and make this venture successful. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping to time and being succinct. Thank you so much. You made very good point in saying that the research itself has to be oriented from the start towards addressing a problem, let's say. Okay, thank you. Do you want to make a point now, or?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Naveen Jain. I represent NTPC Mining Limited. Basically, we are a mining company producing coal. So I'll directly link my views on the coal technologies available. What we are seeing in a recent past, the availability of coal is increasing. I mean, because there are other technologies for power generation. So coal, this year it was surplus actually, 3% coal is surplus. So how to use that coal? We have downstream, many methods are there like gasification and other things. But once we try to go into that, we find that indigenous technologies are not available. And there are some research projects are available. But if we have to make them on the industry level or the big scale level, so we need a collaboration with the leading institutes, like all institutes are here, that they take up a project where we take the project in a manner that we can scale it up in a very short period. Because Government of India side or from our company side, which we are a big public sector company, I don't think funding is an issue. But how to actualize this, that becomes an issue. And likewise in mining, other areas like RE earths and all those things are coming. But once we start to do the real this thing, how do we extract and separate them out? The technology available in India, what we see is at a very nascent stage. Basically these are the basic chemical reactions are there, but they have to be scaled up. So
you're saying, sorry to interrupt, but you're basically saying off-the-shelf technologies are not easily available in India. When you go, you see at very low TRLs.
You see industrial scale technologies, what I mean is when we approach the parties to supply us certain items or do certain projects, they ultimately tie up with some Chinese party, some outside party. And then they have the basic technologies.
Of course.
In all the fields we have, wherever we do such kind of things, we ultimately go back to some outsider who has developed this technology and they have been selling. They have good technology, I have no issue with that. But on the similar lines, we can also have it.
Sure.
Because the chemistry or the physics remains the same in everywhere. So how do we develop that and take it forward? I think some mechanism, if we can make, then we'll take it forward.
I'm sure all the IIT directors are listening to this, and we'll come back to them.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Fozia.
Hello. Thank you very much. Just wanted to add, because there was this missing middle that was under discussion, so I thought might as well I pitch in before we shift. So my name is Fozia Tarannum, and I represent Simon India Limited, which is an associate of Zuari Industries Limited. Simon India is an EPC management, engineering, procurement, construction management company, and in fact, of late, I think for the last 1 year, we have realized about this missing gap. And we have been proactively reaching out to a lot of IITs because we know that a lot of research that's happening is at TRL level 1 to 3. That's more of scientific curiosity out of which things are happening. So definitely our esteemed institutions are doing a lot of work in terms of innovation. But when we do for innovation, we look at milligrams and grams and kgs, and I would say grams, milliliters or kgs, and then so that level we do get the purity and the quality. But when we are looking at scaling up, that's something which probably runs for 8,000 hours without interruption. The kind of losses that would be there. So as Simon India, we are really keen to collaborate. We have already done MOUs with 4 IITs. We would be doing one today as well. So we are very keen that how can we really fill that missing middle that is there, whereby not just, from 1 to 3 is being done, and venture capitalists, I presume, would love to come at TRL level 8, for instance, So de-risking that too, by evaluating these technologies and seeing how they can run at a pilot scale, because Simon India has, of course, does a lot of work with process plants like fertilizers, oil and gas, cement, a lot of those for which processes or licenses are being imported. So our institutes develop a catalyst, but then our industry still wants to buy the processes, import the processes. So that becomes a very big issue there. Just one last point. So we are definitely looking at how we can pitch in between and try and sort of fill this missing middle, whereby we not only support startup system, but also we are able to really work alongside, the venture capitalists to ensure that we allow these, because this is about scaling up, allow these good initiatives to scale up. And probably, something about what I read about the figures was like 9 billion we are paying towards IPs, just to import IPs. And it's just about 44 billion that we give.
Yeah.
So it's a big gap. And thank you very much. So that's something that we think Simon India could bring to the table.
Thank you. Thank you. And just before I shift gear towards academics, let me also mention that the government is playing a huge role. So you might have heard about the 1 lakh crore fund in RDIF, which is aimed at upscaling from TRL 4 to TRL 9. And that is exactly the gap that you were mentioning. VCs come in much later, prefer to come in much later. So there has to be some hand-holding in the middle, which is more patient risk, high-risk capital. the RDI fund, I happen to be on the IC and also on the TDB board, and I see how earnest and how dynamic the government has been in pushing forth this fund for use by industry at low TRL levels, TRL 4+, along with academic partners. So I think this is happening already in the country, very heartening to see. Let me come to the IIT directors and IIT Shibpur directors. I will not ask you to just say what is in your mind. I will put some questions in your mind. And please, I hope that you will stick around that question. You still have a point to make. You know, there are some IITs which are ahead in taking their research to commercialization. Now, you know, IIT Madras is the example that everyone gives, and I've seen personally. I've set up the Tata Steel Center at IIT Madras Research Park. IIT Delhi has a sound ecosystem. IIT Bombay has a sound ecosystem. And they're building this research park, which is coming up well. What works? What led you to this success? 2 minutes, please.
1.5 minutes. So I'll just give a success story of some of the startups who have seen the light of the day. TRL3 happens in the lab. At TRL3, we must make an earnest attempt to patent. Gone are the days where we wait for 6-7 years. Now it's 18 months we get a result. And we have been filing more than a patent a day. 1.4 patents a day is what IIT Madras is filing today. That's number one. TRL 4 to 6 is where we need to have an innovation hub, and all the new IITs and the old IITs, we are setting up this research park and the innovation hub there, basically to take from TRL 4 to 6. And at 5 to 6 is the point where we actually incubate the company. At that point, with a patent and a good, strong prototype, that's where the angel investors see promise there. And with the RDI, we go to 9, and then it all goes up with the VCs. So this is a success part. And that our role is to ensure that till that 6 hand-holding happens properly, which we are all trying to do now.
Thank you so much.
So I think, just to respond, I think one of the things is an understanding of the working with industry to co-create. And to respond to Mr. Jain's point, I'll give you an example. We have, with government, DST, Thermax, and IIT Delhi, we developed a process at reasonable scale, at Thermax, coal to methanol. And then we are looking at doing that with CCS. Another model that we had was we developed LC3 technology, which is we are getting cement with about 50% of the footprint of normal cement, same properties. And this has been tried in 25 countries in the world. So the issue, though, is that there is a gap. There is a gap in terms of taking prototype to scale. And if we think, we have to have industry who are willing to partner and work for taking that prototype and making scale, looking at manufacturing, this is always a problem. We have another model, just quickly, with the DRDO, where we are looking at defense, and we've developed defense technologies, and then these technologies are licensed out to industries. We've done 12 licenses because we know that we can't take that forward. But our innovation ecosystem has this missing component, because this is not something we in IITs will not be able to give you a product which is tried and tested and already ready to market. We have to understand that. We have to work together to create that bridge.
I think very good 2 points made. You know, expectations at every TRL stage has to be clear as to who delivers what, and somebody has to bridge.
Thank you. Just 2 points and 2 sub-points in each. One is we need to identify bottlenecks, why things work and why it doesn't. And so we typically try to do that. And 2 bottlenecks are, one is for conversion, engineering support is required, prototyping is required. The second thing is, which needs to be provided on an institute level or the system level. But the second thing is the constraints of industry, requirement of industries are not known by the researchers. So expose our students through licensing mechanism, may not be directly, expose our faculty to the industry needs, industry constraint, industry aspirations also. This is one point. Second point is push them to think big. Expose them to think big. Push them to innovate at every stage. Every problem is an opportunity. This kind of mindset, the students or faculty do not have, they become complacent and get locked into the problem. So how do you push it is by various methods, like we did Bharat Innovates. And of course, we are also doing this TRIST article was covered recently, 2 days back, but I'm not going into it. But Bharat Innovates is an idea that, yes, expose them to the world so that they think big. That's the push we need from the innovators' side.
Thank you. And I think thinking big, more interaction from academia is clearly important. I also happen to be not only inside academia from being a professor of practice, but also thanks to Professor Chakraborty, I'm also part of their STEP, which is the science and technology entrepreneurship part. So I see that part working from inside. Now, I'm changing the tone of my question a little. I'm also a venture capitalist. I have my own farm. I go around India and I look at the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem. In spite of leading academic institutions being on the eastern part, Guwahati, Kharagpur, ISD Shibpur, Bhubaneswar. Is Bhubaneswar represented here? No. ISM, Dhanbad, etc. I may have missed some, please pardon me. There is a lack. There is a lack in funding. There is no lack of funds in this vicinity. And we have coal mines here. You've got one of the second largest MSME cluster in eastern India. However, when it comes to patient funding for startups, patient funding from TRL 4 to TRL 8, after 8, a lot of funding is available. Why does this region lack? What is the view from the academic side? And what can, venture funders like us do to help? Government is already doing its bit, I think. Suman, you want to go first? There's one here behind you.
Good morning. So, I would not say that it is specific to region which is affecting us institutionally. I mean, it is affecting the region overall.
Regional?
Yeah. Institutionally, I think that there are a few dots which if we can connect, we can do better. As we all see that, we are always talking about venture capitalists and, many other things. We sometimes forget that the foundation of all these is our students who start with doing something in the lab at whatever level, be undergraduate, postgraduate, or even PhD, postdoc, etc. Now that cultural awareness of how the students should take this forward from the so-called lab to market or lab to commercialization, I see it's a bit lacking in the eastern region as compared to other regions. I do not know why, and I do not have the answer, but I see this as a fact. So perhaps when we talk about how to integrate this with the Research Development Innovation Fund, which will connect the TRL 3 to TRL 6 or 7, and then say beyond 8, there are more obvious supports. Now the question that many times the students or faculty ask, very candid, naive question, what we have to do. So that answer is not there in any SOP. We keep on having the panel discussions where the same thing is deliberated on and people who are already familiar, they talk about that. And I think it's like a lacuna in teaching, we assume that people know everything. So we have to assume that students are very talented. They want to participate in this, but neither the student nor the faculty has a sufficient clarity of how to overcome each and every barrier to get into the access of the fund and the opportunity. Be a ecosystem opportunity or be a fund opportunity. So this has to be inbuilt with an orientation program, which starts with the lab work. Number two, I think that larger organizations have a chance of doing everything and at the cost of doing very little thing. So one has to, I think, have a focus on what are the specialized domains in which we want to build up this ecosystem from the lab to the final stage. And it could be a few. For example, in IIT Kharagpur, we have sort of identified a few, like the medical technology, for example, where we really have that ecosystem and people are there to support, including venture capitalists, and some of those are present today itself. The venture capitalists, the industry partners, etc. So I think that it's a bit of enabler which is required, because if this is culturally missing in the region, and many other regions it is not missing, so we have to make up for it by this ecosystem enabler, not from outside, but outside expertise working with the faculty and students, starting from the basic level when the lab innovation starts. If it comes at a later stage, it will not succeed.
Yeah. So, sure.
Add up here. Oh, sorry. Rajiv Prakash, IIT Bhilai. So I fully agree. But nowadays, if you see, students are keen. They also want to start even from very first year, or say the second semester, yes, can we do something in this direction that my technology or my innovations can go in market? They are keen, they are coming. My only here, what my opinion is, if we can connect somehow industry from very beginning. See, why not in my lab, if I say that there is a corner where there is a table and chair, some industry person are allowed, they can come here to and sit and see and watch what is going on. And from very beginning, when the technology is at the TRL 1, 2, 3, from there, they guide them, they help them, and owe this technology. That tomorrow I have to take it up to the TRL 7, 8, 9. So it will be very much helpful, especially for those institutions who are new. And generally, we are working for those industries which are nearby. So because now IITs are 23. So if we are catering the nearby industry demands and need, then it is very easy. And it will be very helpful to students and academia and faculty also. Regarding funding, no doubt we have sufficient funding. But when the industry will join, and a single penny is coming from industry side, the meaning is different. Investing or using a government money and using a industry money is keeping a lot of difference. So it will be helpful a lot. So just I add, I think, with the Suman one. Thank you.
So I want to just add 1 or 2 points. In any academic institutions, the most important group is our undergrads, and another group is our PhD students. In undergrads, they have come from just 12th standard, and they are quite immature. They are at the naive stage, and they can be molded in a way what you want. When you go to the PhD stage, they are already molded for some purpose, and you have to rework and remold it. In that context, the motivation for the undergrads is very, very important, and there the faculty plays a very vital role, and the VC, what you are saying, will take a most important role. How many times they are able to keep in-person touch with the first year student particularly will play a very, very, very important role. For example, here, with the help of one alumni, we have a lab and that lab is 24/7 open, and we give all sort of consumable free flow in a way. And they spend many hours in that lab. And finally, this time we have seen that around 100 ideas of compendium has come. So this is required for the undergrads. On the other hand, when you go to the PhD especially, in the Indian context, we are very much focused about paper publication. Patent, though we have started giving weightage, we have not yet given full the weightage because there is a disconnect that the patent filing to the patent grant, there is a big delay. And by that time, the PhD student has to graduate. So we are not able to give due weightage to the patent. So therefore, the process of filing to the granting has to be very fast, though it has become faster compared to maybe 10 years ago, but still it is to be fast. Maybe in a year time if we can give, it will be very much appreciated. Second, the apprehension is that once it is granted, does it have any value to it? Should we give a PhD degree based on that or not? This dichotomy is to be addressed by the academics so that we will be giving weightage to the innovation. Just like very recently, Ministry has also given a WhatsApp message to all the directors for industry, what is that, some 500 product-based PhD. So there is a thinking going on in that direction as well, but we need to accelerate the process.
Yeah, I think my fellow directors have made some really valid points about having the ambition, or how do we make our students have the ambition, and also Suman Chakravarti talked about how do you make it happen in the eastern part. Right? So I think it's also true that our own people did not have the ambition to solve real world problems. Their ambition ended with publishing papers. Good. It's an academic activity, it should be encouraged, but beyond that, I think one of the VCs mentioned, I think Ms. Ghosh, that industry connect is important, right? I think we need to have that. I'll give you some examples from my own IIT. One faculty published a paper treating breast cancer cells in the lab, and and it was widely quoted in the newspapers that IIT Guwahati finds a cure for breast cancer. Of course, it's sort of an exaggerated claim, but what he had done was to find a way of killing those cancerous cells. But from there to the actual treatment is a 15-year cycle, right? Animal trials and then human trials and then become an accepted. But so unless the faculty is willing to invest his time and then work with the hospitals, with the animal house and all that, it's a wasted effort, right? A claim like that made. And another colleague of mine is working in generating methane, generating hydrogen from methane. Good, nothing wrong with that. But I think that requires industry connect, because now hydrogen is going to be important. So I think I build on what Professor Shirish Kedare said. The ambition, right, is required. Right. I think things are changing in the East. Let me not comment too much on that. I know Tatas are Eastern people, right? They made their fortune in the East, right? And so we, bank on them. and Tatas have made a big investment in Guwahati itself. Not very far from Guwahati is this 30,000 crore rupees ka a semiconductor packaging thing coming up. And it's going to develop an entire ecosystem there, and we are hoping we'll talk more about that in the next session. So I think things are changing even in the East. And correct. And IIT Guwahati is in Pragjotishpura, which is the light of the Eastern, in the country. So we will see the light, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, please.
So I will like to add only few words, because I look in India different way actually. So I look from European point of view, because where I am staying. Because all this question doesn't come there actually. If you change one thing is your mindset. And when we talk, we give a freedom to faculty and our PhD student or UG student to innovate. Because innovation doesn't come like this, because we have to make India more research-driven country, because research is a mother of innovation. So, and when we talk about research, we should not talk about incremental research. Because here, we have always asking academia not doing product, not developing product. But how much industry is interested in academia and come to support? Because in Europe, for example, I come from Sweden, there's no difference between industry and academia. So they are so mixed up. Why our industry is not pushing academia, why they not leave their ego and come to academia rather than they ask academia to come to them. So this difference will be always there. And the venture capitalists, of course, they are there, but more support we need from Indian industry. To make India more like a Make in India when we talk, it should come from the academic institution, not directly from the industry. This is my idea.
Yes. You make a very valid point which has not been made, which is the role of industry. You cannot ignore it. It's extremely important. Yes, please.
Yeah, I talk this of multiple P's. Yeah, especially the evaluation, the general evaluation of any faculty member in any IIT or any other one, it is in terms of 3 P's: projects, papers, PhD. But actually, there are few more P's, like the ground level, there are problems, and the ground level, the general population. And so here, at one level higher, maybe within the top of population, there is professors or academicians on one hand, and the professionals actually, in which I just note just technicians or technologists and scientists. Even I call people like, say, Swami Vivekananda, the very fact that maybe 12 or 14 days of adda between Swami Vivekananda and Jamshedji Tata on a ship. So that, and then it resulted with active help and support by Mysore Maharaja. It resulted in what is known as what was earlier known as Tata Institute, and now it is 116-year-old Indian Institute of Science. So that is there, and because of all that, so the research, innovation and all that, so there will be products, and products may be developed, or processes may be developed, and then that should be ably supported by policymakers, because it is said that in India the development is in spite of the government, whereas in China it is because of the government. So because, of course, things have improved substantially in the past maybe a decade and a half or so, but we need to go a lot, and eventually, so only when we make, say, I remember at the end of my that is myself and Professor Satyanarayana, we were from the same department, same institute, that is Civil Engineering Department in Clemson, South Carolina, USA. That time, an American professional, he was very blunt, and he was telling that an engineer's job is to make quality products cheap. That's what the Germans are doing, that's what the Japanese are doing. he was addressing the American audience there. If we Americans, we do not do this, we will simply go to dogs. This was a very blunt message for him. So that should percolate here so that all our products are made cost effective and then made environment friendly. Because see, many times we think that if we think of economic thing, then it results in environmental degradation. So environment, ecology, economy, then that is environment. So all should go in hand. So only then we can move from the domain of problem through pacification to plethora. That's what my answer.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think when we talk about industry and academia, and as you said, there are a lot of values in the path of... Time is up. Time is up.
Starting.
Yeah.
Time is starting.
Okay. So when we say there are a lot of values in the path of the technologies originating from in academia, the technologies from IITs, they may travel to some values, but the industries also should travel from other side some values, and then they come to some point. In fact, it is not sufficient that they travel something. Both of us should travel all the way from all the values from this side and all the values from this side. So that the academia has opened many such avenues, such as the research park, technology translation parks. There are many ways in which we are actually asking industries to come and stay inside the campus, establish their R&Ds. And at the same time, the R&Ds also should, the industries also should open up their doors so that, the professors can go and sit in the industry and experience for 1 month or 15 days. Students can get internships and, they both have to travel the valleys extensively. Nobody can stay at the boundary and say that, okay, from here our collaboration begins. No. So that is where the developed countries, the model is. The students travel freely in the industries. Professors also go freely in the industries. And then industries freely come inside the academia. I think that is where both of them should travel all the values. That is more important.
Thank you. I feel like a startup. I started late. We started late. And now I'm told we have run out of resource. So I know that it's unfair. But if you can be just half a minute, 1 minute max, and please. Yeah.
Thank you. No, I wanted to take off on this industry participation in academia point. There's enough statistics shown that as it is, India doesn't invest enough in research, 0.65% of GDP. And within that proportion, industry's proportion is very small, right? If you look at by international standards, if you go to US and Europe, almost 70 to 80% of the money is coming from industry, whether their own internal thing, and are also putting money into research. In India, it's less than 30%, right? And then yesterday, one of Business Standard article that in the pursuit of profit, India slows R&D innovation, takes a backseat, right? What they're saying is that the investment is going further down. And so this is a worrying thing, because of what I'm finding, because we are also working in a number of areas like battery technologies and semiconductors and all that. The Indian industry seems very comfortable buying technology and deploying it rather than working towards deploying. I think unless we change this, and it was one good move I seen recently, TCS, they said its future research activities will be co-located with academic institutions. I think we need to see more of that. Thank you.
Thank you. One last comment, anyone? Yes, please. I'm getting glares from the other side.
Thank you, Director IST Shipur. I think most of the points are covered, but at the initial level, when we are nurturing our students, particularly the capacity building, which we are talking about, the design thinking and entrepreneurship kind of, orientation in the subject. Wherever there is engineering, obviously it is leading to some process or product development finally. So it's a combination of, interdisciplinary kind of ideas that we need to stitch in every course. I think that is one thing that we are doing now, as government has mandated to develop this. So unless the next generation is, trained up, in this line, actually probably the mass change will not happen. And second thing is the faculty, particularly who are the instrumental to take these ideas to students as well as to industry. They play a very important role. There also, I think the exposure to industry through summer, interns, or not only for the students, for the faculty also, which is happening in many of the institutes now. That is bringing, industry closure. And the co-location is also another good idea that has to happen. And not all, institutes are at par. So there is a lot of reference in terms of infrastructure, in terms of availability opportunities. But then if there is a will and there is a goal, I'm sure if industry comes forward a little more, in a proactive way, I think we'll make a success.
Yeah, in fact, we are talking about the industry, but we must understand also industry is not a monolithic structure. Every industry has its own, viewpoint and policies and all that. And I think what academicians will have to look for is to look for really future-oriented industries and should work with them. Because industries having kind of entrepreneurial mindset is required. Because otherwise industry also should know that tomorrow they will become redundant. So that unless the industry feels that has that threat perception, they will never come to academics.
How legacy that industry is, it's the mindset that matters, as was also mentioned.
Just one last point. So I think all of us here know, but probably industry doesn't know, that once you do a PhD and a postdoc, when you're going through these multiple years of training, you're always told that you need to produce high quality research. And high quality research actually generally is more fundamental in nature and not applied in nature. And as a consequence, post your training, when you become a faculty member, you also have quote unquote academic freedom. So you generally tend to utilize all your skill sets in the direction in which you're trained. As a consequence, you do have the freedom to not do whatever is classified as entrepreneurial type. And hence, I think the system itself is facilitative of that. But I think, notwithstanding, you have to recognize that this is an important aspect of innovation at some point of time. So therefore, fundamental research has to go hand in hand. And even if you see, even on an institutional or a national basis, 10,000 students, if you say an organization has 10,000 students, not more than a few hundred entrepreneurial and whatever attempts are made, which means we are less than 4, 5, 6%. So therefore, that percentage is going to always remain low, except that right now in the nation, we have a very facilitative environment. There's a lot of financial support, and hence we are seeing this. And the second point I want to make is, see, there is a national level understanding of problems, and there is a national need as a consequence. I think that should percolate better in terms of forced funding. All the RFPs or whatever call for proposals should be directly linked with national problems and should not, if you keep having a large percentage of work in fundamental research, which most people do, and I think it's important to do that also. But if you set a proportion 50-50 or something of that type, then automatically, there is an attraction to work towards that kind of a thing. So these are two other points.
So thank you. All good things have to come to an end. We have run out of time. I will request all the guests here to be seated on the table. There will be some MOU signing, which happens in our presence. So before I hand it over to you, on behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the participants here, and please big show of hands.
On behalf of all the participants, we thank thee.
Thank you, so kind of you. And I know your blood pressure is rising. I'll relieve you. The stage is yours.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I would thank the moderator and all our speakers on the dais. Let's have a huge round of applause for everyone. With this enriching exchange of ideas, we now proceed to the signing of MOUs, symbolizing collaboration, innovation, and future partnership. May I request Professor Parthasarathi Das, Dean R&D, Professor S.R. Samadar, Associate Dean R&D, and Professor Ijaz Ahmed, Professor in charge of Sponsored Research Industrial Consultancy, to join us on stage for the proceedings, please. Here. For the first MOU, may I request Mr. Don Mayers and Mr. Eric Verchis from TechBond Global US to join us on the stage. I also request Professor Sarthak and Professor Amit Dikshit from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IISM Dhanbad, to join us on the stage, please. I request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly come forward and join them, please. Thank you, sir. For the second MOU, may I request Sri Athar Shahabji, Simon India Limited, to join us on the stage. I also request Fazia ma'am to kindly come forward. For the third MOU, may I request Sri Srihari Babu, founder and CEO, Hycon Laboratories Private Limited, to kindly come forward. May I request Professor Sumanta Sahu, Department of Chemistry and Chemical Biology, to kindly come forward on the stage, please. For the fourth MOU, may I request Sri Vivek Lodhaji, Director, NetWeb Technologies Limited, and Professor Niladri Patra from Department of Chemistry and Chemical Biology, IISM Dhanbad, to join us on the stage, please. For the next MOU, may I request Dr. Wasiuddin, Senior Manager, R&D, Kane Semicon Private Limited, to kindly join us on the stage, please. I request all the MOU dignitaries who have been signing so far to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph. Everyone, please. TechBond Global US, Simon India Limited, Hycon Laboratories, NetWeb Technologies, and Kane Semicon Private Limited. All on stage, please, for the group photograph. I request all the dignitaries on the stage to kindly join us for the photograph. Thank you, everyone. We are rushing because we have an urgent request from our chief guest, Honorable Governor. There will be a preponement in the inaugural session and will be starting at 12. So we are here. We are continuing, sir, please. May I now request Mr. Prem, VC, Pontac, to kindly come forward for the signing of MOU with IIT Kharagpur, and I request Professor Suman Chakrabarti, Director IIT Kharagpur, to kindly come forward for this MOU exchange. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sirs, for your special signatures on the MOUs for this collaboration. For the next series of MOU signing, may I request Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Project Director, Texmen, Deputy Director, IIT Dhanbad, to join us on the stage. I also request Sri Suraj Prakash, CEO Texmen, Sri Mohammad Danish, CBDO Texmen, and Dr. Lailesh Kumar, CTO Texmen, to join us on the stage, please. For the first MOU, I request Sri Naveen Jainji, CEO, NTPC Mining Limited, NML, and Regional Executive Director Mining, and their team to kindly come forward for the exchange of MOU. Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Mr. Nandakumar Kalathil, Associate VP, Agilent Technologies, India Private Limited, and their team to join us on the stage, please. Agilent Technologies will be involved in the setup of a lab for critical mineral and rare earth element analysis. Next, we have Mr. Nitin Prabhakar, MD, Enton Power India Private Limited, and the team to kindly join us on the stage, please. Mr. Nitin Prabhakar, MD, Enton Power India Private Limited, and their team. Let's keep applauding everyone for this wonderful exchange of research and innovation. I now invite Mr. Jeevan Nayak from Technotrof System India Private Limited for the MOU signing. Texmen Technotrof Mining Simulation and Training Lab will be set up under this MOU. I request all the MOU signees with Texmen to kindly join us on stage for a group photograph. NTPC Mining Limited, Agilent Technologies, Enton Power India Private Limited, Technotrof System India Private Limited, let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. These agreements mark not merely formal collaborations, but the beginning of transformative journeys that will shape the future of research, technology, and industry integration. Thank you. We now move on to the disbursement of seed funding to startups under TechSmin, reinforcing our commitment to nurturing innovation and enabling startups to scale impactful solutions. The first in line we have Spryfield Solutions Private Limited, who will be given a funding of 5 crores, and I invite Mr. Pradeep Rathore, Mr. Vivek Bansal, and Mr. Amol Varwade to the stage for the honors, please. Yes. Let's hear it out from our audience, please. May I now request Mr. Madhu Nair from Excellence Tech Ventures Private Limited to join us on stage, who will be given a funding of rupees 4.2 crores. Next, we have Mr. Vikram KY, RES CMM and Tech Solutions Private Limited to receive a funding of rupees 0.9 crores. May I request Sri Mahendra Ji, on behalf of Navixon Technologies Private Limited, who are supposed to receive a funding of rupees 5.5 crores. Mahendra Ji to collect the check on behalf of Navixon Technologies Private Limited. Next, we have Mr. Anshul Makkar from Velastra Private Limited, who will be given a funding support of rupees 0.5 crores. Let's hear it out for them, everyone. I request all the startups who have received the funding to kindly come on the stage for a group photograph. Spryfield Solutions Private Limited, Maxeles Tech Ventures Private Limited, RES CM and Tech Solutions Private Limited, Navixon Technologies Private Limited, and Velastra Private Limited. Kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph, please. Congratulations to all the stakeholders and startups involved. This movement represents not just financial support, but a strong vote of confidence in India's emerging innovation ecosystem. We are honored to witness on this stage a truly remarkable ensemble of 15 esteemed directors from leading institutions, 7 distinguished industry leaders and venture capitalists, collectively representing the very pillars of India's innovation ecosystem. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad, to kindly felicitate our esteemed dignitaries of the pre-inaugural session of IInvenTiv 2026. We'll start. Dr. Debashish Bhattacharjee, Lionstead Ventures. Okay. So we're actually following the roundtable concept here. I request all our guests to kindly keep coming forward. This is a special occasion, everyone, so we need to keep applauding to appreciate all our members on the stage. Our wonderful audience, please keep showing your presence here. Let's keep hearing from our audience, please. I request all the organizing institutes along with our convener of IInvenTiv to kindly felicitate Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director IIT Dhanbad. Let's reminisce this unique moment with a huge round of applause for all our guests on the stage. With this, we mark a wonderful session led by 15 directors and 7 venture capitalists and industrialists, which itself stands as a history in IInvenTiv 2026. I now request all our dignitaries on the stage to kindly take their seat for the commencing of the inaugural session that will be at 12:15 p.m. We are not having the first plenary session on semiconductor because our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, is arriving early and we need to make the necessary preparations for them. In the meantime, I request all our audience to be interacting with our wonderful guests and exchange research, innovation, and future-ready ecosystems. Thank you. Dear audience, as our guests for the first plenary session are already here, we will be having the first plenary session with our speakers seated in the front of the Penman Auditorium. So kindly stay back. We will be commencing session 1 in about 3 minutes. I request everyone to kindly take their seats.
Hello, hello.
Dear audience, I request everyone to kindly take their seats. We'll be starting with the plenary session 1. In the meantime, we are arranging the stage for the inaugural session.
सेक्शन होगा नीचे ही हो जाएगा अच्छा मैम वो वाला कैंसिल हो गया पोस्टपोन हो गया नहीं अभी तो बोले मैम अनाउंस की वो नीचे ही होगा
As per the recent instructions received, we are postponing the plenary session 1 and will be commencing with the inaugural session right away at 12:15.
हेलो हेलो
तो एक माइक जो है रिजर्व रहता है गवर्नर साहब
ये उधर पे मैम बोलेंगे सर इधर पे वहाँ पे
ପାଲା କରୁଛନ୍ତି କି ଜିନିଷ ଲଗାଉଛନ୍ତି ନଏଜ୍ ନଏଜ୍ ଟିକେ ଆସିବ ଆମ୍ବିଏଣ୍ଟର ଅଡ଼ିଓଟା ନା ଟିକେ ନଏଜ୍ ଆସିବ ନଏଜ୍ କେମିତି କାଟିବି ଏବେ ଆର ଅଡ଼ିଓରେ ଗେମ୍ ଫେନ୍ କିଛି ନାହିଁ ରହ କମେଇ ଦେଉଛି देखल तो देखल तू बैंड बाजुची ओके तो डगर करूनी मु एपट रही गोटे फिक्स फ्रेम रही एपट्रे तू तू तोर गिम्बल दे बुझिल देख मोर एटा फिक्स फ्रेम रहा है मोर गोटे पटे रही तू तोर गिम्बल सट पकेबू बुझिपार तो गिम्बल तू तोर पैन दे मुव दे जहाँ कर मोर गोटे फिक्स सट रहा दरकार पड़े गवर्नर सर क्लोज टे देदेवी ये नाली देखा कि
चेकिंग ये पुलिस ब्यूरो
बाबा ये कलर ठीक है ठीक है तो
বুলবুলে শিখি
marking the formal commencement of this grand celebration of innovation and excellence.
দুইটা সোর্স হচ্ছে
Before the arrival of the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, we would be having all the dignitaries on the dais. We have also requested a group photo with the Honorable Governor for all the directors of IITs, NITs, and IIST Shibpur. Accordingly, I'll be announcing our dignitaries to join us on the dais before the arrival of the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State. This is a message for all the directors of IITs, NITs, and IAST Shibpur. After your group photograph, you are kindly requested to leave the stage from the right. This is an important message for the directors of IITs, NIT, and IAST Shibpur. I request you all to join us on the stage on my call for a photograph with the Honorable Governor. After the group photograph, you all are requested to kindly take your respective seats by moving from the stage towards my right. With immense pride and honor, I invite Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority, to take his seat on the dais. I request Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, MD, Wadhwani Innovation Network, to kindly take his seat on the dais. I request Shriyatha Shahabji, MD, Zuari Industries Limited, to kindly take a seat on the dais. I request Shri Sandeep Kumar, VP, Tata Steel, to kindly take a seat on the dais. May I now request Ms. Vishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder, Renew, to grace the dais. I request all the directors of IITs, NITs, and IAST Shibpur to kindly step up to the stage for a group photograph. I would request all of you to rise on the arrival of the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand. हमारे लिए यह अत्यंत गर्व और सम्मान का क्षण है कि श्री संतोष कुमार गंगवार जी, माननीय राज्यपाल झारखंड, हमारे बीच पधारे हैं। मैं माननीय राज्यपाल महोदय जी से विनम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि कृपया मंच पर विराजमान हों। I now request the students for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
I now request everyone to kindly take their respective seats. I request all the directors and all the dignitaries on the dais to rise for a group photograph. I now request all the directors to kindly take their respective seats. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly extend a floral welcome to our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to extend a floral welcome to Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority. A floral welcome for Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, MD, Wadhwani Innovation Network. A floral welcome for Shri Athar Sahabji, MD, Zuari Industries Limited. A floral welcome for Ms. Vishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder, Renew. A floral welcome for Sri Sandeep Kumar, VP, Tata Steel. May I now request Professor Soumya Singh to do a floral welcome for Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT Dhanbad. We now move to a symbolic and auspicious moment of this event, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I request the Honorable Governor, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji, to kindly come forward to light the lamp. May I also request all the dignitaries on the dais to join him in this auspicious moment. Thank you, sir and ma'am. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, a visionary leader, inspiring academician, director, IIT Dhanbad, and chair, IInvenTiv2026, to deliver the welcome address.
Our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Sri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji, distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Sunil Kumar Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority, Sri Athar Saab, MD, Zuari Industries Limited, Sri Shirshendu Mukherjee, MD, Wadhwani Innovation Network, Sri Sandeep Kumar, Vice President, Tata Steel, Madam Vaisali Nigam Sinha, co-founder Renew, Director of IITs, NITs, IST Sipur, CMRI, the VCs who are here in this gathering, inventive partners, industry representatives, faculty member, researchers, dear student, members from print and electronic media, a very warm welcome to all of you to IInvenTiv 2026 at IISM Dhanbad. Today marks more than the inauguration of an event. It marks the beginning of a collective effort of transform ideas into impact. IInvenTiv 2026 held the agency of Ministry of Education, Government of India, has been envisioned as a high-impact innovation convergence platform. Its central purpose is clear and compelling: to bridge the gap between research and real-world application, and to ensure that the knowledge generated in our institution translates into technologies that serve the society. For far too long, many promising ideas have remained within the confines of laboratories. IInvenTiv seeks to change the narrative by bringing together academia, industry, startups, investors on a single platform. It creates an ecosystem where innovation is not only discussed but actively enabled, supported, and scaled. It is a space where collaboration leads to tangible outcome, where dialogues lead to deployment, and where research finds its true purpose in impact. This year, IInvenTiv assumes even greater significance as it serves as a national gateway to Bharat Innovate 2026, a visionary global initiative of Ministry of Education. Designed as a global accelerator for innovation emerging from Indian education ecosystem, Bharat Innovates will take a curated cohort of India's most promising deep tech startup and institution to Nice, France, creating pathway for global partnership, investment, and market access. Together, IInvenTiv and Bharat Innovate form a seamless continuum from ideation and validation within the country to global integration and scale. Over the 2 days, this platform will showcase more than 150 high-potential innovations across critical domains such as artificial intelligence, healthcare, material science, earth science, and semiconductor technology. With participation from startup, venture capitalists, and premier institutions, including the IITs, NITs, and IST, IInvenTiv reflects the path, diversity, and dynamism of India's innovation ecosystem. We are also proud to mark the inauguration of 2 important centers of excellence. The Renew Center of Excellence represents a forward-looking commitment to a just and inclusive coal-to-green transition, empowering communities and aligning livelihood with India's clean green future. The Wadhwani Innovation Network of Excellence on Critical Mineral, supported by significant philanthropic contribution, will strengthen research and innovation across a strategically vital domain of clean energy and advanced technologies. These initiatives exemplify how meaningful academia and industry partnership can drive sustainable and scalable impact. At IISM Dhanbad, we believe that innovation must go beyond ideas. It must solve real problems, create real value, and reach real people. IInvenTiv embodies this philosophy. It is not merely a showcase of achievements, but a platform for action, collaboration, and transformation. It is where young minds are encouraged to think boldly, where institutions come together to share knowledge and where industry finds pathway to engage with emerging technology. I urge you to make the most of this opportunity, engage actively, ask questions, build connection, and explore possibility. Often it is a single conversion, a single insight, or a single collaboration that leads to next big breakthrough. As we inaugurate InvenTiv 2026, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to strengthening India's research and innovation ecosystem and to positioning our nation as a global hub of technology, entrepreneurship, and knowledge leadership. The journey from lab to land and from India to the world begins here. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each of you to IIT ISM Dhanbad and to InvenTiv 2026. It is our honor to host you, and we look forward to 2 days of learning, exchange, and let's create structured pathway for technology transfer, commercialization, and adoption that align with national priorities such as Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational address and for setting a clear and compelling context for InvenTiv 2026. May I now invite Ms. Mishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder Renew, to address the audience. Ms. Sinha is a leading voice in India's renewable energy sector to scale up the clean energy solutions and driving the transition towards a more sustainable and low-carbon future. Over to you, ma'am.
Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji, Professor Mishra, Director IIT Dhanbad, distinguished directors of IITs and partner institutions, faculty members, industry leaders, innovators, and dear students, a very good afternoon. It is a privilege to be here for the inauguration of InvenTiv 2026, a platform that truly represents the intellectual ambition of New India. That's your India. I thank Professor Mishra for the vision behind this initiative and for inviting me to be a part of this very important occasion. Innovation is at the heart of India's growth story. InvenTiv stands at a crucial inflection point in India's development trajectory. As the world enters an era shaped by climate constraints, technological disruptions, and geopolitical realignments, innovation is no longer a competitive advantage. It is a national necessity. It is an individual necessity. This platform brings together research. It brings together the very important stakeholders of fund providers, entrepreneurs, manufacturing, placing higher education institutions at the heart of India's ecosystem. With participations from IITs and other leading institutions from across the country, InvenTiv 26 is not merely an exhibition, it is a collective declaration of intent to innovate integratedly. And we saw a bit of that and have been really impressed by what this event has to offer. India's energy transition is an innovation challenge. Let me place today's conversation in the context of India's energy transition. It's an area I'm working in as a part of our company Renew, which is one of the largest renewable energy companies in India. And I want to tell all of you that in this transition, India is really leading. It is one of the fastest growing renewable energy movements anywhere in the world. Under our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji's leadership, we've been working on green growth and development. India has committed 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. and net zero emissions by 2070. That is indeed ambitious, and I want to say that we are walking this talk of ambition. By mid-2025, India reached 50% of its installed electricity capacity from non-fossil sources, 5 years ahead of its Paris commitment. Over the last decade, solar capacity has grown 42 times. Just to digest this number, that it has grown 42 times. This transition is powering a fast-growing economy, expanding cities, and aspirations of 1.4 billion people, all affordably and sustainably. This movement is not a nice to do. It has become an economic imperative and an economic advantage. Manufacturing is one area which is also coming up in our country, and that is where innovation is meeting scale. A defining feature of India's energy transition is the shift from being an importer of clean technologies to becoming a global manufacturing force. Policy frameworks such as the production-linked incentives have really made it possible for us to scale up in the area of solar, wind, batteries, green hydrogen value chains. So, clean energy manufacturing is emerging as a powerful new pillar for Make in India, attracting nearly $50 billion in foreign capital, accounting for nearly 10% of the FDI this last decade. To compete globally, Indian manufacturing must be innovation-led, not just cost-led. It must be research-driven, not assembly-based. It should be digitally enabled and not sustainably anchored only. This is where regions like Dhanbad here and institutions like IIT Dhanbad become indispensable. Dhanbad, from resource economy to knowledge economy, the journey of Dhanbad reflects India's broader transformation, which we are seeing. Long associated with coal and minerals, this region is now uniquely positioned to lead the transition towards clean materials, carbon efficiency, energy storage, and circular economy solutions. The future of Indian manufacturing will depend not only on factories, but on laboratories that rethink materials, processes, and energy systems from ground up. And that's what's being done here. I also want to talk a little bit about the Renew Center of Excellence, which you mentioned in your welcome address. India's transition to clean energy and advanced manufacturing is one of the largest job creation opportunities in our history, with the potential to generate over 3 million jobs by 2030. Yet the availability of skilled talent has emerged as a critical constraint in this area. So again, it is a great opportunity for all of you here, students who are here, to know that that opportunity exists. This challenge is acute in regions historically dependent on coal and extractive industries, where people need new pathways, new skills, and new livelihoods. Renew has partnered with IIT Dhanbad to establish a center of excellence. The center is designed as a skilling and as a capacity-building platform aligned with clean energy manufacturing and a living lab for a just transition. A core focus of this program is skilling both women and men from coal mining regions. This vision is already translating into action. A pilot program has trained 360 women from coal communities for roles across clean energy value chains, where all of you may know there is a dearth of human resources. This center reflects our belief that opportunities facilitates innovation, and innovation creates more opportunities. So a message to the young innovators here that, there are 3 messages I have. One is you're entering a world where incremental improvement is no longer enough. The future belongs to those who design for scale, build with sustainability in mind, and think beyond products to systems and, most importantly, impact. Just a decade ago, solar power costed 10 times more than what it is today. Green hydrogen was largely theoretical, and battery storage was nearly 90% more expensive. Anyway, the world we are living in has a lot of opportunities in the renewable space. I just want to say that IIT Dhanbad is doing a wonderful job by partnering and hosting events like this, which make dreams and theory convert into action. So on behalf of Renew, I look forward to working closely with academia to ensure that India's transition to a clean, self-reliant and manufacturing-strong economy is powered by ideas. And thank you, and it's a real honor to be here. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable perspectives on clean energy and sustainability. We are honored to have with us Shri Sandeep Kumarji, Vice President, Tata Steel, a distinguished industry leader with extensive experience in driving large-scale industrial operations and strategic growth. May I now request Shri Sandeep Kumarji, Vice President, Tata Steel, to kindly address the audience.
Shri Santosh Gangwar, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, dignitaries on the stage, off the stage, my dear friends, faculty members, it's an honor to be here today. In particular, it's a privilege because ISM also is my alma mater. And when I return here, it's not as a student rushing to submit my assignments, but as a guest here today. So it's a different feeling. Thank you very much, Professor Mishra, for inviting me. When I stand here, I'm also reminded that innovation does not begin in boardrooms. It actually begins in places like these, our labs, our classrooms, and sometimes even hostel corridors, where curiosity is louder than caution. The steel that we produce in Tata Steel may come from iron ore and coal, but the real strength comes from ideas forged in institutions like these. Mining by its nature deals with the earth's past, but research and innovation shape the future. When these two meet, something powerful happens. We extract not just minerals, but sustainability. Not just value, but responsibility. So today, as an industry spokesperson, I can say that we are looking not for smarter machines, but for smarter thinking, which actually resides here. We're looking for minds that can mine data as effectively as we mine ore. As far as Tata Steel is concerned, we have collaborated with ISM. We opened a Center of Excellence, Center of Innovation. We also have a professor chair here. So we are working closely with this institute. And I'm happy when I get invitation from other IITs that please join hands with us. More the merrier. Of course, our bandwidth is limited, but we'll be happy to help in whatever way we can. For the students here, innovation is not about having the perfect answer. It is about asking uncomfortable questions. To the academia, your theories are the blueprints for tomorrow's industry. And to my colleagues from industry, let us remember that R&D is not an expense, it's the down payment on relevance. If I may leave you with one thought, the distance between a lab-type prototype and a large-scale industrial solution is often not measured in kilometers, but in collaboration. When academia, research, and industry work together, ideas don't just remain on papers. They become plants, process, and ultimately progress. With this, I would like to close, but before that, I must congratulate the organizers, in particular Professor Mishra, Professor Dheeraj, and all others who have contributed to organizing this R&D fair, IInvenTiv, where ideas can collide constructively. May this fair spark partnerships, challenge assumptions, and perhaps even produce the next breakthrough that changes how we mine, manufacture, and manage resources. Thank you for inviting me back home. It's wonderful to see the spirit here. I hope this spirit carries on. I wish the Innovation Fair great success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your pivotal contributions in strengthening India's steel sector and advancing sustainable and technology-driven manufacturing. May I now request Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, Managing Director, Wadhwani Innovation Network, to kindly address the audience. Dr. Mukherjee is a distinguished leader in the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem, driving impactful initiatives that bring academia, startups, and industry together. Over to you, sir.
Most respected Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, respected Director, IIT ISM Dhanbad, Professor Mishra, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, distinguished faculty present here, my dear students, industry leaders, friends, and partners. It's our honor and privilege on behalf of the Wadhwani Foundation to be invited to this important inventive conclave, which is a fusion of not only of science, but how the science gets converted into innovation and therefore impacts the society. We are also privileged and thankful to the leadership of ISM Dhanbad that our Center of Excellence is going to be announced and launched today by the hands of the Honorable Governor and the leadership of ISM Dhanbad. So I thank the leadership at ISM Dhanbad, Professor Mishra, Professor Dheeraj, Professor Pal, for bringing us all together on this event. The Center of Excellence, sir, which is going to be launched today, it is just not an innovation center, it is a bridge. And that what brings is very interesting that InvenTiv is also collaborating with that bridge. It's a bridge between research and development, between academia and industry, between discovery and national capability. Because no country becomes a technology leader by keeping research within institutions. It happens when ideas are translated into impact. At the Wadhwani Foundation, our founder, Dr. Padma Shri Dr. Romesh Wadhwani, he left India when he was young, like our students today, and went on to build global technology enterprise through grit and conviction. But what defines his journey is not what he built, but it is what he chose to build the next. Because some leaders build companies, but others build institutions that shape generations. He chose to step forward with larger question, how can I help build India's future? And his answer was guided by a belief, and he often shares to all of us, it is far more powerful to teach a person to fish than to give them a fish. That philosophy shaped the system-led approach for skilling millions of youth under our skilling initiative to enable entrepreneurs and small and medium enterprise. Working with the government and population scale digital system, always with one goal, build capability and create opportunity at scale. And that is what we are all here to do, sir. And over time, that vision expanded. And how do you build India's innovation capacity at scale? And that is the vision that Wadhwani Innovation Network was created. A national initiative which will be partnering with the National Innovation Platform now by democratizing innovation journey from institutions like this, university research to product to startups, backed by a corpus of 1,400 crores, a collaborative investment. WIN is designed to scale from handful of innovation centers today to hundreds across the country through the National Innovation Platform we plan to create with Government of India. Translating thousands of research projects into real-world impact, and this vision is already in action, sir. With innovation centers like this already established at leading institutions like IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, CCAMP, and IIT Madras. With IIT and ISM Dhanbad being the newest and one of the most critical addition to this network, sir. This could not have been relevant place, or it is the best place for such type of institution on critical minerals, and it has not been a better place like this. This institution has a long, almost 100 years of distinguished legacy of training mining engineers and earth scientists. It sits here in Jharkhand, sir, at the heart of India's mineral belt. It has a faculty who understands what it actually means to work underground, to deal with gassy coal mines, to manage risk in real conditions, and to think about what happens when a century of extraction leaves behind waste that could, with the right technology, becomes resources. You cannot replicate that combination of institutional depth and geographic relevance anywhere else in India or abroad. That is where it is not a symbolic partnership. It was a deliberate one. The focus here is very clear. Critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, graphite. These materials are not abstractions. They are what EV batteries are made up of, what electric motors run on, what the next generation of semiconductors, clean energy system depends on. And today, the vast majority of global processing capacities of these materials sits outside India. That is the strategic vulnerability, one that cannot be addressed by policy alone, but requires deep research and homegrown technologies. The Innovation Center will work across the full value chain: extraction, AI-enabled mine inspection, real-time gas hazard monitoring in underground mines, digital twins of live mining operations, and importantly, developing advanced processes to recover critical minerals from spent EV batteries built in India for India's need. Let me reiterate its mission once again. This is not a research for reports or patents. This is about innovation that gets deployed in industry, in the field, in the industry at scale. We are deeply honored by the presence of Honorable Governor, sir, today, whose leadership and commitment to the state's progress make this moment even more significant, sir. And this is the shared commitment to progress, to partnership, and to build for the future that will define what innovation centers become. Because the Innovation Center is not a closed institution, it is an open platform, sir, for industries, partners, startups, researchers, and policymakers to come together and build solutions at scale. We are thankful to the director of ISM Dhanbad for his leadership to help us to create this institution here. India's next phase of growth and will build on institutions like this, from Jharkhand to the world. This Innovation Center can help define India's innovation future. We want to create an institution which works in India, for India, and beyond, to provide full Atmanirbharta. As our honorable leadership Prime Minister decided, by 2047, we will be a developed country. And there, the innovations coming out from such institutions will be a path-breaking way forward. I thank you all for a patient hearing, and thanks the Honorable Governor, sir, for gracing this occasion, and the leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for empowering innovators to accelerate the journey from ideas to impactful enterprises. We are privileged to have with us a seasoned industry leader, Shri Athar Sahabji, Managing Director, Zuari Industries, whose extensive experience in diversified industrial operations and strategic leadership has contributed meaningfully to the industrial growth and economic progress. May I now request Shri Athar Sahabji, Managing Director, Zuari Industries, to kindly address the audience.
Shri Santosh Kumar Gangawar ji, Honorable Governor Jharkhand, Dr. Sukumar Mishra, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad, fellow panelists on the stage, very respectable and impressive directors of IITs and NITs who have assembled here today, faculties of ISM Dhanbad, students, current and future innovators. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. And as I was listening to the deliberations earlier, and even now, I was reflecting on my long journey in the industry. I represent the Zuari Group, which is one of the largest players in fertilizer sectors in India. We have 3 facilities in prominent port-based locations. Our group company, Chambal Fertilizer, opens and operates another facility in Rajasthan. Between these facilities, we produce about 4 million tons of fertilizers in this country. And we produce a whole range of fertilizers and chemicals, from urea to DAP to NPKs. In our rail manufacturing unit, we manufacture state-of-the-art wagons. We do a lot of work with Indian Railways. We have a sugar plant. We have a whole range of other businesses. But when I look at my businesses, One painful reality is that whenever we are buying equipment, most of the cutting-edge equipment is coming from outside. Even the equipment that is being built in India today, the critical components are all either being imported or the materials inside those are being brought from outside. We do not know the composition of these materials. We do not have the know-how of making these equipments in our own country. And a lot of these suppliers have tied us in long-term agreements where we continue to be reliant on them for supply of spares and consumables throughout the lifetime of the equipment. So the way I see it is that start from the project when we are looking at process technologies and then buying these equipment and building our facilities. We are creating these invisible pipes which are sucking capital out of this country. We may be claiming that we are self-reliant in so many sectors, but the truth is that we are transferring large amount of national capital to those who have really valued R&D in their own countries. You see the same story in software, for example. Every single piece of software has origins abroad. What is a pleasure in taking pride at some of the Indians who are running these software companies? They may be getting a multi-billion-dollar package, but how does that help me? As I see it, every connection with Microsoft, Meta, Google, Oracle, SAP is creating those invisible pipes once again, which is sucking the capital from this country. And I sometimes wonder what is stopping this large country with so many people, so many bright minds. Why is it that we are not able to come together to stop this? And when will it stop, if at all? Why is it that we are not able to take these brilliant concepts from the laboratory to the pilot plant and to actual industrial usage? I think in the earlier discussion where all the bright minds were on the stage, excellent ideas came up. And one of our friends who is sitting here who came from Europe, he said in Europe, it's impossible to distinguish between industry and academia. I think we need to create that change in culture, that change in mindset, this siloed mentality that this is a research institute, this is an innovation center, and this is an industry, must come to an end. The time has come when the faculty working here should be prepared to work in our factories. And a lot of ideas that you may have, you may like to put them into practice in our factories. We may like to send some of our people to do research in your institutions. And I think on behalf of Zuari Industries, I would definitely like to offer this opportunity, not only to IIT Dhanbad, but to all the IITs and NITs sitting here. We welcome you to our facilities. Please come and experiment with us. Share your ideas. We'll be very happy. Help us solve industrial problems. And I think together, the possibilities are endless as I see it. This never-ending process of transferring national capital must come to an end. I've been given just 3 minutes, but I thought this 3 minutes was too short for such a long subject. My good wishes to all of you who are working in the field of innovation. The little bit that I saw last night and earlier today was very impressive. I compliment you, Dr. Mishra, and all the directors for the great work that you're putting in. But I must say that your outreach to the industry must increase. We welcome you with open arms, and I think together we can create a very bright future for this country. All the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on industrial diversification and sustainable business expansion. May I now invite Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority, to address the audience. Dr. Banwal has played a key role in driving large-scale public health initiatives and advancing digital healthcare systems in India. His work reflects a strong commitment towards inclusive, accessible, and technology-driven healthcare delivery. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Honorable Governor Sri Santosh Kumar Gangwar ji, Sri Sukumar Misra ji, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad, dignitaries on the dais, students, researchers, faculty, all the members of the audience. It's indeed an honor and privilege for me to be present here. Actually, I'm really elated and extremely privileged to be standing before you in my own institute. Whenever I come to this institute, it reminds me of my 37-year-old day when I first entered this campus and passed out with a graduation degree. Sheer coincidence in my life that I keep coming to this institution again and again. When I became member of Indian Administrative Service, I was fortunate enough to become Deputy Commissioner of Dhanbad, and subsequently I also got doctorate from this institute. So indeed, I feel so privileged to be here today again when I am standing before you as CEO of National Health Authority at an event which is driving technology and innovation in all the sector, rather cross-sector, including healthcare. When I see one of the themes here today is the healthcare, it gives me a huge privilege to see there is a talk among the technical institutions, not just in the medical institution, about improving healthcare. So while we always thought healthcare as a field where doctors, nurses, paramedics are important, here is the time when we are talking of technology in healthcare, which will improve not just the capacity of the doctors, nurses, also the efficiency of the healthcare delivery. It will move from the treatment focused healthcare to more preventive and promotive healthcare. I must share today before you, when I joined National Health Authority, I find there is a huge opportunity of actually using technology to improve healthcare delivery for a billion-plus population. When we talk of a billion-plus population, there are more than billion-plus points of care. It's not possible to connect the healthcare simply by providing treatment. And in our country, when we struggle with the fragmented healthcare, here is the opportunity to migrate from fragmented healthcare to connected and intelligent healthcare. We have proved in past also that in use of technology, country has actually leapfrogged from a very minimal level to a world-class level, and this has happened with Aadhaar, it has happened with DigiLocker, eSign, and finally with UPI. This is what is going to happen with the healthcare too. So while we have fragmented episodic healthcare, we can completely leapfrog to an integrated and intelligent healthcare using technology. This is what in 2018, when Government of India started Ayushman Bharat PMJ scheme, it built a robust IT platform where we have today 11.8 crore patient history, treatment history. This is a tremendous, huge data to research on. We also subsequently started Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which creates a digital public infrastructure to connect all the health systems. It can now provide every healthcare provider to talk to each other, keeping patient in the center. Now patient has the possibility to keep whole health history on his palm, on his mobile. And this also provides the opportunity for many new technologies to work. When we talk of AI, healthcare appears to be the most important beneficiary sector. And this is what we saw when we conducted India AI Impact Summit. In fact, Government of India, during the summit, did launch a strategy for health AI, application of AI in healthcare, and also open benchmarking platform for health AI. These two provides the governance framework for health AI to work in. So while we have created digital foundation, we have generated huge data sets. Now it's the time for innovation to build solution over it, to make more and more healthcare predictive and promotive. Early detection of disease not just actually reduces the suffering of the people, but also reduces the cost of healthcare. And therefore, in a country which is as diverse as we have, and also the population scale which we talk about, I think AI will actually transform the healthcare delivery in India. So when we talk today at IInvenTiv 2026, actually we are talking cross-sector innovation, and there are ways by which technical institutions can collaborate and deliver many health solutions, and some of you have already done it. There are few IITs which have actually started centers for AI in healthcare. They have started innovations, centers for life sciences, and these will work a lot in future of healthcare in India. With these words, I see this IInvenTiv 2026 with a theme of healthcare will create a huge impact for the healthcare delivery in future. And I'm sure with the National Health Authority, taking the lead for the creation of national digital health ecosystem, where not just the health systems talk to each other, not just the data gets created in a digital form, also gets used to predict diseases and help us identify diseases much early so that they can be treated more effectively, and we can make our country healthier. So when we talk of Viksit Bharat by 2047, we need to ensure that it is a healthy Bharat by 2047 by having a connected, integrated, and intelligent healthcare. I wish IInvenTiv 2026 a big success, and I thank IIT ISM Dhanbad for organizing this with a congregation of such illustrious directors from different IITs who will certainly contribute a lot in building the ecosystem for innovation in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the role of technology and governance in strengthening India's healthcare ecosystem. It is my profound honor and privilege to introduce our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwar ji, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand. एक वरिष्ठ प्रतिनिधि और अनुभवी प्रशासक के रूप में उन्होंने सार्वजनिक जीवन में अनेक महत्वपूर्ण दायित्वों का निर्वहन किया है और राष्ट्र निर्माण की दिशा में अपनी अमूल्य भूमिका निभाई है। श्री संतोष कुमार गंगवार जी की दूरदर्शिता, नेतृत्व क्षमता और जन कल्याण के प्रति समर्पण हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत है। उन्होंने सदैव समावेशी विकास, सुशासन और सामाजिक प्रगति को प्राथमिकता दी है। At a time when India is moving towards becoming a global leader in innovation and technology, his gracious presence today adds immense significance, dignity, and inspiration to this august gathering. मैं माननीय राज्यपाल जी झारखंड जी से विनम्र निवेदन करती हूं कि कृपया अपने उद्बोधन से हम सभी को अनुग्रहित करें।
उपस्थित आप सभी को मेरा जोहार, नमस्कार। अभी आप लोग सुन रहे थे डॉक्टर सुनील बरनवाल जी, मुख्य कार्यकारी पदाधिकारी, राष्ट्रीय स्वास्थ्य प्राधिकरण, और उससे पहले श्री अथर साहब, चेयरमैन सिमून इंडिया लिमिटेड। यहाँ उपस्थित श्री संदीप कुमार जी, उपाध्यक्ष टाटा स्टील, सुश्री वैशाली निगम सिन्हा जी, सह संस्थापक रिन्यू, डॉक्टर शीर्षेंद्र मुखर्जी, प्रबंध निदेशक बाधवानी इनोवेशंस नेटवर्क, प्रोफेसर सुकुमार मिश्र जी, डायरेक्टर IIT ISM धनबाद, सभी उपस्थित अतिथिगण, विद्वान साथीगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधिगण और हमारे नौजवान साथियों, प्रेस व मीडिया के मित्रों, उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, IIT ISM धनबाद में आज इस 2 दिवसीय महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के उद्घाटन अवसर पर उपस्थित होकर मुझे प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मेरी दृष्टि में ये केवल एक कार्यक्रम नहीं, बल्कि भारत के नवाचार, अनुसंधान और भविष्य की दिशा को निर्धारित करने वाला एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच है। आप सब जानते हैं कि हमारा भारत कभी पूरी दुनिया में विश्व गुरु के रूप में प्रतिष्ठित रहा है। नालंदा, तक्षशिला और विक्रमशिला जैसे विश्वविख्यात विश्वविद्यालयों के माध्यम से हमने संपूर्ण विश्व को ज्ञान का मार्ग दिखाया। आज हम पुनः उस गौरव को प्राप्त करने के लिए संकल्पबद्ध हैं। इस दिशा में आवश्यक है कि हमारा ज्ञान केवल स्वयं तक सीमित न रहकर समाज उपयोगी समाधान, प्रौद्योगिकी और उद्यम के रूप में परिणत हो। आज का ये आयोजन उसी सोच का साकार रूप है। यहाँ शोध, नवाचार, निवेश और नीति का एक साथ आकर देश के विकास की नई दिशा निर्धारित हो रही है। मुझे जानकर विशेष हर्ष है, यहाँ देश के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों, स्टार्टअप, उद्योग जगत और निवेशकों की सक्रिय सहभागिता है। 150 से अधिक उच्च क्षमता वाले नवाचार, कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता, स्वास्थ्य, सेमीकंडक्टर, मटेरियल साइंस और पृथ्वी विज्ञान जैसे महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों में प्रस्तुत किए जा रहे हैं। ये भारत की बौद्धिक क्षमता का मजबूत परिचायक है और यह दर्शाता है कि हमारा देश वैश्विक प्रतिस्पर्धा में बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। IIT ISM धनबाद अपनी गौरवशाली शताब्दी विरासत के साथ साथ देश के अग्रणी संस्थानों में से एक है। ऊर्जा, खनन और पृथ्वी विज्ञान के साथ साथ उभरती प्रौद्योगिकियों के क्षेत्र में इसका योगदान अत्यंत सराहनीय रहा है। आज ये संस्थान नवाचार, अनुसंधान और उद्यमिता के माध्यम से राष्ट्र निर्माण में नई ऊर्जा का संचार कर रहा है। मैं यहाँ ये उल्लेख करना चाहूँगा कि व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा IIT संस्थानों से विशेष जुड़ाव रहा है। मेरी स्वयं की लड़की IIT रुड़की से प्राप्त है और हमारे सरनला भी वहीं से ही प्राप्त हैं, और मेरा लड़का भी IIT बेलोर से। इसलिए मैं इन बहुत सी बातों को समझता हूँ और कामों को भी समझता हूँ कि कैसे हम दुनिया के अंदर अपनी पहचान यहाँ की अच्छी पढ़ाई के माध्यम से कर सकते हैं। इस कारण मुझे IIT की शैक्षणिक उत्कृष्टता, अनुशासन और नवाचार संस्कृति को निकट से समझने का अवसर मिला है। साथियों, मेरी दृष्टि में ये मंच केवल विचारों के आदान प्रदान तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि लैब से लैंड तक की यात्रा को साकार करने का माध्यम है। यहाँ से जो संवाद और साझेदारियाँ निकलेंगी, वे नए स्टार्टअप्स, नई तकनीक और नए रोजगार के अवसरों को मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगी। आज के वैश्विक परिदृश्य में जब दुनिया अनेक चुनौतियों का सामना कर रही है, तो हम अपनी क्षमताओं को और सुदृढ़ बनाएं। हमें प्रौद्योगिकी और ऊर्जा और अन्य विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में और सशक्त बनते हुए न केवल अपनी आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करना है, बल्कि विश्व के लिए एक भरोसेमंद साझीदार के रूप में आगे बढ़ना है। कोरोना महामारी के दौरान सबने देखा कि हमारे देश ने मानवीय मूल्यों का परिचय देते हुए अनेक देशों को टीका और दवाइयां उपलब्ध कराई। ये हमारे देश की सामर्थ्य और संवेदनशीलता का परिणाम है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज देश विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति की दिशा में तीव्र गति से अग्रसर है। आत्मनिर्भर भारत, स्टार्टअप इंडिया और मेक इन इंडिया जैसे अभियान नवाचार आधारित विकास को नई दिशा दे रही है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 अनुसंधान, नवाचार, उद्यमिता को मजबूत बना रहा है, जबकि डिजिटल इंडिया और सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन देश को तकनीक आत्मनिर्भरता की दिशा में मजबूत आधार प्रदान कर रहे हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि IIT जैसे उत्कृष्ट संस्थान इस संकल्प को साकार करने में अग्रणी भूमिका निभाएंगे और भारत को वैश्विक स्तर पर तकनीकी नेतृत्व प्रदान करेंगे। इसी क्रम में मैं विशेष रूप से युवा शोधकर्ताओं, स्टार्टअप उद्यमियों और विद्यार्थियों से कहना चाहता हूं कि आप भारत के भविष्य के निर्माता हैं। आपके विचार, आपकी ऊर्जा और आपकी सृजनशीलता ही देश को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाएगी। मैं युवाओं से आग्रह करता हूं कि वे नशे जैसी कुरीतियों से दूर रहें और अपने जीवन को सकारात्मक ऊर्जा, अनुशासन और लक्ष्य के प्रति समर्पण के साथ आगे बढ़ाएं। बड़े सपने देखिए और सही दिशा में आगे बढ़िए। घबराइए नहीं, नवाचार के माध्यम से देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाने का काम करिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है IIT इन्वेंटिव 2026 एक ऐसे राष्ट्रीय मॉडल के रूप में स्थापित होगा जो देश के नवाचार, परिस्थितियों और तंत्र की को नई दिशा देगा और भारत को विश्व स्तर पर उन्नत तकनीकी नवाचार का प्रमुख केंद्र बनाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। अंत में मैं इस उत्कृष्ट आयोजन के लिए IIT, ISM, धनबाद तथा सभी सहयोगी संस्थानों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। आइए हम सभी ये संकल्प लें कि हम अपने ज्ञान, नवाचार और परिश्रम से एक सशक्त, आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत के निर्माण में अपनी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाएंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। जय हिंद, जय झारखंड। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. We express our sincere gratitude to you for gracing this occasion. Your words, wisdom, and encouragement will continue to inspire us as we collectively strive towards innovation-driven nation building. On this note, may I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director ITI Dhanbad, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State, as a token of our deep respect and gratitude for his presence and contributions. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, MD, Wadhwani Innovation Network. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate Shri Athar Shahabji, MD, Zuari Industries Limited. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate Ms. Vishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder, Renew. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate Shri Sandeep Kumar Ji, VP, Tata Steel. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Partha Sarathi Das, Dean R&D, IISM Dhanbad, and Convener, IInvenTiv2026, to kindly felicitate Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IISM Dhanbad, and Chair, InvenTiv2026. Thank you, sir. After the inaugural session on this stage, Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State will be inaugurating the technology demonstration zones outside the auditorium. I request all the dignitaries on the dais and all the directors to join us in this inauguration ceremony. InvenTiv2026 is not merely an event. It's a movement of vision, commitment towards building an innovation-driven, self-reliant, and globally empowered India. I now request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाता जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone.
निम्बल वाला अंदर है बाबा बाबा बसो सेपरेट
Director, IITBHU Varanasi, to join us on the stage as the moderator of the session. I request Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. I request Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Director, IIT Ropar, to kindly join us on stage for the session. I request Sri Sumakesh Mishra, Founder, Etlier, to kindly join us on the stage for the session. Requesting Sri Siddharth Garji, Senior VP, GEF Capital Partners, to join us on the stage, please. I request Sri Sanchayan Chakrabarti, Partner, Avishkar Capital, to kindly join us on the stage, please. I now hand over the session to the session in charge, Professor Pranay.
So good afternoon, everyone. Now I am hand over the session to the moderator, Professor Amit Patra, sir, to kindly take over this AI discussion, AI panel discussion.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're sorry that we're running a bit late, and although I have not been given a very specific timeline, but I think keeping everybody's interest in mind and noting that, can you hear me all? At the back also? Okay, so keeping in mind. So let us try to complete it by, in 40 minutes or so. So, in fact, our lead speakers, one of them, actually, Professor Shirish Kedare, he has to leave because he has to catch a flight, and Professor Kamakoti is on his way. And since Professor Kedare is not being able to be present here, so we have requested Professor Rajiv Ahuja, who is sitting next to me, right of me, with the director of IIT Ropar, to speak in his place. And they have a Center of Excellence on AI in agriculture, so I'm sure he will be able to contribute a lot to this discussion. So, since Professor Kamakati was supposed to be the first speaker and he has not yet shown up, I would request Professor Ahuja to say a few words. And to all the panelists, my request to you is that in the first round, you can introduce yourself, where you come from, in about 2 minutes of time, and what is your take on the discussions today, which is actually highlighted as research and innovations in artificial intelligence. So it is a very straightforward topic. So, whatever comes to your mind, you first say, and then we'll go to specific questions once this first round is over, and then we'll open the panel for discussions. Professor Ahuja, please. Yeah.
Professor Patra, and as Professor Patra has mentioned that I come from IIT Ropar, I'm a director there. So what IIT Ropar is doing when it comes to AI, so we have two departments actually. We have a School of AI and Data Engineering, and we have a Department of Computer Science. These are two department and one school working for courses related to or projects related to AI. So we very recently, actually last year, we got a Center of Excellence under AI mission from the Government of India, Ministry of Education, AI for Agriculture, or Agri-Tech actually. So you can see that one of the most important and prominent sector in the future will be the Agri-Tech, because why it's important? Because we need food security. And food security will come now with the technology actually. When we talk about green revolution, which came in 60s, and now the next green revolution will come from technology, especially the role of AI, especially in the area of the agri sector. So this is very important issue that how we can use AI in agri sector. Because in other sector we are using it and we are quite using very oftenly, but in agri sector, especially in agriculture universities, AI is not a part of a curriculum. How we can work together with the agriculture universities or ICR institution, agriculture institution, and to deliver to our farmers so they can get best information about their soil, the best information about weather, about also the disease. And so there are a lot of issues around use of pesticides and fertilizer, how they can optimize and how they can increase the productivity in the same land, because land is shrinking. So we want more food from the same land actually. So that's the way AI can contribute, and this is the right time where India can lead the AI, because we should not leave this bus now. We should be the #1 country in the AI when it's come to the world, because we are the intellectual manpower here in India. So I'm hoping that the more and more people, especially young people, will come in agri sector, and we will have this movement from cities to countryside, when you can use your AI in the farm, or you're a farmer, so you can help the farmers. And keeping that in mind, IIT Ropar also started the BTech program, 4-year program in digital agriculture last year. So we will produce the manpower which will help in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ahuja. Now I request Sanchan Chakraborty to use his 2 minutes.
Can you hear me? Yeah, hi. Hi. Firstly, thank you, Professor, for inviting me to be here. I represent a venture capital fund. We are called Avishkar Capital. We are one of the oldest in India, homegrown in India. We started about 25 years back. We also seem to be pioneers in investing in companies which are for social good and now for good for climate. So we are called impact investors. We are venture capitalists, so we invest in early stage companies, hope to help them scale up and eventually exit and make money. But we only invest in businesses where we also see a benefit to the poor in some way. So like Professor Ahuja was saying, agriculture is actually a very large sector for us. We have done about a third of our portfolio is actually in agriculture. We were not traditionally a tech investor, but we do a lot of tech investing now. A very recent investment is actually investment in an AI business called Gyani. It's one of the 12 sort of Indian companies which have got compute from the government under the Indian AI mission. It's a conversational AI business. They're building SLMs using Indian data for Indian use cases. I think our impact theory on that is that they're actually improving access for the large proportion of Indian population which does not speak English. So they are creating the interfaces in which people can talk in their own language to institutions that they need to speak to, including the government, including banks and hospitals and so on and so forth. So that's what they're doing. I mean, the topic is obviously very topical, which is AI. There is clearly a lot to be done, and I think a lot to be unpacked. I think India, one of the briefs that I saw for the topic is like, how can we take a lead and how can we ensure that, it goes from the lab to, to actually getting commercialized. That I think is a story of how deep tech in India needs to be treated, or how does it go from lab to, to getting commercialized. And there's a lot to be done. There is funding to be done. There are commercial structures to be created. There are obviously funding that needs to be available, some of which is hopefully now available through the RDI fund that the Indian government has created, which hopefully a lot of the IITs will benefit from, and we're hoping some of the funds like us will also benefit from. Interesting times ahead, exciting times ahead, but a long, long way to go for India, I think, to take a leading global role, which is, I presume, the ambition of all of the IITs.
Yeah, thank you, Sanchan. Now I request Siddharth Garg to say a few words.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you, Professor. I think some of you would have heard me in the morning session, but I'll maybe introduce myself again. So I am Siddharth Garg. I represent GF Capital Partners. We are global investors, more so on the private equity side, that invest in climate and sustainability related sectors. We have offices in Mumbai, of which I am part of, Washington, DC, that takes care of investments in the North American market, and Sao Paulo, Brazil, that takes care of Latin American market. I also happen to be associated with Texmin, which is the TTRB of IIT IInvenTiv2026 for last 4 years. I am part of their investment evaluation committee for providing grants to new age startups and we are seeing a lot of new startups now coming in from people like you in deep tech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and other related topics. I think with respect to the overall landscape, as I think some of the other panelists also mentioned, there is a long way to go. The sector is still in infancy. And we have, I think the morning session also, we spoke about giving the right incentives to both the academia as well as the professionals so that there is complete alignment of thoughts and efforts in order to make sure that whatever academia is doing with respect to coming out with a lot of research, development, and concept level initiatives that may be translated into future ready and commercializable products which can eventually make money for everyone in the ecosystem, because we can talk about everything, but ultimately if there is no money to be made, then everything is a waste. And there are obviously identified and unidentified areas where we can work on collectively, and that would require efforts from everyone in the ecosystem to make sure that we reach at a good position at a global scale. So we'll maybe speak more about it once we have more interactions around some of these topics. But that's a bit about me. Thank you everyone for coming down here and hearing us out.
Okay, thank you, Siddharth. Now I request Sumakesh, who is an entrepreneur in this AI space, to say his initial words.
Hi, I'm Sumakesh, and as Professor was just mentioning, I am actually an entrepreneur who's working in the AI space. Prior to this, I was also an investor. I was working at a private equity fund, so I have some sense of how the other side of the table also works. My 2 cents, having worked on this for maybe about 1.5 years now in the AI space, is that while the gestation period, or let's say the R&D cycle for making something very fundamental which might become an infrastructural layer is going to be prolonged, right? Ultimately, you need somebody to make a big bet. You need somebody to give you probably 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to keep working on it, even if it finally fails, right? For example, even now, if you look at OpenAI, there are talks about, Gemini having clearly overtaken OpenAI. Maybe OpenAI never becomes profitable, etc., etc. The problem that as an entrepreneur, especially based out of India, you face is at an earlier stage, people are not as willing to make a bet on you because, and hopefully we can talk a lot more about why that happens. But, hence you would see a lot of wrappers. It's a very colloquial term for it, but you see these wrappers around infrastructural layers. I still fundamentally believe that even if you can solve the application layer, that in itself can create a lot of impact, that in itself can create a lot of money for everyone and improve lives of people. But eventually, for you to be independent in this technology, right? Because let's say if the US is owning all of the infrastructure, China is owning all of the infrastructure, and tomorrow some sort of a war, some sort of tariff issues come about, and your access to these fundamental models is taken away, that is a big risk, right? So small language models on top of it, or a customized model on top of it for security purposes, or for more critical infrastructure like defense, etc., is very relevant. But I would be very keen to know more thoughts around how you guys see the consumer layer of it being taken up in India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sumakesh. Now, I request Professor Kamakodi to say a few words, or the initial words of his.
So friends, a very good afternoon. So in the Indian way of education is what AI is bringing back. If you look at our philosophical texts, the entire education happens by questioning, right? So if you ask the correct question, and that is the part of the education, and you come out with answers. There was a recent, tweet about a Stanford student solving a very, very fundamental problem on a single day. The guide was very suspicious, and they called the student to describe how that problem got solved. And he, from scratch, he said, yes, I used one of the large language models, but the way I solved, he came out with the correct questions. And I think not only the university accepted the thesis, but gave a best thesis award or something like that. Right? So this is exactly the way I think education is going to turn around. Jeff Ullman, I think every computer scientist will know Ullman. He was a Turing Award winner, and it's because of him, at least my generation and 3 or 4 generations after that, I'm talking about 85 to 2005, we cleared data structure and algorithms because his book was the Bible. Okay. So he visited IIT Madras, the institute to which I belong to. I asked him, what is your opinion about what should be the paradigm change? He said that we should now aspire to run a programming course where the student must not write one line of code. You should make the ChatGPT or the LLM to write that code and get out the optimal code. So, and by doing this, specifically in software engineering, when we start putting such precise questions, I think always there is a big gap between your SRS, system requirement specification, and actually your code. I think that gap also will be addressed very significantly, and you know what the code is trying to do. So these are some initial stuffs. But certainly, if we say no, you should not use AI, you will be a loser. But at the same time, if you just start using AI for everything, it goes into a monologue. Your research will start lacking diversity. AI will be a best tool there where you can ask very good questions and it can give you pointers from other disciplines which you don't know, right? To solve a particular problem, you can have an inspiration from, for example, in computer science, for solving some of the very tough optimization problems. One point of time, we took inspiration from how metals basically reach a stable state. When so the whole heuristics was based on that concept called simulated annealing. We also took how human evolved. We have looked at evolutionary algorithms, how ant colony optimization, how ants actually optimize. So from that we have derived. So these type of very interesting concepts AI can bring to you because you learn one discipline and you are sort of very, very at the surface level at other disciplines, and AI can bring you this interdisciplinary content. So days are exciting ahead, and we must put things to proper use. And an improper use of AI will anyway surface by some form or other. So we are not much bothered about it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kamakoti. Now let us go for some, soul searching in a way, because AI is the latest buzzword. So whoever you speak to either is for AI or against AI. In fact, in our academic circles, we don't see many people who are against AI because most of them think that it is a big opportunity, especially those who would like to apply AI in their domain. In fact, all the engineering faculty, I'm sure in almost all the IITs and NITs, they are now applying AI in some form or other. And there is always, a classification of what is AI and what is not. Typically, one shouldn't think that AI has suddenly fallen from the sky one day. It has been evolving all these years, and even in your normal algorithm, signal processing, neural network, it started in that route. And today it has gone into deeper areas, deep learning, and then use of generation ChatGPT and that generation AI and large language models, small language models, and lots of discussions are happening around that. So we have to always understand what is new that we are doing and what we should select. In particular, if we are thinking of adopting AI, especially for a vast country like India, is it that anywhere and everywhere we should apply AI, or should we apply some kind of a judgment or do some, in a calculated way should we enter into the AI? Now, Sanchay is actually working in, funding AI projects and startups. So my first questions will be to you. So when you are going to fund a AI startup or something or AI initiative, what are the things you look for?
I think as a venture investor, you look for the same thing that you look in any company that you fund, right? AI is no different. We have our own compulsions of what we can do based on the funding that we raise. So we typically run 10-year funds. So which means I have the first 5 years to invest, I have the next 5 years to exit. So I need to enter a company and be able to exit in a 5 to 6 year period. So when I enter a business, whether it's an AI business or any other business, I will look at whether this company is going to be valuable enough in 5 to 6 years for me to exit, right? One barometer for value has always been revenues and profitability. I mean, in VC world, people talk less about profitability, more about still revenues because profits take a longer time. But, and therefore, and if you look at the Indian VC ecosystem, a lot of us have been driven by the consumer and fintech and so on. So revenue is very large. So we still, I think a lot of us still look for revenues, which is difficult in a, when you're doing sort of deep research, right? So therefore, a lot of the models that are getting funded, you will find even the AI models are where applications are actually happening. There are customers, there is actual revenue on the table, right? So, and you can see that traction. So that's where bulk of the sort of VC funding is happening today, which is probably true for other parts of the world as well, except that there are maybe slightly longer term fund. There are more, what are called as permanent capital vehicles in the Silicon Valley, which are like, 15 years or whatever, that gives you that kind of timeline. Supported in part by government grants, also taking off some of the risk in the initial period. So we will look for, where the basic research have been done. So, if you talk in TRL, CRL terms, some of us are comfortable in the TRL 6-7, CRL 6-7 range. A lot of us are comfortable more in the CRL 7+ range. Right? That's where bulk of us are going to come in, I think.
Okay, thank you. So coming to Sumakesh, who is on the other end of the table right now. So how do you think you can really ensure that your company will get a good valuation and eventually attract funding and things like that?
Yeah, I wish I had the very clear formula for that. But so the way at least I have approached it, and I have seen a bunch of my friends approach it, is so there are different levels of funding, right? Different stages of funding. You start with a pre-seed fund where you have an idea, you have some basic validation from a group of focus users, etc., who have validated your core concept. Now, let's say, for example, if it's an AI tool that you are developing, are people actually deriving value from using this tool? If you have some sort of validation around it, I feel that gives a certain level of comfort to the VCs. But on the flip side, if you look at the different sectors in which you could potentially be building, and maybe I can talk a little bit more about consumer. If you look at a consumer investment, the tech today is broadly commoditized, right? Whatever model Google has built is going to be the best in class, right? Today, if you look at Gemini, the image model that Gemini has is the best in class that is out there. There was this poor chap who had built a company called Doji based out of the US. They had raised $10 million of seed funding. The day Gemini launched, they lost their entire value proposition because they had built a very good diffusion-based image model, and Gemini just wiped it out overnight. The way you defend against it is to have better distribution. What does better distribution mean? You have a brand value. There are people that you can reach that somebody else cannot. So you have to become very visible on social media. For example, now I start doing those, trendy viral reels and stuff like that so that I can attract the 25-year-old TG to my platform. On the other side, the defensibility comes on how well can you iterate. The difference between a big behemoth like Google versus a small player like you is, Google can put a lot of money into building the infrastructure because they have that cash lying around. But to be able to understand a very small TG very well and deliver a product that serves exactly what they need is what you can do because you can iterate very fast. So 2 points. One, defensibility comes through distribution. The second defensibility comes through how fast can you iterate to get to what the user exactly wants.
Okay, thank you. Now to the other AI expert from the industry. So do you think right now there is a huge number of startups in the country. So what do you think? What are the chances of that our startups will really be able to take on the might of Google and all those people with a lot of money both in India as well as abroad?
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. And that's a question we also, as ecosystem players, keep on asking ourselves if we really have it in us, or do our startups really have it in them to make sure that they can reach at a global scale. So I think I'll bring forth 2-3 points, and I think Sumakesh also brought that point up. We require a lot of agility and flexibility, right? So we all used to run after SaaS, right? SaaS used to be the next big thing. Everyone thought that SaaS is something that will make us so big, and when I say us, it's basically India, so big that no one will be able to touch us. Then AI came and SaaS became redundant, right? And typically we don't know what else is going to come in. As of now, everyone is running after AI and ML and whatnot. These are all the buzzwords. But let's see. What we typically should focus on is the applicability of some of these products or services, solutions which are getting developed. I'll give you live examples. We as a fund invest in a lot of manufacturing companies. Now, manufacturing is something where you will believe the application of AI will come in last, right? We all talk about softwares, we all talk about hardwares. But imagine a company doing, say, water treatment. Now, what role will an AI play there? The moment the startups and ventures who are working on these solutions typically broaden their horizons and believe that some of these B2B kind of applications, where it's very easy to obtain and attain scale, right? As long as these things are kept into mind, I think it's very easy for India and Indians to typically reach that scale. We, in our portfolio companies, we typically struggle, right, as to how do we implement these AI solutions, not only from a perspective of technology, but also cost cutting, right? Because these AI solutions have really brought down the costs for everyone. We don't understand this. Neither our portfolio companies understand. The promoters of those companies, they don't understand. So what is the solution? So basically, people who are developing these AI solutions will have to broaden their horizons and come to populace like these, right, where they can find solutions. And then I think, sir, it will be easier for, say, Indians, as I said, to reach that global scale. And for that, we need a lot of collaboration between industry. And I think this is a point which has been spoken about a lot since morning today in this forum. I think we need a lot of collaboration. We need a lot of incentive alignment between the industry and the academia to make sure that whatever efforts are being taken in terms of research and development at the academic level get translated to commercialized or commercializable products, which can then tap these larger opportunities both in B2B and B2C. So that's my humble submission. As all entrepreneurs who typically deal with us, who come to us for funding, we typically give them a lot of ideas as to how they can tap the market, but ultimately it's right from day one that feeling has to be inculcated in them that they are there to serve the larger audience and not just the software solutions that they are building for very limited populace. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. Now, ball is back into the academics court. So I request Professor Ahuja to share his thoughts on what do the academic institution, how should he strategize? For example, in his COE on agriculture. So what kind of strategies we should adopt to make sure that we can really deliver some value to the society and and the economy?
So yes, because in this, so AI Agri is directly related to the farmers actually. So we have to help our farmer, how we can educate our farmer. I'm sure they are not expert on AI. So what kind of solution we can give them so they can use a simple mobile phone and they can speak and they can get answer. So keeping that in mind, so we are developing at IIT Ropar, we are developing large language model for which we call Agri LLM. And this will be also the government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, they have this Vistar platform. So we will be built on Vistar and Vistar 2.0. It's like a farmer chat box. So farmer can ask a question in any of his language and it can be answered. So you can say what's so new in this one. So what we have done actually, we have created for different crops, different questions, almost 50 to 60,000 questions, well curated. and well answered by the experts. And then that's in the database now. Now farmer asks question, so we give them an answer. And then when we give the answer, we also say that who has given this, give the reference for this answer. So they are basically the expert from agriculture universities, or they are farmers doing that kind of crop for like 20 to 30 years. So they have also experience with that one. So the authenticity of that answer is very good actually. Then farmer can rely. Another thing is we have developed this micro weather station, and I don't want to say too much actually, but I would like to say that we have more weather station than IMD right now in India. So we want to give accurate weather forecast for a farmer, and the accuracy of our weather station is 99%, and this certificate is given by IMD itself. And there we want to give accurate information of the weather to a farmer. Not only raining, wind, or solar radiation, but also the humidity of the sand actually the soil. So they can get a lot of information, correct weather, and then we can advise them by soil testing the correct kind of fertilizer, amount of fertilizer, and what kind of pesticides they should use. And that can be do also with the pest control also. What we can do, we are now collecting the data from different kind of crops and for crop identification, and also when they get some kind of diseases in the plants. So we are collecting those pictures also, and by looking the picture, we can tell that this is a disease, what your crop has, what kind of pesticides you have to use. So in that way, farmers are getting a one time all those information which he need before he is going for any crop. So this is the way AI can help them, and they can help them to answer in their own language.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ahuja. Coming back to Professor Kamakoti, recently you have got this COE on education. So what are your thoughts on that, and how do you think this can help us in creating new generation of graduates and skilled workforce for the country?
So we start with something very fundamental at the school level. Today, friends, our gross enrollment ratio of number of students who finish +2 and come to the higher education stands at 29%. It's a national average. That means out of 100 children who pass the +2 examination, only 29 of them come to higher education. 71 do not even touch the college education at all. So this is very important, because we are in the youngest population in the world in the age group of 15 to 35. And so we have to improve this gross enrollment ratio to 50%. And so this is a target set up by the National Education Policy. Now, one of the biggest goal of this AI Center of Excellence in Education is to basically address this problem, wherein we are trying to do intervention at the school level, probably from the 3rd standard onwards. We put certain access mechanisms. For example, we run a project called Vidya Shakti. We have 7,000 centers across rural India. We have a television, we have an internet connected television, and a teacher logs in the mother tongue. Basically, we go and talk about the school, augment their school education. Any doubts they have, we clear. And this has slowly improved their attentivity in the class and also the marks that they score. We also keep certain micro evaluations, micro assessment, and this is growing. And to actually see the impact of what we do, we will be using AI in a very big way. 3 important parameters: whether the teacher has spent enough time there, the second, whether the student has understood, and the third thing is there a continuity in that mentorship. So these are some very interesting things that you get out of the data, number one. Number two is, today one of the major challenges in Indian education system is language. We have 22 official languages, 22 mother tongues precisely, and we need to have a seamless transition from one language to another. And some of the great materials, some of very good materials are available in English, and we need to translate. So we are also building LLMs which can do this translation very effectively, and also in a colloquial way. In the colloquial way, in the sense, if you take the English question paper and translate every syllable to Hindi, you can't understand the science at all. So there should be some what you call as Hinglish. So half of Hindi and half of English. So this type of a colloquial sort of translation mechanism is what we are looking at. And that's the second important thing. The third important intervention that we would like to do is to bring in more virtual reality and augmented reality that will further enhance the delivery of his system. For example, today we have animation that we bring and teach the teacher to basically use that animation properly. Today we just talk about pressure. When we keep increasing the pressure, even in a real experiment scenario, we can show the increase of that pressure, but beyond some point that cylinder will burst. This we can simulate and show. And so simulation is actually yielding very, very good results. And how do we make AI make such type of animations and simulations which can essentially make the education more experiential? And that is the third intervention that we are trying to do. So, and overall, the entire impact study of what has happened and what we need to do. Can every child get a personalized tutor which can understand what see, for people who have studied computer science, 2 plus 3 into 5 is basically 17 without any parenthesis. So, because there's an operator precedence where multiplication happens before addition. If somebody writes 2 plus 3 into 5 as 16, right, then there's a problem with addition. But if the answer is 2 plus 3 into 5 is 25, that means he has added first and then multiplied, there is a problem with the concept. So the type of training I need to give for the first person who had 16 as an answer versus the second person who had 25 as an answer is different. So I'm just giving this as an example of how we can set question papers, and from the wrong answers, we can find out which concept that could be strengthened. So these type of very, very personalized intervention is what we aspire to do through that. I hope by this, our whole education system, the quality of education, will become more accessible, specifically to rural India, because in the age group of 15 to 35, we have 75% of the population is in rural India, which does not get the same quality or access to quality education as we see in the urban places.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kamakoti. In the interest of time, I would like to restrict number of questions to just a few. So I would open this for a couple of questions from the audience. Anyone who wants to ask a question, please raise your hand. And somebody should go to them with a mic.
Lady there.
Yeah. उसको ऑन कर लीजिए पहले.
Hello. Okay. I have a small question. I happen to be a professor only at IInvenTiv2026. So, in the wake of the today's AI buzzword or boom, whatever we call, as a faculty, a common problem that we are facing is most of our students, they are handling AI as a black box. So, especially our IIT graduates level, or they are at a different tier. So, and it's very difficult the way the AI is actually evolving so fast. So, what do you suggest that as a teacher, should we focus on what is understanding the maths or whatever is inside, or just using it as a hyperparameter tuning kind of thing that they do? So, this is something...
A very interesting question. So for a computer science department or a data science and AI department, it's a must that they teach what is undergoing, what is happening below. If that doesn't happen, then tomorrow when we talk of responsible AI, when we talk of accountability in the system, people really can't understand what's underneath. And even when we want to port these algorithms to modern architectures and stuff like that. So that's basically fundamental work there. But beyond this, if you're a mechanical engineer, for example, I went and visited a car factory. They said, I'm using AI, and whatever I could need to solve, whatever would take 6 months, we have finished it in 1 week. Because they have a lot of data, tons of data, and the AI basically told, go and look at these parameters, and you'll get, it's about fine-tuning of the engine. So make this knob, adjust this, adjust that, and you get this, whatever, emission norms. So there they need to be a user of AI. But their core strength lies in other engineering disciplines. I think what will happen now is if you take any of our institutes, every department today has an AI course in tune for them. AI for chemistry, AI for physics, AI for mechanical engineering, AI for aerospace. And what that essentially will teach is how to use AI in the context. And that person need not know what is a deep neural network, how neurons are connected, what is spiking there, nothing. That they need not know. But as a computer scientist, we need to know. This is the basic difference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One more question. Yeah, please. Mike, please take the mic.
Question is to Professor Kamakodi, sir. Sir, at the advent of AI and engaging on day in, day out for the students, and so I've been repeatedly observing IIT Madras do have an approach towards this concept. Even now, you are talking about the education system and then statistics you based on and you build everything. There is something called, TRL 567, where it is also the valley of death, and pretty often every lecture you never say the word, rather you say valley of hope. And also you worked on your funds, your policy. IIT Madras do have somewhere, some part, different perspective towards a concept itself. I think you also have a very active design thinking course, where all these perspective, how it is IIT Madras is building and what is the base for this.
Yeah, so I think I'll start with this very interesting book by Kasparov on what you call as deep thinking, where artificial intelligence ends and natural intelligence takes over. So when, of course, Kasparov would be the saddest person, the hater of computer science, when actually a computer bet him. But then he came out, he did win the computer at a later point of time. But then he came out with this, that he went for a rapid round, where there we find 100 computers, and he was just moving one table to another, just, playing against the computer. He said, if I put 100 Kasparov, can you make one robot do this? And that's impossible, right? We got to move from one desk to another. First finding out which desk there, and then where to stop, what coin, and then take it, pick it, and put it. So it's going to be very difficult. So there are a lot of things that the human brain can do, which I think is very, much far even today, I believe, and especially in core engineering. Suppose you say that AI build a company like Agnikul, right? It's impossible, I'll tell you. So it's extremely impossible. So there's a lot of concepts that come in. So that's where creativity really comes in. And of course, I don't like the Western world for something. I teach operating system. There you say garbage collection, poison bit, dirty bit. Everything sounds negative there, right? India is a country where we talk asatoma, sadgamaya, tamasoma, jyotirgamaya, mrityorma, amritam gamaya. So I just want all of you, even fund VCs and startups, don't call it valley of death. Call it valley of hope, right? So I've been repeatedly telling this. Valley of hope. And to cross this valley of hope, we need some money, and of course, all the criteria which he has mentioned would be extremely useful. I think somebody else is also clapping very nicely for this. Okay. So last one I want to say is, we are also inspired by, say, sports. We are inspired by fine arts, cultural, and cultural excellence, which basically takes us to the brim of creativity, right? So if people who appreciate Indian music, right, the same raga is sung for 100,000 times by 100,000 artists, but you don't get it bored because you have several combinations, unbelievable combinations are there. So these are some creativity that we get inspiration from our own cultural forms, which our brain has been doing it, right? I just take 2 more minutes of your time. See, there was a very great incident in Carnatic music, right? When an artist was entering when a king was entering his darbar, a bee bit on his lips, and he was not able to fold the lips. So he has to keep his mouth open. So he went and sat, and then one of the court singers, the musician, came. And he said, if it is happening to an artist when he's entering a concert hall, how will he sing? Just keeping his mouth open. And it was Harikesh Nallur Muthiya Bhagavatar in Mysore court. So if you look at, the seven swaras, Sari, Ga, Ma, Pa, Da, Nisa, Ma and Pa, where you touch. Sari, Ga, Da, Nisa, you don't touch. So he came out with a raga called, with just Sari, Ga, Da, Nisa, Sani, Da, Garisa. He named it Niroshta. Oshta means lips. Niroshta means you don't touch. Not only that, he composed the sahitya, the song, the lyrics, in such a way that it doesn't use any word that the lips has to go. Raja, Raja, Radite. So you don't even touch. So this is the creativity which music offers you. This is our Indian culture offers. I don't think AI can come anywhere close to this in the near future. And if it comes, then we'll have something else to talk. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kamakoti. I think in the interest of time, I won't be able to allow any more questions. So it's my pleasant duty to kind of sum it up. And, I think based on all the discussions, I think the hope is still there, and with hope only we are actually doing this panel discussion, that India or some startups from India, they will rise and they will make, if not the next Google, at least next Anthropic. And I'm sure our students, our young graduates, they are certainly up to it. Only we have to provide the necessary support, necessary infrastructure, funding, and again, mentoring. I think very, very important. And I think with all this, I think we can certainly have a number of unicorns coming up in this space very soon. And finally, let me also share a little small discussion I had with Sirish Kedare, who had to leave early. And so basically, he and I at breakfast table, we came to the conclusion that AI is still not coming anywhere close to creativity, as what Professor Kamakoti has also said. And I think that is the inherent strength in natural intelligence. And for AI, as we know, those who have worked with VLSI and other circuits, we know the kind of complexity that is there inside our brain is certainly not matched anywhere close by our VLSI chips. So I'm very sure that natural intelligence has a long way to go, but AI must be harnessed and utilized. And in my personal opinion, AI is nothing more than a little bit advanced of computer programming. And those who can learn any tool, starting from calculators, people said that, calculators will make people fools. They will not be able to do any calculations, and then computers, and now AI. I think it's just the evolution. The better tools we have, the better we'll be able to work, better we'll be able to perform and improve our lifestyle. So with this hope, I would like to close this panel discussion, and thanks to all my panelists for being patient and answering all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Patra, sir, for supporting this wonderful discussion on this AI panel. Now, thank you to all lead speakers also for such a wonderful discussion. Now, I request to our moderator, Professor Patra, sir, kindly felicitate our lead speaker, Professor V. Kamakoti, sir. Sir, kindly facilitate Rajiv Ahuja, sir. Sanchayan Chakravarti, sir. Siddharth Gar, sir. And Sumukesh Mishra, sir. And now I request Professor T.N. Singh, Director of IIT Patna, kindly felicitate our moderator, Amit Patra, sir. bunch of friends as well, right? Now I'm a request to next session in charge for healthcare.
Sorry. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Ajay Bhandari, and on behalf of IIT ISM Dhanbad, it is my privilege to welcome you all for the plenary session 3, Research and Innovation in Healthcare, as a part of IInvenTiv2026. Today's panel discussion is a part of the healthcare theme, which focuses on the topic converging engineering, medicine, and enterprise, building scalable healthcare solutions through innovation and policy. We are truly honored to have an eminent panel of distinguished experts who bring together perspectives from academia, clinical practice, industry, entrepreneurship, investment, and policy. I now request our esteemed panelists to kindly join us on the dais. I first invite Professor Suman Chakravarti, Director, IIT Kharagpur, to kindly take the seat on the dais. I now invite Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, IAS, CEO, National Health Authority, to kindly take the seat on the dais. I now invite Professor Dharinder S. Katti, Director, IIT Goa, to kindly take the seat on the dais. I now invite Dr. Ashok K. Jha, Head R&D, Cohance Life Sciences Limited, to kindly take the seat on the dais. I invite Dr. Shrishendu Mukherjee, MD, Vadhwani Innovation Network, to kindly take the seat on the dais. I invite Dr. Manish Raj, AIMS Diogar, to kindly take the seat on the dais. Thanks to all the panel members for joining the dais. Healthcare as a theme stands out as one of the most critical and complex domains where innovation must not only be technologically advanced, but also clinically relevant, scalable, and accessible. So, in this regard, to lead this important discussion, we are privileged to have with us Professor Suman Chakravarti, Director, IIT Kharagpur, and a globally recognized researcher in micro and nanoscale transport with significant contributions in biomedical engineering. And we are honored to have him as the moderator for this session. Without further delay, I request Professor Suman Chakravarti sir to kindly take over and initiate the panel discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and it's a privilege to sit in this particular panel where really great experts are here. Because of the interest of time, we will not get into much of a preamble. We all understand that this is a new era where healthcare and engineering are not considered to be of two different ball games. IITs and other centrally funded engineering institutions for quite some time have been engaged in research which are related to different applications of healthcare. I mean different applications relevant to healthcare in a sense that they could be still fundamentally oriented or they could be aligned with certain products. This has been happening for now quite some time. IIT Kharagpur in 2001 set up the School of Medical Science and Technology, the first of its kind, where a school is offering a technology master's degree known as MMST to MBBS degree holders. From then, more than 25 years passed, and different IITs and other research institutions have encroached deeply into what we summarily call as medtech research. Having said that, there is still a lot of gap between the outcome of this research and the effect that at the end percolates down to what we say as the lab to field, lab to market, or whatever nomenclature, to the finishing stage. The scenario is a bit different in healthcare as compared to many other areas, because healthcare is also deeply connected with a lot of regulatory compliances and lot of protocols and aspects connected with clinical practice. And one of the major challenges for a long period of time has been to create a proper connect between the clinical practice, the medical world, and the technology world. And the connect, whatever has been existing, has always mostly been in terms of like as if one of those giving service to the other, but not really reciprocating in nature. On the top of that, when innovations in these sectors have the promise to come to application, real life application, the issues which are deeply connected with any other technology, supporting the innovation through startup ecosystem and facilitating everything starting from the low TRL to the high TRL, and finally passing the regulatory and the statutory compliances, it requires really an ecosystem. And we have to imagine that the healthcare ecosystem is further challenged by what we say as lack of balance between the rural and the urban facilities and amenities. And in that way, many of the expensive facilities and amenities, they are technologically quite advanced, but not relevant in the affordability and accessibility context. So that drives a different type of innovation. But to support that innovation, there is still some ecosystem which is lacking. So I believe that today in the panel, the panelists would like to deliberate upon some of the missing dots from their own fields, their own specializations, their own perspectives, which, if connected all together, will make us realize the true promises of medtech to be delivered and not just remaining isolated as beautiful innovations, patents, publications, but not coming to the commercialization arena. So with this sort of background, I would request each of the panelists, I would maybe not always ask very pinpointed questions because they are themselves in certain areas. For example, we have like Professor Katti himself from academic arena. We have Dr. Jha from the industry. We have Dr. Raj, the clinical representative in our forum. We have Dr. Mukherjee, a representative of the innovation startup support ecosystem. And most importantly, Dr. Barnwal, the policy person who can connect everything. And he would be the most ideal person to start with because a major part of his career has been in the Ministry of Education. And he has been connected with our IIT system very strongly. And now, he himself being in the helm of National Health Authority, he will also look into, of course, that angle. And as you have heard, at least IIT Kharagpur, we have submitted our application to the NMC for postgraduate, medical education program. So medical and your department all coming, very close with the engineering in the IIT system. So Dr. Barnwal, you have seen it from various angles. What are the most important gaps that we need to fill in our ecosystem, both in terms of action and in terms of policy, to make this realizable that most of the innovations which are coming in the lab and very interesting, how they can actually benefit the last mile and the patient?
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, as I was saying in the inaugural session also, as long as healthcare was seen more like a treatment of disease, it was quite isolated from use of cutting-edge new technologies. They were quite good in using technology for clinical purposes. And that is how they moved from a traditional surgery to laparoscopic to, robotics and now to remote surgeries. So all new uses of technology have been mostly in the clinical side of it, which is very important because treatment has to be very effective. It has to actually be in a way to give life to the people. But at the same time, if we realize that technology can also improve the workflow which goes in healthcare delivery. When we talk of the workflow, it is not just clinical. It has a lot of component of non-clinical part. If you go as a patient, you must have realized there is a registration, then there are movement for diagnostic, then you go for other necessary things. And then finally, once you reach to the doctor for a treatment, before that also there will be recording of symptoms, there will be recording of some of the records, and then finally some prescription. Even the nursing part of the hospital will have too many record filling. People will fill your hypertension every 1 hour, diabetes, and so on and so forth. So these workflows consumes a lot of time of an expert doctor or nurses or a paramedics. This actually reduces the efficiency of these professionals, which otherwise can be more productive doing the core work of treatment. So now when we see technology using the data, and which is very important when we talk of the digital health, there are two aspects of use of technology. One is workflow improvement or workflow optimization. Many of the non-clinical work of a professional can be taken care of the technology seamlessly. so that when the patient reaches to the doctor, doctor knows everything about it regarding the symptom, past history, past medication, past surgery, etc., everything. So the decision for a doctor about the patient becomes much easier, and not just easier, much more correct also, because then the doctor knows the history. So this workflow optimization can be done seamlessly by the technology. Using AI, it has become even more efficient. So the triaging of a patient for what kind of a doctor he or she should visit can easily be done by technology. So this is one part of it. Second part comes from digital health is, once we have huge data of the patient, it doesn't remain a data. It becomes, the insight in this data creates a lot of intelligence. So if you have, suppose Ayushman Bharat PMJ scheme has got treatment history of about 11.8 crore patient. And it is as diverse as from whole of the country, because people are getting treatment from northeast, from south, from north, from west, from every part of the country. So this is extremely diverse data. You can easily make an insight that what disease is actually prevalent in what age group, which category, male, female, which region, north, south, east, west, this particular geography, that particular geography. There are possibilities now with this data, health data layer, you can plot climate data. This is what government of Kerala is now planning to do. When they started getting flood, nobody thought why Kerala is getting flood, which they never had got before. And then they are realizing that why can't we use this data? And that is what they are doing, that they are plotting, climate data along with the geospatial data and the health data to get a new kind of intelligence. So now using these technology, which is related to the value of data, can create huge intelligence. And if we get this intelligence, the simplest thing which is happening is detect the disease right at the early stage. Now, everyone knows beyond 50, people are likely to get cataract. In our rural areas, how many people keep suffering from the cataract? And you must have seen that many old-aged person will just say to their children, "मुझे आँख से दिखता नहीं है." And many people will say कि अब उम्र हो गया है, इसलिए अब दिखता नहीं है, which is very natural. And in that process, they lose a lot of their productive life. And this is such a curable thing that right at early stage, if it can be screened and detected, it can be operated in a half-a-day procedure or a day procedure. But the whole challenge is detecting at the right time. And why it is a challenge? Because the person has to go to the health facility first to get detected whether he has a cataract or not. Now with an AI solution, which gives a strength to a frontline ASA worker, that using a mobile phone, if she takes a picture of her eye, the solution tells whether he or she has got a cataract or not. Now it suddenly amplifies the whole screening process, and we can easily detect and tell the person to go and get the treatment done. So while it may be very small thing at a population scale, we may not value it, but for the individual's life, it is extremely important that he gets a productive period for of their life. So these are few examples, but there are many more, like diabetic retinopathy. People are able to now detect using the fundus image some kind of cancer even. Because till now, we have been always thinking that we always scan an organ to find the problem with that organ. But now, they are also realizing with more and more data and AI that everything which happens in this body has some manifestation somewhere in your body, and eyes are one of the most sensitive one where these manifestations happen. And this is a possibility which is coming up, that with few screening now they can detect large number of disease. And this is something, in fact, during the AI summit, one of the application, Cure AI, they say that in India, every day almost 1 crore X-ray takes place of the chest. And what the doctor sees, they just see whether there is some congestion, there is some problem in the chest. And the doctor is concerned only with the disease which they know. But the scanning has been done of the whole chest. The AI solution will screen it from all angles. And now they can tell right at the earliest stage whether it is an indication for lungs cancer or not. It's an indication of a cardiac problem or not, which normal doctor will not see. Pulmonologist will not see, but the AI solution will see it. And therefore, there is a possibility of detecting disease much early, and this is possible not by clinical innovation. It is by technological innovation, use of data, intelligence built over it, and this is what we are trying to do in NHA by building a building block in form of registries and gateways where we can generate digital health record across the facilities and enable them to connect each other, share the records, build individual health history, and do all kinds of AI application on that. I think this is something which country is looking forward to, and we are hoping something will come which concerns every individual, because health is one subject which is concerning everyone. And in fact, soon we are going to launch something called Universal Health Interface. This is likely to become universal, like universal payment interface, where every citizen is using for payment transfer. I think everyone will start using UHI to discover a doctor of his choice, discover a specialty, locate and see the availability, and actually by uploading their own symptoms, etc., they might actually find a right treatment. So these are the possibilities which are coming up. So the technical institutions have a huge role to play in this field now, where healthcare delivery can be transformed at a billion scale. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's indeed a revolution that has come with the digital technologies, in particular AI, but also other forms of digital technologies which have come into the healthcare much more prolifically over the recent times, including the rapid telecommunication, the improvement of that and impacting the telemedicine through that has also played a very big role. Now coming to the the most decisive side, the clinical side, at the end, as per law and as per patient trust, the doctor is the ultimate to take care of the health conditions. From a clinical perspective, technology and AI, for example, these are all like blessings. And as Dr. Barnawal was telling, that immense amount of data and intelligent analytics could decode many of the things. But then with every use, there are responsibilities. So one is the data security and privacy, the ethical use of the data, and also a chance of AI taking over the doctor. And, in a loose sense, I have myself seen a doctor being asked a question and doctor putting up the question in ChatGPT and getting some output from that and putting up that in the prescription. Now, this is important for a doctor also to use, but as the disclaimer comes, ChatGPT can also make mistakes. So, in that capacity and in the role of a clinician, my question to Dr. Raj is, how do you see this advent of technology and digital technology both as an opportunity and some challenge which also needs to be overcome from a clinical point of view.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity. Sir, technology can be beneficial and it has adverse effect also. It has both sides. Sir, actually, if you ask, you say people ask from the chat GPT, very common. Nowadays, every people come to our OPD and they know everything about their symptom and everything, and they already search it. And chat GPT give them almost 10 or 15 problems already. You may have this disease, may have this disease, this. And it can lead up to the cancer, terminal disease. But he might have a simple upper respiratory tract infection. So the basic question arises, who will be responsible if AI tool give the wrong diagnosis? Is it doctor? Is it the inventor? Is it the AI? Whom we will sue in the court? This is the most medico-legal question right now asked all over the world. If you take the help of any AI tool, it gives wrong diagnosis, who is responsible? Second thing is, sir, technology is time to have the good technology innovation in the healthcare. But the first question and foremost question is, your research question should be good. What you want to innovate is the most crucial thing. If you are innovating something which is very noble, very advanced, but practically not applicable, then there is no point of innovation. So here comes the role for which we are sitting right now here discussing. Converging two branch, that is engineering and medical, to get benefit for the common patient care or health care. And both these branches, medical and engineering, have a very diverse background, nothing common between them. Actually, engineering also have lot of subspecialties, medicine also have lot of subspecialties. There may be lot of combination, permeation for the development of research. And if you see how the engineering student grows and how the medical student grow, that is very different. Engineering student from the day one, innovate, find something new, assignment, everything. Medical student, very conservative teaching. अगर 2 आंख है, 2 हाथ है, 206 हड्डी है, तो वही रहेगी, वो बदलेगी नहीं. Okay, so this is something very, and now even if you think of a very good engineer in your mind, what do you think? Rancho from 3 Idiot, Amir Khan, who do something new, Kabil bano, success aayegi. And when you think of a very good doctor, you will think of Munna Bhai MBBS, who hug every other patient and talk very sweetly, sabko hasaye. So this is two different branch. And now, but the problem is you both have to connect to give it the right technology innovation which healthcare needs. Sir, my personal experience, I can tell you, I am also associated with some research work and innovation with IIT Dhanbad. Arup Pal sir is sitting here. I had already collaborated with him. So our collaboration started almost 3-4 years back. And when we started, I think neither he understand me, neither I understand him. So it take multiple times. So we decided, forget about the project, write some paper. So writing the first paper take me almost 1 year, because his way of writing paper is totally different. My paper of writing paper is totally different. Engineering side kuch aur paper chhapta hai, medical side kuch aur chhapta hai. Now after 1 year the paper has come, and it was actually systematic review and meta-analysis of an AI tool to detect fracture. And that paper I published in Indian Journal of Orthopedics. And they like it so much, they give the best paper award for that paper. Because before that, not such paper has come which has input from both medical and engineering law. And now we have more than 2 projects, more than 10 paper publication in almost engineering, medical, both sides. So If you want to collaborate, the first thing is right question. Collaborating teams should understand each other. That is very important. Your collaboration should not be short term. You have to understand. Because if you are going for a short term, you will not try to innovate something. Your team need to understand what we want to innovate, which is practically feasible. Outcome is good. Then only we can go for the innovation in the healthcare. And innovation in the healthcare right now is a must required field for the betterment of the people. Actually, this topic is very long. We start talking, the whole day conference can go on. As the time is limited, I limit my...
No, thank you. And as you have rightly pointed out, that the culture in which the engineering students are brought up and the medical students are brought up, and at the end, their convergence is what is going to lead to the innovation coming into the real practice. So coming to Professor Kati, and being an academician, this is always an interesting thing that in IITs we are familiar with engineering education. Now let us say we are having to design a new program where engineering and medicine will work together in a way that it will overcome all these challenges that have been talked about. So what would be your takes in designing such programs?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. This question is close to my heart. So, no, I actually, for those of you who don't know, of course, right now I'm the director of IIT Goa, but I was at IIT Kanpur for the last 20 years. Very recently, a few years ago, IIT Kanpur, with support from the Mehta Family Foundation, has set up a center which luckily I was instrumental towards. It's called Center for Engineering in Medicine. So this is precisely the question that you have asked. So as you know, I mean, almost everybody here in this audience would definitely know that almost all frontier science is at the interface of at least two disciplines, if not more. Almost all frontier science is at the interface of at least two disciplines, if not more. And recognizing that frontier of medical science would be at the interface of medical science and something else. And so therefore, recognizing that engineering could be one of the most important frontiers of this field, the center was set up. And the center was set up primarily because all the engineering disciplines, computer science and engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, materials engineering, civil engineering, believe it or not, all of them had a role to play in some sense interface and provide solutions that are useful in the domain of medicine. And I'll just quickly give you one or two examples so that you don't just remain theoretical or hanging in the air. One very good example that I am familiar with because I work in that area, this area is called regenerative medicine or tissue engineering. And the goal of the area is to make artificial man-made human tissue and organs, so that off the top of the shelf, you would have directly available organs that can be replaced if there is a failing organ or if there is a diseased organ or if there is a cancer in that organ or something of that sort. So as a consequence, organ function gets compromised either in diseased conditions or because of some trauma. Under those circumstances, we currently have no other means of, because there is a regenerative capacity limit in the human body. And so therefore, if we can use biomaterial-based technologies, that in combination with stem cell technology can enable engineering of human tissue. And the field is evolved now, and the field is called tissue engineering. So this is clearly an example where, material science and nanotechnology and whatever, cell biology and human physiology. These are the disciplines which are needed to come together so that one can, engineer human tissue. Now, obviously, it demands expertise in multiple disciplines, and how does one do that? So as a consequence, there is a need felt for training people who can potentially provide these solutions in future. And hence, the field of biomedical engineering actually evolved. It came about around 20 years ago. But that was more from the point of electrical engineering and instrumentation at that point of time when it took birth. all the instruments that you see now, ultrasound and X-ray and micro CT and all these instruments, they're all coming in from contributions that electrical engineers 20, 30 years ago made towards the field of medicine. But therein, it is development of an instrument meant for, let's say, radiology. And radiology pretty much is just trying to get some sort of imaging information and then translate that. Within radiology, just to cite a second example, image analysis is a well-known field in multiple engineering disciplines, including electrical engineering. And so image analysis, the more accurate your image analysis is, the greater is the finesse with which a radiologist can make conclusions. So now if you notice, all the radiological instruments, whichever they are, MRI, CT, all of them, of course, the clinical diagnosis, you need to take a look at it. And like Dr. Raj rightly pointed out, clinical diagnosis and outcome from image analysis through AI, they don't necessarily match 100% of the times. But 70-80% of the times, they're well guided. In the sense, you get good information. And since your human eye can oversee some details, so therefore, those details a clinician can be pointed towards. So I think image analysis will also facilitate the process. So like this, there are multiple examples, but I think coming to the point that Professor Chakravarti was making, so we need to set up these more such programs, which are biomedical engineering, where the student studies some aspects of medicine, some aspect like, physiology, anatomy, and some aspects of biology, which is more like cell biology, biochemistry, and things like that, protein biochemistry. And then aspects of engineering, like whatever is of interest, biomechanics or electrical engineering or computational biology, all aspects of engineering, so that eventually, at least at the undergraduate level, he has a broad knowledge of all of this. At a master's level, where in IIT system at least there is a 1-year thesis component, there one can easily get into some aspect more specialized. And if you find it very interesting, then go ahead and do a PhD, which is a very detailed program which can contribute towards the development of new technologies in such domains. I hope that...
I know. Thanks very much. And now as we are proceeding now, I would say the business end of the match, everyone says. So one is industry, which is business end, and innovation. So we have the next two speakers, deliberating on that. First, Dr. Jha, you being an industry representative, and you are well aware of the challenges and also the opportunities. So currently what we see is that in the innovation space, when the medtech innovations are coming, there are lots of restrictions which are coming due to the challenges in advancing from maybe a low TRL to the higher level and scaling it up. So the manufacturing and supply chain of materials, and then the regulatory aspect, which is so critical in this medical arena, and also the import dependence, which to a large extent is challenging to address, even though innovations are taking place. So if, say, you have a free hand of designing a program which connects the industry and the academia for the medtech to be in particular, what would be your wish list?
Thank you, Professor Chakravarti, for asking a very relevant question what we all have been talking since morning. I have been in the drug discovery and development for over 20 years, and I would like to share one of my own case study, that what were the challenges when we wanted to go from innovation to technology and when we look for the commercials. So, when we come for a drug development, there are multiple components. First component come from a regulatory and a quality perspective, which is critical for a patient safety. Second portion comes is scalability and the cost factor. And every day there is a challenging cost factor, how to make the technology more cost efficient. And then again, obviously, have an innovative ways, sustainable ways of doing this technology. So a few years back, I had the similar challenge, and I would like to share with all of you as a case study. team in process research have done a wonderful, innovative technology. When it came, then hand-holding to the process engineers or the chemical engineers, how to do this scalability. They went to the scale-up and realized, no, this process is not scalable, maybe very innovative technology, but we cannot do it. And then the quality team came that if you come to this, you are going to violate the quality, so we will not allow it. One side you see very innovative technology. Second, you see it's coming, it cannot be scaled up. Third, say we have an quality and regulatory issues. So it was 6-7 years back, I felt it's quite a learning one, that how to solve this from the beginning itself. What I learned is people are working independently. I'm doing a very innovative science, I have done this. But what's the point on developing a process which cannot be scaled up in a large reactor? So we went back, we went 2 steps back and put the chemical engineer and the chemist both together, develop a process. I can rework on a process, but I cannot change the reactor tomorrow. So develop a process which is amenable for scalability and ensuring that we meeting all the quality compliances. The biggest learning what I had that solo development is not going to work, and the biggest hurdle we see when you try to have a technology and looking for commercialization. So this is the one big part, and after that we went back and re-strategized. Let's have a quality process engineer and the process chemist work at the beginning, develop a technology which is compliant with the regulatory and quality, develop a technology which is scalable. So that's the one big thing we have seen has been very helpful. Probably some of the learning can be taken up when we are talking about that industry and academia thing. I have been associated with some of my academic colleagues. It's my own passion and interest to see how to do that. Probably we need to amalgamate the thought process. The solo development will not work. We need to work on a co-development. So what is required for a scale-up and how we can connect with the building the technology, that's the way forward. And certainly here, both sitting together with a cup of coffee, with the industry and academia can make a huge impact. A second thing, I know already the previous session, a lot of topic happened on an AI. I would like to share some of the case study in the drug discovery and development, and where the both team can work together. In a drug discovery and development now, from a target validation to the clinical trial and commercialization, AI has made a big shift. From even the early phase discovery, 2-3 years back, one company founded in Boston, InSilico, the name was InSilico if I'm remembering right. So they have done from a biology target validation, designing of the molecule, filtration of the molecule, how to make this molecule most effective way using the AI and machine learning, and then how to speed up the DMTA cycle. We say in drug discovery, design, make, test, analyze cycle. How to optimize the ADME and all the data. So they could make from a biology target to the first in human trial in, I think it's a 20 months, which normally takes 5.5 years. So you can see the impact what it brings. And all the currently, I had an opportunity to work with a large pharma all across, being in a service industry. All the top 10 large pharma, if you see the major deal happened in last few years with IT industry to develop their own machine learning and AI to accelerate their drug discovery program. Probably some of these things, if we can take it, you have an expertise on building this technology. We have an expertise in how to use this technology and accelerate it. That may be one of the, I think, most relevant thing we can do.
Absolutely, Dr. Jha. It's like bringing the expertise from a very early stage together. Instead of one technology has advanced and then it has to be directed to an application and then it doesn't work. So from that ecosystem enabling point of view, where the different stakeholders come at an early stage and work together, I would request Dr. Mukherjee, the most significant ecosystem enabler sitting here, that what is your recommendation on, let us say we take a take home or a way forward from this panel, that how we can actually bring this all expertise at an early stage through an ecosystem connecting industry, academia, and the clinical, the three triangles.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty, and thank you for the invite today here. So I have been working in the innovation ecosystem for last almost 3 decades now. And what I find is a concept of 360-degree innovation needs to be built in any innovation to be taken forward. As rightly said by Dr. Banwal also and other panelists, Dr. Kati also, that in any innovation, if you see, 50% is the science behind the innovation. If the science is not good, the innovation will not move forward. Absolutely pure about it. It might be a clinical science, you can take basic science, biology, chemical science. Innovation has to be strong into it. The rest 50% of the innovation is, I will take a step backwards, sir, because being in a funding agency, I must look at almost 1,000 grant application per year. Starting from how you write grant application. Sometimes you are very good at talking about the innovation, but when it comes to converting that to a couple of pieces of pages, it becomes very challenging. So, that writing good grant application, bringing teams to take that innovation forward. As I said, 50% in science, the other 50%, one is writing grant application. What is the IP pathway for that innovation? Is this a very congested innovation? Then that innovation's path forward becomes very challenging. What is the regulatory pathway for that innovation to go forward? Sir is from the health authority with regulatory pathway. What is you need to understand that. Then you are converting that innovation, spinning that innovation into a startup or licensing to an industry, you need to understand what is your exit strategy from that innovation. So this is called the 360-degree innovation path, which we at the funding agency look at when we look at any innovation. That doesn't mean that end of 2 years of a funding or 3 years, you need to have a product in the market. No. But the innovation needs to be de-risked as we go forward. And this is how you de-risk it. That's why the team discussion, which I think everybody was talking about, is very, very essential. If you are a basic researcher, perfectly fine. You don't need to think about the IP strategy or regulatory, but you build a team who can guide you on that. If you are a basic researcher and it is a clinical exit, you need to have a clinician in the team. If it is a diagnostics, you have done some biomarkers or you have discovered some antibodies, then you need to talk to a biomedical engineer how to convert that into a diagnostic tool. So you need to talk to an engineer, to a clinician, and then you create that pathway forward. So this is how I think the innovation needs a path forward to move forward. Now, what is the solution for it? I have in my earlier role, I was working with the Department of Biotechnology, BIRAC, for almost 15 years. Before that, in Gates and Wellcome Trust. The idea is to handhold such innovation. And, basic researchers should be promoted to do basic sciences because that is the base. But we have to create an ecosystem, like the incubators are being created, where when a basic researcher goes, he needs a contact or a mentor with a clinical mentor who will help him to guide that, or a biomedical engineering mentor. Then a public health specialist who will tell, okay, ये innovation तो अच्छा है, लेकिन ये public health में take up कैसे होगा? Then how to convert that innovation into a product or a process? Because, there is a concept in any innovation and a product is called TPP, Target Product Profile, which needs to be, understood very well in advance. कि ये हमारा output होगा, तो ये product बनेगा, and who will buy that innovation? Whether a startup is doing it, so GEM portal में हम जा पाएंगे कि नहीं? What is the government has been very positive and proactive in that to create. So these innovation hubs which we are creating from the foundation, as well as the the incubators which the government has created, all has very strong mentors built into it. And our system of funding will not be a fund and forget model. It will be a fund and follow model, where it will not be a spray and pray model also, it will be hunt and fund model also, where we look at good innovation, good teams, support them with mentors and things like that, and take it forward and connect them to the ecosystem and the area to have an exit strategy. COVID was very well example, and I was fortunate when I was in the Department of Biotechnology and BioRack. I headed the mission COVID Suraksha, which was a fantastic, and in 11 months we brought out vaccines. But before that vaccines, we were importing, sir will know, PPE kits, ventilators, thermal scanners and things like that. But in 3 months' time, we literally worked within the government, within the regulators, within everything. We worked together to literally promote the startups. And within 3 months, we were not only, we were never importing, but we were exporting it. Vaccines, in 11 months, sir will know, we got 6 platforms of vaccine. The whole cell, the DNA, the RNA, the nasal, the subunit, all came out from India in 11 months. And how it happened? Of this team approach. The funding was there, of course, but connecting them to their thing like that. Not only in India, we vaccinated 1.3 billion people, 2 billion people, but we exported to 100+ countries in Vaccine Mein 3 program. And, nobody would have given us vaccines. Pfizer made 4 billion doses. Moderna made 1.5 billion doses. We needed 2.5 billion doses in our country. What cost we would have got it, but this innovation and team. Companies were brought in, the innovators were brought in, the platform we created, almost 35 clinical trial sites, almost 5 animal challenge facilities, 3 immunogenicity labs, the pandemic preparedness platform. And this is how the innovations came from academics, but the scaled up version went out in this. So I think we should talk about holistic innovation thinking. And what I tell my grantees is, when you write your innovation, think about your innovation, think it to the very end. I give an example of a fairy tale. It always starts with once upon a time, any fairy, and lives with happily lived ever after. So you should think from end to end. That doesn't mean a product aana chahiye aakhri mein. No. 2 saal ka aapko funding itna tabhi milega when you go step by step. But you should think that what will be your outcome. So that is how, and now the systems are there, hand-holding mechanisms have been building, mentorship networks are there to support innovations to move forward. I think that will be a short answer to your question on how we should support.
Thanks, Dr. Mukherjee. And now that we have heard from all our panelists, we can take maybe a couple of questions from the audience. Yes. Is there anyone with the microphone?
Good evening, sir. Myself, Professor Shankar Moi from NIT Durgapur. Me and my group working on anti-cancer drug design and drug development, cisplatin and carboplatin, oxaliplatin. These are the anti-cancer drug which is used as a chemotherapeutic drug that have side effect and toxicity. We are developing some molecules that have less toxic on normal cell and efficacy similar to the cisplatin, carboplatin or oxaliplatin, more or less. So we are searching for collaboration for its clinical trial also. This is my first query. And give a suitable and perfect actual communication for clinical trial. Sir, I want your
Want some advice on this? I think Dr. Jha can know.
I can help probably. I need to first understand a little bit more. If you are looking for a development of your drug, how to develop in terms of for clinical trials, I may not be the right person. Probably on a sidewalk, we can connect on a sidewalk.
Okay, sir. This is my total connection and all these things.
So I think you can keep it. This is a much broader question. It covers many of these. Possibly what you can do
Sir,
just after the
last
session.
year, I'm searching for collaboration. Also, I try in Marshall University, USA, Shanghai University, China.
I would say
anyhow, after certain level, we have to stop it. Actually,
for
I will not
clinical
say
trial, I would say that ICMR CAR has a very exciting.
ICMR, sir, I have contacted there, but somehow it is not actually continued. That is the internal
Because
matter.
there is a structured clinical trial approach system in the ICMR framework. Possibly
Yes, I
you
know
can,
it, but I try there also. But it is
anyway,
anyhow,
I
it is
think you
not
can
materialized.
export the,
Sir,
you
one
know, you can,
request, please visit to 194
yeah,
stall.
the, you know, the,
If you go
the,
there, then I will be
the
so happy,
panelists
sir.
will
Thank you, sir.
visit those. Any other question?
Hello, good evening, esteemed panelists. My question touches upon the translational aspect of healthcare. We are moving towards personalized medicine these days. However, it remains mostly inaccessible for most people, especially those who are in rural places or who are not financially well off. How do you think we could improve that accessibility for those people?
You know, it's absolutely with which Dr. Barnwal, you know, started his point, is use of more and more technology. Dr. Barnwal is the right expert to talk about this, and he will give the answer.
See, that's a very pertinent question. For a country like ours, access to quality health is extremely challenging. And we know that this challenge will continue till the time we bridge it with the help of technology. See, access to the quality healthcare is constrained by many factors, not just the geography. It's also the availability of the professionals, availability of the facilities, availability of the drugs and diagnostics. And we just can't wait for long years to reach to those areas, to provide all this. So in the meantime, what can actually accelerate the whole process of accessing quality health is through the technology. And I think it has been successful in some sense, because if you know something called e-Sanjeevani portal for telemedicine, telemedicine has been in the discussion for a long time, and probably this is not a very new thing. But the way it has been organized now, almost 500 million treatment has happened because of telemedicine, which is on e-Sanjeevani platform. And e-Sanjeevani platform actually creates electronic health record because it's all digital. And electronic, the only challenge was the availability of doctor at a particular time and connectivity, etc., which has been addressed using community health centers and the respective district hospitals and the medical college hospitals, etc. So I'm finding this using technology, to some extent we have reached out to those where the healthcare was not so accessible. Now, going forward, it is not just accessibility, it's also the quality which matters. And third is the access is only on paper if the people can't afford it. And this is what was addressed when in 2018, Honorable Prime Minister launched from Ranchi only this national level program, Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. And now suddenly bottom 40% population is eligible for 5 lakhs rupees health cover through a network of more than 35,000 hospitals, which includes super specialty hospitals. And we have seen in last 7 years, this accessibility has improved the access to health, to quality health, and it has also leveraged the private sector, which is quite substantial in the Indian healthcare system. Some of the studies, in fact, Lancet studies says, because of this scheme itself, the initiation of cancer treatment has improved drastically in India. Till the launch of this scheme, people with cancer used to just believe that they have got the call to go. Now, people have got the confidence that they can be treated, and government pays for it. So when we talk of accessibility, it is accessibility in terms of geography, bridging through the technology, quality, accessibility to the quality care, and finally the affordability. So we are trying to actually address that through this scheme. And finally, digital health will take care of a lot of such issues. When we see the, people can have their health record with themselves. And finally, you will realize in long run, it is not the episodic health care or the treatment which matters. It is more of a preventive health which will make our people more healthy. So if they start getting health record, get early screening, get detection of the disease early, a lot of things in the rural area might be better than the urban area. So that is how we should look at healthcare in long run for our country, like with so much of diversity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think Dr. Raj will add.
Okay, sir, I will make. You have asked about personalized medicine. Okay, personalized medicine is a form of medicine treatment, and it is easily done. Even in the earlier days, there was the trend of family physicians, and they do the personalized medicine also only. Nowadays, there is trend of so much specialization in every subject. So personalized medicine is nothing different from the simple treatment that we provide. In the rural areas, it can be assessed through the family physician or through telemedicine, whichever mean you want. Okay?
Thank you. Dr. Jha will add one point.
I think I wanted to utilize this opportunity because all the top academicians of the country is here. So this is one area which is getting a major change in last 10, 12 years in healthcare innovation is, also part of personalized medicine was in a different context, like an RNA therapeutics, antibody drug conjugates, ADCs, they are very personalized. 7, 8 years back, RNA therapeutics have been considered only for rare diseases, okay. In last 3, 4 years, whole dimensions have changed. Now they are coming to the mainstream disease on hypertension and it's different than the regular small molecule APIs. Okay, so it's basically 3 doses in your whole life for a certain indications. This is the one area where Cohens have been to some stages involved in both oligonucleotides as well as the ADC. Our biggest challenge coming is a talent shortage, Professor Chakravarti. When I was looking for where I can get a talent who has a background in oligonucleotides or bioconjugation, trust me, we don't have, we need to develop ourselves. So I will request all our top policy makers and academicians are here. Just think about the emerging therapies. We are already, India is already 10, 15 years behind than where the Western worlds are. Certainly, this is the one area where we can make a quick impact in the healthcare.
Yeah, so while we have definitely points to address, but these are all positive as we have indeed lots of opportunities, as rightly said, 360-degree opportunities from all angles, from technology, innovation, clinical angle, overall startup, ecosystem, regulatory, statutory, affordability, accessibility, and overall, what I would say is a much stronger from the beginning connect of all the stakeholders. And I think that we have got significant recommendation from this panel. I must thank all the panelists, all the experts for their deliberation. And if we can turn at least a part of that into decisive action, I think then we are all steadily moving towards the Vikshit Bharat 2047, at least from a healthcare perspective. There may be, but we are running out of time. I think next session is almost, so we have to, maybe we'll take one more question because there is a hand being raised, but we have to stop somewhere. There is another panel after this.
Absolutely. I think nothing is more important than healthcare. So we can, so first of all, Dr. Amrit, great session that you had here, blending in everything together, multidisciplinary approach to healthcare, which is rare, and even for India. One thing is the government has done a lot. I was in Akhand Jyoti Eye Hospital yesterday. I saw the private institutions are also, mapping to what government is doing. We have 75 plus Abha ID, 75 plus crore Abha ID already in place. So I think one of my questions, and this will be a short question, is I think the doctors are there. The medical treatment is there, world class. Care actually breaks outside the hospital. So that is where the care loop is breaking in all of the chronic illness diseases. I think the prediction is that by 2047, we may be the world capital of non-communicable diseases. So what do you think, sir, we as academicians, teachers, or startup entrepreneurs should do to change that endemic future that we are seeing from the current forecast? So give us one or two.
This is just like, for the interest of time, I can give you one pinpointed answer that for all these non-communicable diseases, early screening is the most important thing. And more use of the accurate or appropriate blend of clinical wisdom with technology to screen the population early from at-risk conditions, be diabetes, be hypertension, cardiovascular, and all these things. And I think that is where more and more innovations in technology development should come, where the technology and the clinical wisdom combined together would be in a position to screen a person even at the extreme resource poor settings, where otherwise what I would say as resourced hospital would not simply exist. I am sure there will be lots of more questions, but we have to draw a closure. I must thank the audience and the panelists for this very engaging session, which I am sure will continue beyond the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for steering such an insightful discussion. And as we conclude this session, it is evident that the future of healthcare lies not only in isolated advancements, but in the convergence of engineering innovation, clinical insight, enterprise execution, and enabling the policy frameworks. We now move to the felicitation of our distinguished panelists. So may I request Professor Suman Chakravarti, sir, to kindly felicitate our panelists. I first request to felicitate Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, CEO, National Health Authority. I now request to felicitate Professor Dhirinder S. Katti, Director, IIT Goa. I now request Dr. Ashok K. Jha to felicitate Dr. Ashok K. Jha, Head R&D, Cohance Life Sciences Limited. I request to felicitate Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, MD, Vadhwani Innovation Network. I request to felicitate Dr. Manish Raj, AIIMS Deoghar. I now request Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Director, IIT Ropar, to please felicitate Professor Suman Chakravarti, Director, IIT Kharagpur. So on behalf of IIT ISM Dhanbad, I extend my sincere gratitude to our moderator and our esteemed panelists for guiding this discussion. And I would also like to thank the audience for their active participation. With this, we now conclude this plenary session on healthcare. Thank you.
Very good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Vishnu Teja Mantripragada. I am an assistant professor in the Department of Fuel, Minerals and Metallurgical Engineering at IISM Dhanbad. We now move to our next session, plenary session 4, on the research and innovations in material science. Please allow me to quickly invite our moderators and lead speakers. I request you, sirs, to please come up on the dais. Professor Rajiv Ahuja, Director of IIT Ropar. Please give a big round of applause as our moderators and speakers are arriving. Professor Rajiv Prakash, Director IIT Bhilai. Shri Ajay Mathur, Head of Plant Engineering at Simon India Limited. Mr. Don Meyers, CEO of TechBond Global, a US-based firm. And Sri Arijit Bhattacharya, founders of Co-Innovate Ventures. Yeah, the nameplates I'll ask them. So the theme of the current session on material science focuses on building technologies at scale. So the central question that the discussion will focus on is how do we move from material innovation to technologies that can be deployed at scale. So with this context, I request Professor Rajiv Ahuja to take the discussion forward. Sir, over to you.
So, welcome all of you. And this is a very important session actually, because we are talking about Make in India and we are talking our self-reliance in manufacturing. For manufacturing, we need materials. And when we see in IITs, the ecosystem, when we look our flagship program, which is a BTech program, most of the students, they love to go to computer science rather than a material science or metallurgy branch. So how we can attract them to come in this sector and contribute it and to make India as a manufacturing hub. So right now we have a lot of initiatives are going on in the ministry. And when we are talking about rare earth minerals, we want a self-reliance in the rare earth minerals. Or we talk about magnetic materials, you name it, everything depends in the end on the materials. So how we can grow those kind of minerals, or we can find those kind of mineral in the earth crust or anywhere. And being at ISM, this will be the right topic actually when we're talking about minerals at ISM Dhanbad. So as we have a shortage of time actually, and we have got only 30 minutes, otherwise our next session will be also delayed. So we don't want to wait also here. So basically what we will do, I will give, actually we have now 3 minutes each actually, and then everybody can tell their expertise and what they think actually, how we are doing a lot of innovation in materials, how we can make a technology, and this technology, how we can scale it up. So we can use it the same way, we can talk about the same topic and on a different perspectives. So I will start with Rajiv.
Thank you, Professor Rajiv. So my request is to those my friends who are sitting very big benches, they can come here. We will allow you to go anytime to leave the hall, so need not to be there, because it seems that a few, we are very much, means a very thin population, but you are scattered here and there. But anyway, you can come here in front row. So thank you very much, and thanks to ISM Dhanbad for organizing such a wonderful conference, or I should say this program, and this type of panel discussions. I will narrate 2 quick stories, maybe take 1 minute in each story. And a story with my group only, with our group only, what we were doing. In 2010, we were working on optical media storage, means CD, compact CD. And the challenge was the material which is used in that CD material is the polycarbonate. Monopoly is of some company I will not name. And how to replace it. After 2 years of the extensive work, we discovered something. But what happened when we went back to the industry that yes, material is ready, industry said, no, it is late because now we have switched, our word switched towards the pen drive, not the CD material. One story. Story 2 is the current story. We are working very hard and discovered catalysts and this and that, and we can get the hydrogen, green hydrogen. The rate is coming 425 rupees per kg. Nobody is interested. They are looking for something 100, 120, 125 rupees, or maximum 150 rupees per kg. See friends, why I narrated these 2 stories, because if you see the research, the materials certainly is important, strategic materials, very much important materials, but we have to take care of the 2 very important things. One, the timeline, and second, the market. So with these 2 we have, and this is the something which is above all the good research, very high-end research, and after this, you have to take care of the 2, both these 2 important parameters. Important research nowadays, if I don't tell about the semiconducting materials as the Professor Rajiv Ahoja said about the magnetic materials. So these are the materials of the higher end materials which we need, certainly. But friends, if you see the present scenario, sometime when the COVID came, we came to know what are the materials are important. I am talking only around the materials. Otherwise, the previous panel said a lot about the other things. But what type of materials we need during the time of the COVID, we came to know. And we started from adjuvant for the vaccine requirement of the adjuvant materials to the PP kit materials. So in this way, when such challenges are coming, we are also getting aware ourselves the type of material. In a present scenario, war is going on, as all are you are knowing then, and the many things came that what materials are required. So in this way, we have to be our young researchers, they should always aware at least 10 to 15 years ahead, at least I am saying that a requirement. And certainly some materials are always there, well known those categories are there that we have to work on those materials. Otherwise it will be too late. Synthetic and as well as the extraction through the natural sources, the biological sources, all the sources rich. India, the country is rich with all the sources, minerals, through mining, through natural products, through synthetic chemists synthesizing materials in the laboratory, all are rich. So, well, we have to work, and here is an important role in morning, in first session also, in the roundtable session also I said that along with the industry, it is important. Professor Ahuja also said no discrimination now between the academia, industry, research organization, this and that, certainly. So along with the industry, the work, I think, let's have some other views. Yeah.
So thank you. And Ajay, now you, because he posed a question to you actually.
So yes, so from my engineering background, I have 39 years of engineering, EPC execution. So from the industry perspective, there have been a lot of questions being asked as to what the industry wants and how the industry will support academia. So I think I owe an answer, and this is where I thought I'll share my perspective. See, it's like this, as our MD in the morning session said, that we have been doing a lot of EPC projects for within our country, for global, Middle East, Saudi Arabia, we've done a lot of projects. So all of them, the starting point was a licenser's package, a process package which came from a licensor abroad. Now, all I'm saying is, from that package to come down to real world conditions of a plant which is, let us say, pan-India. You have conditions in Odisha different, you have conditions of waste raw material in Goa plant another different. So we from the EPC industry have all these expertise with us. We are a multidisciplinary engineering company where we have electrical, mechanical, process, all the departments in. We have got a rich experience of working with various process technologies, various starting raw materials, and various end products. So what we suggest is, if the academia starts with us, together with an EPC company, we work together. Like we said, there could be a live-in lab. We put our engineers to the academia. Academia tells us. So that kind of a synergy, we are very, very willing to really cooperate there, have a little more better interaction. Having said that, from a corporate perspective, I know a lot of corporate people or a lot of industrial people who are not coming forward, but this is a time. After my 30 years of, I've been given a mandate to actually explore new areas which are coming up. So new age areas from a corporate perspective, although it may not, result into an ROI directly, which the corporate wants, but still there's a lot of awareness in the corporate world to get into areas where we have to look for indigenous technologies and not for technologies only from outside. So the areas that we have identified is, we are also representing a large phosphatic fertilizer company, a large urea and ammonia manufacturing companies. So from a material science perspective, what I would say is, we don't want to look at materials or new materials coming from virgin sources, not from Mother Earth again. So our focus for material science people in the fraternity, academic fraternity, is to look for waste valorization. So what the industry wants. So from my perspective, in a fertilizer and a chemical industry, I've got a lot of gypsum piled up in my phosphatic fertilizer company, not just me in India, but across the globe. So we understand that there are a lot of critical minerals, including rare earth, in the phosphogypsum. All these years, what we could do only is, we started saying that this phosphogypsum can be used for road construction. So the only thing we could reach is, our Paradip Phosphate company, which is my parent company in Paradip Phosphate, went to CRI. It's another CSR institute in Delhi, Central Road Research Institute. So we have qualified that this phosphogypsum can be used for embankments and for subsoil. So but we don't want to limit only to one application of phosphogypsum. So what the industry wants is anything on waste valorization. If the academia has some ideas, we can jointly come together. You bring us only TRL3, which is a proof of concept, because this is what my starting role in an EPC is. I get only something from a licensor, only like a basic engine package, which is akin to TRL3. From TRL3 to TRL4, 5, 6, we have different stages in an EPC. We know we have to make a front-end engineering package. We have to do a detail engineering package. We have a strong procurement database.
So like you said, if there's some materials, you don't know if it's not cost effective. We know we've got a strong database. So we could help, getting the right material, getting the right process, the right equipment. We purchase a lot of equipments for our EPC projects. So this is where I thought, what industry wants and what industry is my little 2 cents on this. So anything, as my MD has already said in the morning, and it got a lot of good warm reception. We are open. We will give you ideas. We can also give you, seed funds from seed ideas as to what we are looking for. And I keep reading a lot of research papers which IIT professors and which students do it. So maybe from there, we have been contacting a lot of IITs, basically starting from the research papers. So please be assured that your research papers are being read somewhere and somebody is trying to make use of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have another question to Don, actually. You are coming from US side, and how you see the world's situation when it's come to innovation in minerals or materials when we talk, and how they are scaling up, actually. And for India, it's like things are coming up. So what you see about in Indian perspective, what direction we have to go and how we can scale up innovation in area of material science?
Testing. Can you hear me? I do come from a different perspective than my colleagues here, who I'm impressed by. I'm not an engineer. I'm a field guy. I'm a field guy who's always focused on solving problems. And I will get to the answer to your question, but let me give a little history. In the previous session, a gentleman said that innovation comes from 2 disciplines. And I had been in the adhesive industry for years with a focus on polymers. Those are the 2 disciplines. And in November 2016, I bonded 2 polymers together for the first time. Spent the next several years testing. And it is the polymer bonding process, which we have a patent for here in India. And we have a patent for here in the US. With the process, you can bond any polymer to itself, to any other polymer, and to almost any other substrate. That's not just a new technology, that's a new platform because of the range of solutions that it offers. Now, the first challenge I was given was to find a way to seal holes and cracks in pipes and tanks. And I jumped into it, finding out after I jumped into it that for 60 years we'd been using the same technology. And 60 years with any technology is antiquated. And using an antiquated technology for 60 years means that there's a crisis out there. And financially, there is a crisis. In the mining industry in India alone, 25% of annual revenues go to maintenance. That's not sustainable, period. All right, let me address your question. India has the attitude, has the people, and from what I've seen, has the backing of the right people to explode on a manufacturing base. India is ready to manufacture for India and manufacture for the entire Eastern Hemisphere and manufacture for the entire world. The collaboration of the IITs and the private businesses should generate the advancements in material science and other disciplines to generate that level of manufacturing dominance. I firmly believe that. And as much as it is the system, it is also the people. I've been very impressed by the knowledge base that exists in India, by the educational system, and actually by the workers. They are all ready to jump in and become involved. And involvement's more than being a worker. It's contributing. And as we grow, and hopefully with India as the primary base, that enthusiasm helps. Because the polymer bonding process will solve the problem of being able to repair pipes and tanks, which we can quickly, easily, and cost effectively, while at the same time scaling up, because it's not, when you define the entire system, it's not difficult. All you have to do is execute, and we can execute. We will take the enthusiasm, take the knowledge base, and explode. The enthusiasm is important because we will have to work with each company to find out which combination of polymers and non-polymers, separately or together, provides a solution that an industry needs. The next step, another industry that we will address is the solar industry, which is, again, is exploding here in India. Our technology will allow them to eliminate epoxies within the infrastructure of the solar panel or the solar fields. By doing that, you reduce the internal temperature of the solar panel. In a testing that was done about 6 years ago, we reduced the internal temperature 9 degrees C, which increases the efficiency of the solar panel and increases the service life of that solar panel, reducing overall costs substantially. We're excited to be here. We're very thankful for signing an MOU today for a collaboration with ISM to establish the TechBond Global Center of Excellence. And hopefully I can get some engineers out there to join us, because we're going to need their expertise to generate the advanced solutions that we're talking about. But again, the ability to bond polymers to themselves, to other polymers, and to other substrates will open up solutions that have not previously been available. And we're excited to start on this journey in India.
So thank you, Don. So since morning we are talking about innovation, and we are talking about venture capitalists and how VC can support in the area of innovations in materials and how they can help to scale it up to a technology to take it further up. So Arjit, what is your views how VCs can help in this direction?
Thank you so much. So let me give you a little bit of background of mine. I think that will connect all of us. I started India's one of the first game development company back in 1998, when at least PC used to be a luxury. We started making intellectual properties like taking actor and actress, converting them into 3D character. The technology didn't exist when we started doing that. We worked on Ultrabook, we worked on Surface, we built our own VR device. Eventually, we started making industry automation with a few bit of manufacturing units, definitely on steels and oil and gas rigging. Examples, Schlumberger as one of our client. Now, when I sit and when I have the hat of a VC, which we run from Houston itself, it's called IInvenTiv2026, and in India it's called IInvenTiv2026. We usually look for something related and relevant to the innovation part of it. Along with that, if it is scalable. Now, whether it is coming from manufacturing or whether it is coming to probably healthcare or whether it is coming for pure deep tech, usually ROI makes more sense if it is coming from VC perspective. Second, it more connected if there is a patented product or a process where maybe some amount of money can be pumped in and we get a sweet amount of exit. Now, after VC, you usually go for another round, and then eventually you go for a bigger round. So VC plays a crucial role when it comes to probably the scale up of the entire venture. So I look at it from the perspective if the founders, co-founders, and their appetite and how they can probably scale it up on at least from one country to another country. And can we replicate that process from one part of the industry to some another part of the industry? So that's in a nutshell. I will be very, very brief, Professor, because you asked me to be brief. Hope that is fine.
So thank you. I think we can take one minute more, one round again. So Rajiv, you were saying that this industry academia and how you can solve this issue in India, and which company, when it's come to the materials, when we're talking about materials, where you can say that, okay, you can go there and you can put them in a same platform, and then you can have this innovation, you can scale it up to the level where we need a production.
Important is here, we have to go application-wise, and in India also, if you see, we have enough manufacturing hubs, and they are doing very well. And if I talk about in morning also, I said the same thing. It's a easy way if you go to your nearby places, because IITs we are now in 23, almost each state we are present. So if you take the niche areas, what the skills, what type of industry are distributed in that state or nearby your areas, and you try to see that how you can help them in order to grow further in terms of new age materials, modern technologies, improving their manufacturing processes, and in all the way IITs can help, because we are having each and every department's disciplines where we can support them through mechanical engineers, through electrical engineers, through electronics and materials. So in this way, ecosystem is there. And if you see, the research park concept came also for this only, that how you can interact and you can bring industry in your campus. When I am saying always go together means when you are offering them to come to your campus and you can open your centers in their industry, both will give the win-win situation. So your students are going more frequently. One semester out like programs, I think most of the IITs have started. So your students for one semester can completely go and work in an industry. So these are the ways how you can strengthen this bond, the academia and industry. And then this lead we can take as a academician. The need of the day, certainly need of the day is well known to everyone. But what preparedness is required? Where we have to go 10 years ahead, after 20 years. This we have to define, we have to find out. And we have to start readiness in those directions. Some technologies need today the investment, it will come, the fruits will come after 10 years. But industry may not be interested, because most of the time industries are seeing something is starting to giving them very second day. Maybe investing today and after 3 months something come back, return is there. But many technologies are, I think, if we are talking about the vision about the 10 years ahead, then those things will never give you anything today. You have to plan, you have to invest, and then it will come later on. May not come later on. Many preparations required, which will never, it's not coming, and then just it is going like this, that you are only prepared for that. But materials point of view, if I talk, that certainly the identification of the materials, important materials, and then application-wise, meeting with those industries who are the user, or sometime I am also seeing the use of the materials is for the A purpose, but the same material is using for B purpose. And if you club A and B, both the purposes, the requirement is increasing, and then the cost factor, which I said, initially, it is automatically coming down. So this type of strategy also one has to make, I think. And it is only possible if the industry, academia are coming together, working together.
Ajay, I will like to ask you, because you are coming from a fertilizer industry, right? And now what we are seeing in the current geopolitical situation, the fertilizer is important for our farmers. And how you can make India self-reliance in areas, for example, fertilizers, and how you can use the IITs or Indian academic ecosystem, whatever innovation we are making in the IITs or in universities, how you can bring and you can use it and to make India a self-reliance when it comes to fertilizers, at least.
No, you have asked the right question, and which is my mandate as well. So without really going into deep academics or IITs or something, our own process engineers, because we also do a lot of simulation. It's not that what we don't have in industry is actually an R&D setup really. We don't have a pilot plants, neither we could afford, or not even the management would, that's not our line of business. But from our own business sense, from our own chemical process engineering, to answer this question on, we thankfully we also have a business in sugar power and ethanol. We have got a sugar distillery, we have got farmers, sugarcane crushing we do, we make sugar, we make ethanol, and then we also have a captive power plant. So because of this full integration, full value chain of sugar, we get a lot of incinerator. After the burning, we get a lot of ash. So it is called as sugarcane bagasse ash. Now that ash has still got a lot of potash in it. It's got 14% potash, and now potash we are importing. So we have done a small simulation ourselves in our own, with our process team. We've taken an ash sample. We probably did not come to any IIT, but there is a small DSIR approved a shop in Faridabad where I'm from Delhi. So there's a shop, there's a workshop. It's a full kind of a research center which we came to know about it. So we have done a little extraction, and we have extracted most of 95% potash from that ash. So what we are telling our own people is, and since we also know fertilizers, we have a full marketing setup of selling fertilizers. So for us, this integration from a distillery unit, we as engineering coming in between, making potash and telling our fertilizer group to sell potash. Now the only problem is the farmers also need to be educated. So the farmer is happy taking an ash. So what happens normally is the distillery plant sells this ash as a waste material. So maybe at some 26 rupees a kg. The farmer, in his own judgment, knows that this ash is also a fertilizer. So he's using ash. Unfortunately, that ash has got a lot of chlorides in it. It has got a lot of other harmful things in it, which is probably, he may be happy with his yield, but he's spoiling the soil. So what we have been doing is we can produce as many distillery companies, firms in India. We can collect all the ash, make it a potash, stop any imports of potash. So this is where we are already doing that. Now we want to scale it. So it's not on to IITs, but it's on to our own fertilizer companies where we have to go and pitch. So the small, kind of contribution we are doing is, so this is where we said anything from the waste, if you can produce a value-added product. And so on the fertilizers, I think I've answered what you're asking.
Thank you. Don, I have a last question, 1 minute. That India is a very strong research background, and we are making a lot of prototypes. When it comes to the technology, there are very few turn out to be in use in technology. What will be your advice, because you are looking at the US ecosystem, and what are the things what India has to do to make them more and more these prototypes convert in the technologies?
It's what my friend here on my right has just said, engagement. You have to engage the farmers. You have to engage the engineers. You have to engage different companies to set up your distribution system. It's talking, understanding the issue, defining the issue, and then developing a plan that engages with all the stakeholders. it's as simple as that. Beyond once we get our foundation set, repairing pipes and tanks for the mining industry, for the oil and gas industry, for the waterworks, for even agriculture. How we want to explore being able to bond different materials together to develop new solutions requires engagement with the manufacturing companies, with the end users, and in bringing down that together. So we will have to work with ISM and other IIT institutions here in India. We will have to work with the private sector. As I said, this is a platform. The need for this type of bonding, because it eliminates moisture intrusion. It eliminates creep. It eliminates degradation. The end users love it. Once we get past the engineers and the senior staff in some cases, it will be adopted widely. And that will give us the ability to develop the engagement mechanisms. And we'd love to work with companies and different organizations and ISM and possibly other IIT organizations. It is defining the problem, and no one organization can define all aspects of a problem. It needs input from the universe, all the stakeholders. That's what we see.
Arjit, what you want to add something?
Sure. Happy to add probably one of the industry examples. So we work very deeply with artificial intelligence. I'm not going to bore you with maybe the technical aspect, but when we have a panelist coming from fertilizer industry, one of our corporate client, they used to produce a lot of iron waste as a waste material. So what happens, we bring in one startup who have got a patented technology of their own, and then they started creating fertilizers like small balls like iron, right? And that created a complete new vertical of innovative product. If you talk about non-AI. Now, why exactly I'm taking this example? If you combine the exact AI, I'm not talking about Gen AI or cognitive AI. I'm talking about more core level machine learning, and then understanding the deep level of the material, and then understand the soil. And then eventually, when you use that in the field, and what are the kind of plantation that you can do? I think there lies the real innovation. I will extend a little bit. I'll take some grace points. I was a good student earlier. Yeah. So if you look at a few bit of other technological aspect, for an example, if we talk about maybe oil and gas, which is one of the core industry, and it is one of the affected industry at the moment, and we are trying to replace it with EV. There are lithium-ion batteries, there are alternative source where we are trying to probably solve the entire ecosystem. And in India, I'm so sorry about this statement, we are trying to say that we are innovating, re-innovating couple of new hardware. We are trying to make a statement, we are developing drones. I'm sorry, I just want to understand if we are at all making drones, do we have aeronautical engineers inside their team or not? So from our investment perspective, we usually look at those kind of aspect as an investor. From the innovation perspective, we usually see that if there is a right kind of team. So there is a big amount of connection between industry and academia. So even in our company, the mother company which I started, I had only 49 rupees in my pocket when I started. And when I look for people to hire inside India, we have a setup outside of India, like in Korea, Dubai, and of course in US. Here, people are more talking about what are the parks that we are going to get. But then from the students' perspective, I'm so sorry, they are not saying that, okay, chalo, naya kuch banate hain, sir, milke.
So this is what probably we are looking for when you are trying for recruiting students. So happy to see that, Professor. There was no, at least in my study times during my masters, if I had a professor like Rajiv ji, when I was there in the panel, I said that what is my background? I'm not coming from the material background. This is my tech background. He said, don't worry, I'll be giving you those kind of questions and opportunities. I wish when I was in my masters, I would have a professor like him. So we are looking for maybe a ecosystem Naya Bharat. If you go to 2 months back, we co-organized one very big networking B2B segment in Bangalore, where ADGQ, including DRDO, all of them came. Now we are talking about manufacturing inside India on electronics and telecommunication devices itself. And that's where we are heading to. So gone are those days we are saying that we are a software SaaS model ecosystem in India, and then we are bringing some amount of hardware outside of India, and then saying that assembling is the future. I'm so sorry, we are losing a lot of data outside. So we need such kind of mechanism where we should be having manufacturing inside India so the data is protected. Probably I was the only guy in LinkedIn who was shouting about GDPR Act around 6 years back. Nobody was talking about at least your data protection. Now we have DPDP. So India is going through a lot of, I would say, emerging tech, deep tech. So really happy to see that if we can contribute either by funding, by probably bringing our innovative solutions, or probably if we can get some opportunity, of course, with the academias like IITs and maybe some of the other institutions, so that we can co-build something together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arjit. I think we are now running out of time. We can take 1 or 2 questions from the audience also.
Hello all. I'm Kesavan Ravi. I'm an assistant professor at FMME department in this particular institute. Is it not audible? Okay. So I'm an assistant professor in this institute. So I'm basically a metallurgist, and the question comes as a part of metallurgy and the students whom I'm teaching to. So this is something that Professor Ahuja had mentioned in the beginning, that how to drive enthusiasm in students towards material science or materials technology for that matter. So when I think about it, anybody who is in STEM or STEM field, if you go ahead deep into it, any system, you would end up having the material constraint. So, being said that, a person who has delved deep into this particular area would be considered as a material scientist. So, the question is, are the students confused who a material scientist is, or who should be termed as a materials engineer? At the same time, the second question would be, at least in India, is the industry hiring enough materials engineer? So these are the 2 questions which I just wanted to put forward.
Maybe
Thank
I
you.
can answer one of them, one Rajiv can answer. That's a problem actually. Industry is not hiring those kind of engineers, because that's why our student doesn't want to go. They say there is no job actually. So because they import those materials and they don't build this material in India, what we call make in India. So we are not doing that. That's why those people who are taking metallurgy or material science as a BTech, so they are not interested, because they say that, okay, I will not get a job. And otherwise he will go learn something course in AI and then go in some IT companies. So we have to change the mindset of the industry. The industry has to have some patience, and they should develop, they should put some efforts and give also as a time to develop things. Developing a new material is not developing a software. They compare, okay, I can develop a software in 3 months. Can you develop this material in 3 months? It's not possible. So the patience of industry, then we can lead the manufacturing of minerals or materials using for a statistical application, whether it's energy or any application. We need time, and industry has to give that incentive, and industry has to hire those people. I tell you, in Europe, we talk only material science actually. But in India, I talk only computer science. So this is the way where thinking is developed. We have to change this mindset. Maybe next. Yeah.
So I think your basic question is to create the interest of students towards materials and metallurgical engineering branch. And also then you are saying that how a material scientist or material person will be recognized by industry or anyway. See, first of all, we should now stop thinking that this is this area, that discipline. Now, disciplines are merging. As my colleague said, Arjit, that if someone is working in drone, whether he is aeronautical engineer, see, hardly matter. See, they are not aeronautical engineer. A mechatronics engineer, electrical, electronics, and mechanical engineering, these three things they are knowing and they are doing very well. So mechatronics, robotics, they are not the aeronautical engineers. See, the branches are merging, but certainly you need knowledge of those areas, those disciplines that you can study, that you can take as elective courses, you can take as add-on courses, extra courses, honors courses, it is there. So let's now talk more towards the merging of the disciplines. And materials interest, especially materials in metallurgy, all these interests what we are talking, unfortunately, is the job related interest, package related interest. So as the big package, big interest, unfortunately. So, well, if we don't talk about that, the whole story, different story. But today we are talking about the research area, research interest. If you will show the students, say 5 big problems, what hackathons we are doing, why hackathon? Hackathons are very important. You tell these are the open questions, there are 10 open problems are there. And now you tell me solution. Then they will bring the solution, I want to replace this plastic material from a more greener material and give this problem, and the students will come. And then students will come, a computer engineering student, so working in that discipline, will come something and will start to think, can we use the green leaves, banana leaves to make this? Then the materials or metallurgy or chemist will try to think that how a banana leaves can be used here. And this is what the research will is trigger for the material science. So it's an interdisciplinary way, and you give the problem related to materials. We are not posing the problem related to materials. From very first year, you try to give them those open questions, and then automatically their interest will come. And students are very innocent, and they are coming with something to do wonders. After so difficult competition, when they are coming to first year, they are thinking that yes, something great will come out, and that zeal we have to give. And of course, through tinkering labs, through research park, through innovative projects, through our centers, technology innovation hubs now in each and every IIT, Section 8 companies, startup grants, hackathons. There are a lot of ways that we can introduce this. You have to identify a good problem.
Is there one more question, or otherwise?
You can come here. Come forward. Yeah, you can come forward.
So, very good evening, sirs. So I would like to understand one thing. Arijit sir, you have specifically mentioned, first of all, my name is Saurav Kumar, and I'm from IISM Dhanbad, specifically representing NVCTI department. And on the behalf of the students, I would like to understand one simple point. Let's say we have discussed the things like the drone engineering, right? Drone manufacturing in India, capability of our country. And specifically, we have mentioned that we need aeronautical engineers into that domain. First thing, what I have seen in different startups is like completely regardless of what branch they belongs to, So simply, let's say if I'm a management student or mechanical engineering student, but my product is from electronic or electrical engineering department. So expertise maybe comes through the skill sets we do develop throughout our academic life. The question is, like, let's say one is startup, already got the grant, and they have like 4 lakh, 8 lakh, 14 lakh rupees of grant from the government facilities. The problem arises is all about like taking it further after the prototype. So after completion of the prototype, they are unable to reach out to different VCs or angel investors, or even though put their product into the market in presentable form. So how we can tackle this situation, and how these startups or the student entrepreneurs can approach VCs or different places to pitch their product and make their product ready for the deployment or the production. Thank you, sir.
Now, this question really have a long answer. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. There's a difference between usual traditional knowledge and the real wisdom. The reason I mentioned about aeronautical engineering is not about their study. I wanted to understand if the founders do have an understanding about the subject. We don't care about their degree or diploma. We care about their skill set. Now, when you talk about making them ready, I'll come directly to your question. Making them ready for funding. There are two things. One, am I a fundable company? Two, am I a scalable company? So there are two kind of, sorry about my statement, I'm blunt in this. There are two kind of startup that is there in India. One, who plays the funding game. They are always with the valuation model, right? Second kind of company who really want to establish themselves and then want to raise capital. If they are bankable, one-liner answer. If the company is bankable, it is VC fundable. One-liner answer, period. Second, there are innovation fund which is available in India nowadays. Even outside of India, there are funds which are actually waiting, who can probably pump in money if your business is scalable, meaning your business model is scalable. So that needs a viable team in the background. Okay, I'll try to make it simple. You have seen jungle, right? You have tiger, which is like, they are always like a boss. You need an elephant who have got great memory. You need probably an owl who can see in the dark. That's your CFO. So when you talk about team building, you need also a rhino who can take bullets for you. So we are talking about those right kind of team. Rest of the things like your specialty, your skill sets that you can always hire. So if you are into this game and you are actually bankable, maybe you're not getting any kind of loan from a bank, or maybe you are not getting any kind of money from bank, but your business is bankable. For some reason you're not getting that, definitely it is VCable, right? And then there are third kind of structure. If they got grant, it may not happen that you got grant, that means that you are a fundable company. Let's accept that fact. Once we understand how to create a fundable company, investable company, probably we will not have this Q&A. If you want, I'll be more than happy to take maybe a closed door workshop or maybe open door workshop, how to make a fundable company. That solves your question, maybe. Yeah, thank you.
I think now we should close this session. And we thank all of you being staying here so late, actually. And there is another session is waiting, and Professor Singh is eagerly waiting for to come up. So with that, I conclude that ultimately it's boiled down actually industry-academia relation, collaboration, and how to put them together, and how we can use VC's funding to scale up what the innovation we have. With that, I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our distinguished panel for the very engaging session. Now we'll move on to the felicitation. I request our moderator, Professor Rajiv Ahuja, to please felicitate our lead speakers. Sir, kindly come forward. Professor Rajiv Prakash.
It will save time if all is together.
Shri Ajay Mathur. Please give a big round of applause. Mr. Don Mayers. Shri Ajay Mathur, and Shri Arijit Bhattacharya. May I request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad, and to please come forward and felicitate the moderator, Professor Rajiv Ahuja. This concludes the plenary session 4. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Now we would be having the panel discussion on research and innovations in earth sciences. We are extremely privileged to have Professor T.N. Singh, sir, Director IIT Partner, who would be acting as the moderator and take forward this discussion. I also request the other distinguished panelists to kindly join us on stage. Professor K.N. Satyanarayana, sir, Director IIT Tirupati, Dr. Rajesh Mukherjee, Tata Steel Limited, Sri Madhu N.K. Nair, CEO Maxell S Tech Ventures, Sri Vikram KY CMD RES CMM, and Sri Manish Srivastava Alpha Value Ventures. So, sir, please, the dais is yours. Sir, I may request you to kindly take forward the session.
Okay.
As per your needs.
So, good evening to all of you. Very hectic day. And this is the last session for today evening. This theme is translating resource system into a scalable industrial solution. As we all aware about the earth science or engineering, that will be very, very crucial for development of any nation, and it is the backbone of this any nation. As you know, that lot of infrastructure activities are going on, and you can take it only the aggregate, 500 million tons of the aggregate has been consumed in the worldwide, and India is the third consumer of that one. So not only this production of minerals from the earth, but the other material for the development capacity is required. Also the crucial things about the side effect of this mining, that will be the CO2, and this, today we have the 431 ppm of CO2 in this atmosphere. So that will be the another area. Third, from very basic things, from the morning we heard about the critical mineral. But in Indian perspective, if you can say 70 to 85% of the critical minerals are coming from the outside, though we have enough reserve and resource, but still there is a paucity of, you can say, the exploration and exploitation, and other tools and technique required for the critical mineral extraction. The process is very, very complicated. Maybe we have to develop some technology which is the acceptable, affordable to the nation, because any technology which have this economic concept or will be not there, then that technology may not be acceptable, whether it will be good or bad. So we have a very eminent speakers and experienced person in this area. And I will request Professor Satyanarayana, the director of Tirupati. He is a very great scholar in the area of civil and infrastructure. So let us start with that, then we can come back to the minerals and other material.
Thank you, Professor Singh. So what I thought I will look at this from my prism of a civil engineer who works in the area of construction, and also done some work in disaster management and resilient infrastructure and so on. So my comments may be from that perspective. So when you're looking at this problem, we look at it from various angles. One is, where is the emerging research frontiers in this particular domain, right? And going beyond what I'm saying, one is the hydrology and the water security area. Now, that's a major area of concern for us. Groundwater depletion, river basin management, and so on. So this we are seeing, and the associated coastal and ocean sciences. We have the issue of sea level rise and the blue economy. That is, we also talk from the coastal perspective. There's a lot of, we have the mission now on blue economy in the country, which has relation to this. And then we need to look at it from the perspective of the integration. Now, people have been talking earlier also about how things are very interdisciplinary, looking at it from the perspective of geochemistry, geophysics, and geospatial area, geospatial sciences, and so on. So when we look at it from the viewpoint of what are the technologies that drive these innovations here, one is, of course, the AI and ML in geosciences. Now, AI, ML applications is across any domain you talk. Today, we have to look at it from that. How do we use these tools and techniques for whether it is for predictive modeling, disaster forecasting, maybe even for mineral exploration. And then we have, a lot of, today we have a lot of data from our remote sensing and GNSS or satellite data. So the analytics, how do we use this data more effectively? The analytics that go with it, right? There's a lot of work going on in that area. And the other thing is, how do we capture the data? Deployment of IoT-based sensor networks for real-time monitoring, okay? There are a lot of startups also that are coming up in this domain, in the how do we monitor this thing. And then a lot of this requires intensive computation, high performance computing is required for simulating these various systems that we are trying to model and see what are the scenarios, what will happen if there's a disaster coming, and so on, right? So from the disaster risk reduction and resilience perspective, we are looking at early warning systems for all sorts of natural hazards, earthquakes, floods, cyclones, landslides, and we have extreme events now that are happening because of a lot of people. If you can't explain something, you say climate change is what is causing all this. But some of these could be events that happen the same, but how do we understand that? And then how do we bridge the gap between the sciences and the technology to the last mile delivery? Now, today, we are talking about how do we get the information across to the people at the right time so that they can take action. So how do we bridge that gap? And then bring it into policy and urban planning aspects and so on, right? So we need models for multi-hazard risk assessment frameworks. Recently, for Bharat Innovates, that we are, in Nice, we are going in June to this thing. And one of the verticals, 13 verticals they had for Bharat Innovates, one was on disaster management and risk and resilient infrastructure. And when we got the applications, not many were really strong in this case. That is something that can be showcased at an international level where you're looking at major funding, deployment, and so on. So there's a lot of work to be done. For example, insurance companies, people who are looking at, what are the insurance premiums to be charged because of possible, they look at all these models. So the startups have a major role here, especially in geospatial analytics. Recently, the government of India has come out with the geospatial policy, 2022 December, where they freed up a lot of data. How can you use the data? Earlier, prior to that, you could not do models in the for public use or even private use if the scale was to a granularity of 3 meters vertical and 1 meter horizontal. Now, flooding models, and how do you do with this? So luckily, they have freed that up. And so a lot of opportunities are now coming on how do we make more refined models and better models to do that. The other one is climate risk assessment and the area of environmental monitoring. So these are some of, as I told you, from the prism that I look at these things. These are some of the challenges that we're looking at, opportunities for, since we are in Bharat Innovates startups and other things, I thought I'll touch on some of these points. I'll come back as later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Satyanarayana. You have given a very good questions that has to be answered by the innovation about this water security and water auditing, and it is a everybody problem. And another thing about, you talk about the blue technology or blue economy, that will be the growing up. And people have started, and NIO has started an initiative that getting 3 sources of energy, tidal, solar, and wind, all together in one platform. So that should be the scale up in the larger scale because you have the larger area. Third one about connecting the last mile. That will be the mission of Government of India. By technology, you can reach to the last mile early, but to reach last mile people by physically, it requires a lot of infrastructure development. And lot of destruction is also possible, which we face in this form of the landslide, flash flood, avalanches in many areas on the high hills. And similarly, once you are going deeper and deeper in the mining sector, also we are inviting a number of type of, you can say the dangers, particularly if you are going for the open cast mining, slope stability is one of the challenging problem. There is a 2 contradictory requirement. We need a steep slope to reduce the overburden removal. By the same time, we want a stable slope. So how much a stable slope is required? So optimization is very, very important on this slope. And this slope concept will also go to this landslide area and the hilly area where a lot of infrastructure is going on. And we have this underground activity also, a lot of tunneling activities are going on across this India to connect each and every part of this nation. And by the same times, tunnels are also useful for many kind of the energy. We will come later on the energy sector, this hydropower. So full of challenges because most of the tunnels are in the Himalayan region, and Himalaya is very dynamic mountain. Once you coming to this mining sector, the underground is also challenging, and the resource recovery is also very, very less as compared to the open cast mine. And that is the reason many of this even old underground mines is converted into the open cast, and that will be the posing a serious problem when your slope will be met with this underground voids. What will happen to this entire slope, because it is a greater loss in terms of money, in terms of machinery, in terms of the manpower. So all these aspects is there, and it is a very, you can say, the vast topic, a larger topic. I don't know why it has been kept in last. So I request Vikram to comment on this.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, I'm from RESCAM, Rare Earth Strategic Critical Mineral, Metallurgical and Technological Solutions Private Limited. So let me introduce myself. I'm from IT background from degree and management studies from alumni from IIT Delhi. So my micro specialty is cost cutting management and crisis management. I entered into this industry in 2023 soon after completion of the G20 summit, where Indian government has entered into a critical mineral security agreement among G20 and other countries. So from that time, my focus has changed into this industry. So where I want to make myself comfortable for the rest of the life to be along with this industry, along with my other business issues and all, healthcare and other things. Now here the point is, when I entered into this industry, I have understood the SWOT analysis, what exactly where the India is starting, where the India stands as of now in 2023, and what other countries, successful countries like US, China, Europe, UK, and Canada, and Australia. So where mining activity is more prominent. So with all this study, what I particularly understood is, other countries are more focused into industry seeded R&D right from day one. So there, post to that, the government will become a catalyst, basically. So now when industry itself is going on interest in seeding the R&D component, then automatically lot of generation of human capital is also happening, which is very, very important topic for today's, to become India more of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in this regard, latest technologies like AI/ML, we have implemented, and we are the first company who have grounded AI/ML in the 2 states, total states of Maharashtra, which we have already completed and handed over the reports to the state government, where almost 400 plus potential mineral blocks has been identified. Now they will be cross-verified with the overlappings of GSI, AMD, and MECL. Post to that, whatever the areas, uncovered areas are left over, then the speeden up of the exploration activity will improvise in India. That is our main focus and prime idea in implementing the AI/ML with regards to the R&D and innovation in India, basically. So this is about our exploration activity. So because India is most of 4,800 topo sheets covered, each topo sheet is about 750 square kilometers. And every state, if you take Nagpur district in Maharashtra, it is about 22 topo sheets. When we talk about 22 topo sheets, so it covers almost more than 14,000 or 15,000 square kilometer area. So this 15,000 square kilometer area, traditionally if you have to do with the exploration activity, it takes years together. But here in India, we don't have that much of time. So to explore ourselves where the critical mineral potential zones are there. If we see right from Gujarat and Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and going to Jharkhand, Bihar, and Orissa. This is the strike where more of the mineral potential zone with regards to the critical minerals and rare earth minerals falls into. So when we understand these total areas, so we have to identify pinpointedly where particularly these mineral zones are available. Then it will become for us to easy to identify these mineral zones and to explore and more precisely G4, G3, G2 and G1 study than going for forward for mining auctions and all. So this will become more easy. And next segment, what we have focused with innovation and R&D is secondary resource. First we have targeted BGML, that is Hatti Gold, KGF, Kolar Goldfields. Then we have targeted HGML. So based on the age of the dump, that is 50 years, 25 years, and 5 years old dumps. With regards to the BGML, that is BGML, Hatti Gold Mine. So what mineral dumps has got is about 2.4 ppm of gold, which means 2.4 grams per ton it is coming around. And tungsten is of the main mineral resource, which is a very important mineral for the country, where we have leached out this tungsten with the algae. So by importing from other country, so we have grown that algae temporarily and keep on sprinkling the water on the algae. This algae will take out the tungsten and it will drain out. These are some techniques which we have taken up from various already done research countries, and we have studied across and tried to implement on this platform with innovation and R&D subject. And with regards to the LIB batteries and e-waste and as on today, the major challenge for India is magnetic, permanent magnet, basically. So with regards to the recycling, so we have worked on it, and recently we have been selected for incentivization program of 25 crores to 250 crores challenge. And with coming to the first mineral, that is, so we have opted for various research as an industry partner for ANRF proposals and S&T Prism proposals and Satyabhama proposals. As on today, around 16 to 18 proposals for R&D proposals. Because what we are giving to the nation, instead of asking the nation what you are giving, that should be the prime aspect of any industry or any growing country, basically, with regards to the industry or institution or any other aspect. So in that regard, as a moral responsibility and social responsibility, we have tried our best in identifying a good AI/ML model which is being implemented in all the states almost. Now it will be covered in another 2 years, total India may be covered. So this is what is our, with regards to the innovation and progressive in the R&D components, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vikram. But you know, the Geological Survey of India has taken care of this geochemical survey of each and every inch of this Indian land. And most of this area has been covered. And that geochemical tapping is very, very important, and that will give you the clue to where to go for this innovation, or you can say for the drilling project and assessment of the reserve. So these are the things which are about the secondary minerals or secondary source. Definitely this KGF and BML is there. And this Hatti gold mines also, one of these dump. So these dumps are created when this cut-off grade was different than the two-take cut-off grade because of this change in the price of gold. So that will be the control the price of this metal, and then the technology will come into the picture. But if you want to use this AI/ML directly without much detailed data or data set, then it is very, very difficult that your decision will be the precise and that. So data generation is very, very important. The purity of data is very, very important. Then you can come out with this conclusion. So may I request Dr. Rajesh Mukherjee from the Tata Steel. He is in charge of planning and other things. So how this safety as well as the green management of mines will be the important for the future development, because a lot of pollution problems are coming and people think that the mining is the one industry who is very close to the pollution and environmental degradation. So it is a big challenge to continue in this sector and take care of the environment vis-a-vis a good mine planning. So your view.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Singh, and thanks IInvenTiv for having me here. So before going into the question, so let me introduce mining. Mining is, as a business, is very different from others. Its pre-start requirement of mining is huge. ESG, environment, sustainability goals, our commitments are phenomenal. And when you start a mining, the period of negative cash flows actually is quite elaborate. So, and when we open up a mine, so there is a general perception that we degrade the forest. But the fact is that we degrade much more road forest due to road making than in mining. But of course, I mean, the importance of environment as well as I think when we mine, the safety of the men and machines, both are equally important. And as a responsible miner, Tata Steel has implemented many things among, I mean, for a safer mining. So one is already mandated by the government as a safety management plan. But all our open cast mines are actually, we are having slope stability radars. and we also use quite a lot of drone survey to detect if there is a movement or not. And of course, from the drone orthomosaic, we have a regular monitoring of the overall slope of the mine and pit and the dumps, and the width and the gradient of the haul roads, bumps, width, base, height, etc. So that these are done as far as this, I mean, at least the layout is concerned, we are okay. But see, fundamentally, we are not very much safety concerned, even during our day-to-day life. So behavioral aspect of the people is one important area where we really need to invest as an industry. And I think there we actually feel, even if we have a safe behavior inside the mine premise, but the moment the people go back home or go out from the mine boundary, our original behavioral patterns comes up. So those are the challenges as far as the safeties are concerned. But we need to culturally, we need to improve upon this. And the second question, I think, was on the green energy transition. See, green energy transition is something which we are actually at least 25 years behind. And we were almost like, I personally feel that it will take some little more time, because again, traditionally we are very much prescriptive. We grow up in a very prescriptive environment, and when we see even from the exploration stage also, we are prescribed to do by something, for example, geochemical mapping and all, and we are not culturally innovative. So what happens? We strictly follow the guidelines of certain exploration program, and almost after we report a particular value, a particular grade on a particular XYZ point, then we say that we have already discovered, but it's not the case. The fact is that unless and until there is a reasonable prospect for eventual economic extraction, no value on that particular point is actually will give us any leap towards the green energy transition. And it has its own gestation period, exploration, and then we have got elaborate, like in the beginning I mentioned, that mining is a different, the pre-start requirement is huge. I mean, the forest clearance, the environmental clearance, the social license, training, you have to need place for storing tailings, dumps, etc., and the regulatory framework are not always very conducive. So once you do that, after that you start mining, and then we all know that we are not having very good grade ore, so we are having mostly lean grade, low grade ore, and the extraction is not very promising so far. So it will take its own time, although so a lot of urban mining happening, secondary sources, recycling are actually picking up. But I think that is one area where at least TRL1, TRL2 projects for beneficiation and extraction of the critical minerals has to be done by the industry, in the academia, and then maybe from TRL3 and above, it can be taken up by industry and academic collaboration. That is maybe make the pace little faster. But of course, this is a need of the hour, and NCMM is a good news. COE ISM Dhanbad is a Center of Excellence for Critical Minerals, which is even a good news. So I think together we will be slowly moving towards this green energy transition as fast as is possible. But till the time we do that, at least we let us source the technologies from the developed nations, or even from China for that particular matter, and take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukherjee. Now I'll request Dr. Madhu K. Nair about his view about this mining infrastructure and development.
Thank you, Professor Singh sir, Professor Satyanarayana sir, and other panelists. Good evening. Sir, I am more from I am not from the mining side particularly. I am from the beneficiation side or the extraction side. So I have been in the coal beneficiation for nearly two and a half decades by now, and iron ore, manganese, etc. and etc. So when the case of looking for RE and critical minerals came up from our Prime Minister, and when I saw that nobody is taking up this case, I thought that I will try initiating this, going to the Coal India chairman, going to a few other chairmen. And finally, it's a good thing that WCL took up the issue first, and I became their proud partner. Initially, we have done around 6 mines, purely overburdened. That's what we have been working around. And as I started seeing a few of the positive signs from this overburden, I went to Neyveli lignite. From there, I have quite a good, I will not say a large data, but I do have a good data from lignite side, from the fly ash, from the coal, and from the coal dumps and shale. So we started doing that. We got a good data. So from there onwards, I started now going into the next step is extraction. That is the R&D part. So I wanted a partner. So I started looking around. I went to BHU. I came to Dheeraj sir. So here I got the first, what you call, positive, this one. Now we are on the work on potash as well as zirconium extraction from mine overburden, purely from mine overburden. And also I am looking at extraction of titanium from fly ash. Fly ash data I have got nearly 28 units from different states and different coal mines, so that I have a fairly a good outlook towards it, what I can do about it. So when it comes to a proof of concept, I am working on 2 particular technologies, which I don't want to talk in the open at this point of time. But both the technologies are faring well, out of which one, definitely I will come out with the POC by the end of this quarter. That is before the end of the June. That's what I am into, sir. So now again, I will spread my wings to Jharkhand area particularly, because the coking coal area will have more to talk about and more to think about. So that is where our Mukherjee sir also will find me comfortable to use, actually speaking. So I am sure, sir, I am sure that the secondary sources will definitely contribute, but it will not contribute something like people may think that within 6 months it can come out, or within a year it can come out. It will be a little difficult, because by the time we can commercialize or we can do a commercial piloting, it will take at least another 6 to 8 months time. So for commercializing the things, we are nearly a year or little more than a year away from that. It's from my perspective, from whatever I am doing, and from whatever I am seeing what is happening today at this point also. So I can talk only on this particular subject, and I am sure that by next meeting, whenever we come here, we will have something solid to bring on the table. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nair. About the, you are trying to give some beneficiation and processing part where the low-grade ore or low-grade material can be enhanced there. You have the effectiveness for the use of that one. So it is a very big challenge, I can say, about this. Lot of waste material is available, but how this waste material can be converted into the useful material. And one of the things will be the you can say the how to get this manufactured sand, because a lot of environmental constraint about the sand mining, and particularly sand from this. So how we can, from the waste, we can generate some sand, particularly with the coal mine waste, where the lot of the sandy materials are there. And that will be the one of this area where mining engineering department should think about how to make more useful manufacturing sand. And all over the world, people are now started using the manufacturing sand. So that will be the another area where we can think about the how you can scale up in the larger scale production of dump material. Even you can take the NCL, a huge amount of dump material is there, 90 to 110 meter of this height of the dump material, and at least even 40 to 50% can be converted. We can reduce the stress from this mining industry about this acquisition of land for the putting the dump, because that is another questions where the lands are sinking and the mines are going deeper and the stripping ratio is increasing. So where to dump all these material? So if you can go ahead with this kind of things, I think that will be the better. So now I will request this. Okay, second round we can let it first. Now I can request Mahesh to speak something about their activity and how we are contributing in this theme.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Singh. And I give you a little bit background of what we do. We have a company called Alpha Value Ventures, and where we invest into the deep tech companies. And so we invested one of the company called Road Grid, which is into the EV charging station setup. So one thing is like, if we try to understand, like lithium is one of the core thing, that is the most critical element, and majorly we need to import it and dependent upon China and the other countries. So the question is like, what is the resource we have? That is one part. How are we going to mobilize the resource, whatever we have? That is the most important and the critical part. So there being a technology now, and by which you can increase the efficiency of the lithium-ion battery by at least 80%. So like suppose there being a 10 years usage of the lithium-ion battery or 8-year usage, and now with the advent of the technology, you can make it another go like 7-8 years further down the line. So in US, there's a company called WaveTech, which been doing it so, and here in India as well, we've been looking forward for one company which has already developed the technology, and now so the more important part is, because everybody knows rare earth, that is rare all across the globe. It's the mobilization and the resources, using how you use it and how you convert it and how beneficially you can get it more, not only at the primary level, but at the secondary level as well as the tertiary level. So whatever the rare materials we have, we need to look at like how better utilization capability that we need to have, and that is the best usage that we can develop. There being like, if you look into, lithium is always being better than lead acid, but because of the cost difference between the two, most of the data centers and all, they've been using the lead acid batteries these days, right? So the question is most on the cost competitive advantage that you're having, and you are building something around it where the VC investors are looking to invest into the companies which been using the resources, critical resources, in a very effective way. Thank you.
So the first round we have completed about the view. Now we can come to the very pinpointed questions. So what is the future of sustainable development, and how we can demarcate and define sustainable development? I may request Professor Satyanarayana to give some of his view.
So we have, so I think this session has gone off into an extension of the previous session on minerals and materials, rather than earth science from the bigger perspective of the earth science. I guess being an institute with mining and so on, it's bound to take that shape. Now, coming to the question of sustainable development, all of us know the SDG goals and how do we, use them as a framework on what we do so that the next generation has materials that is. So one area that I will talk where I've been personally involved, and since you've been bringing up the issue of manufactured sand and so on, is, and bring it into the perspective of policy issue is the C&D waste, construction and demolition waste. Being a civil engineer who works in construction, and how do we do it in a sustainable way. In fact, when I teach, I'm basically a professor of construction and project management, and when I teach project management, and when we started teaching earlier, we talk about 3 aspects on how we measure the success of a project in terms of time, cost, and quality. And then later on, we talked about safety. In the 80s and 90s, we started adding a project will be from a construction perspective. And now we talk in terms of sustainability. The 5th dimension that we bring in, saying that we also have to build it in a sustainable way, right? So from that perspective, when we're looking at how to recycle construction and demolition, it's a big problem in the country. People don't realize the magnitude of the problem that we have from C&D waste. So first of all, so can we retrieve the materials? So now when we talk about design of buildings, we talk about, can I design it taking into account end-of-life reuse of the components that go into the building? Okay. So from the design, so we need to look at it from design stage itself. And how do we build it so that I can reuse the material later on? So when we looked at this problem of retrieving coarse aggregate, because you've been talking about aggregates also, coarse aggregate and fine aggregate, right? That we need sand, that is been talking about. We did extensive studies, first of all, to understand what is the dimension of the problem in the country. We did the first scientific study in the country to estimate how much of C&D waste is created. And there was a study by TIFAC in the early 2000 or so, which said the C&D waste generated in this country is 10 million tons. And when I looked at the literature from other countries, I said, this looks ridiculously small. And then when we did a detailed study, just taking Chennai as a case study, I had a PhD student work on this topic. We found that Chennai itself is, based on available data, is itself generating 1.1 million tons. And now you're talking about whole country, 10 million tons. So they actually, later on, there were other articles that have come out where the actual estimate of the C&D waste is anywhere from 200 to 300 million tons. So the policy earlier was based on a 10 million ton estimate, when actual generation that's happening is to the order of 200, 300 million tons. So unless we have strong data on which we are going to be basing our policy and this. So once we brought this out, the city of Chennai itself was shocked to understand that we are generating so much. And we went into the dumps and started estimating how much C&D waste is a dump in the solid waste thing. 1/3 of the dump in the dumps is the C&D waste, right? So then we started looking at how much the economics of recycling. You need to crush it, you need to extract the sand, you need to extract the coarse aggregate has to be finished such a way that it can be used similar to the virgin aggregate, which means it's quite energy intensive. And then economically, it doesn't work out unless you give a tax break or you incentivize it, which is not happening, right? So unless I do that, it does not work out economically. So how do I bring in from a policy perspective, incentivize to do these things? And you may have to even subsidize it for the benefit of the society. Otherwise, I'm breaking mountains. I'm, dumping all this in riverbeds and in lakes, filling them up. So the point I just took this example because when you're talking about sustainability, infrastructure, and so on, how do you recycle? How do you incentivize that? In fact, we were trying to meet the environment ministry people and also the finance ministry people saying that with some data to show that you need to give tax breaks and you need to incentivize and give subsidies to make this happen. I know countries like Singapore and all this, they subsidize this considerably. When you're setting up a plant for crushing, they give huge subsidies. So these are some of the steps we need to do to really look at it. Highway payments, right? When you look at highway payments, what we're doing, we are, especially city roads, every year you recycle, you retop it. Now, if you really properly design it and properly execute it, it should last you 7 to 10 years, right? But every year, of course, there's a political contract nexus. Every year there's business, everyone has a cut in it. But if you build nicely for next 10 years, you don't have business. That's a different angle. But the point is, you know, the heights are increasing, buildings are going below this thing. But the amount of material that is going in it, it's a huge amount of waste. So these are some of the, so we need to look at it, somewhat deep studies, proper estimating as lack of data in the country on what really is the quantum of the problem, and then bring it in the perspective of carbon, you know, the estimations of life cycle and all this. And there's work going on, but we need to do it at a much larger scale. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. About this manufacturing side, yes, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, they have made a very nice policy, and that policy is implemented, and lot of incentive has been offered by the state government to go ahead with this manufacturing side. M-SAND policy, this is manufacturing side, M-SAND policy, and slowly other states are going to adopt that policy. That will be under the discussion. So coming out of this resource and development, I will ask a straight question to Dr. Rajesh about what kind of difficulty you foresee once you are going to adopt a new technology in your mining operational part.
So, integrating new technology is not very difficult thing, provided the technology promises return of the investment. But the thing is that it has to be proven, at least the proof of concept should be there, well tried. And I think because today we are in a crossroad, so the sustainability part we should not forget. So otherwise, I don't really see any issue in integrating new technologies. We have been doing. I can give you examples. So even image analysis we're discussing, AI and ML, AI ML. It has really, I mean, digitalization in mind. Everything, the beneficiation technology, mining technology has improved. The industry has actually welcomed all the improvements. So I don't see a real problem in this. Of course, it has to be economic. I mean, give some return in terms of money.
Mr. Nair, mostly in beneficiation is a very energy consumer process. Lot of energy is consumed, and lot of other CO2 will be also released during the process because using a different kind of, if you are going for this chemical-based separation method. Chemical-based separation method, if you are using, not a dry separation method. So a lot of chemicals are coming and a lot of this, you can say these toxic gases are released on the atmosphere. So do you think that whatever the technology you are going to provide, that will take care of these kind of the side effects? Because that will be related to also the cost of this material.
Sir, you are right. But as of today, at least the sector and the area where I am working, there is, as of today, there is no proven technology at all. There is not a single country except China. China, nobody can say anything. But except China, no other country has commercialized this secondary sourcing in a big way. Nobody has done it. But where I am working, for example, the what you call our fly ash or the overburden, I will work in two areas, definitely not chemical. That is for sure. Why not chemical? The moment I start using chemical leaching, or chemical means there is chemical leaching at the end of the day. Sooner than later, all the departments will be standing on my head for all kind of other economic ecosystems. So I can only briefly say now at this point of time, because I have just started that. I am not working in chemical leaching at all. I am not looking at chemical at all. The system, what I say that I will have a POC by the end of the quarter, if that works and if that is going to give me more comfort in commercializing, that will be definitely either bacterial or biological. Hydrometallurgical plant I do have, but again, I have to look at the economics before I commit anything on that. But what I am seriously working, sincerely working, is on biological area and the bacterial area. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Manish, sorry. You have talked about this battery management system and how this lithium-based battery. Do you think that this will be the low carbon transformation in this area of energy consumption? Because as you know, the energy consumption in India is very less as compared to US and other country. Even you are 7th or 8th. So how to increase the energy consumption per capita? Because it is one of the yardstick of developed to developing country. Earlier we have the metal consumption per capita was the yardstick in the terms of the copper era or iron era. So do you think that this battery and management of the battery system, it's a low energy consumption and more energy giving aspect, how it will be work for the future of India?
Though you asked a very scientific question, I'm not big on the science side, but again, I would say, like at the end of the day, if you look into, everybody is talking about data center, everybody is talking about setting this thing, that thing. At the end of the day, it's the energy which is going to play the game. And so like there is no clear-cut answer to the question, what you've been saying, like how you're going to manage the energy side. But the question is like how efficiently and effectively you can use it. That is the only way forward. There's nothing like a mechanism, I would say, that this is, if you use it, because there's a limiting factor for everything. When I say lithium, there's a limiting factor for lithium. If we say solar energy, there's a limiting factor for solar. So we're trying to use a mix and match of the things together in order to look at what can be most optimally utilized and how on the ROI factor as well as on the sustainability factor. Sustainability is one of the most important, the critical thing. Everybody is talking about lithium battery, that may be the green energy and all these things. But at the end of the day, again, it's going to be a big mess later point of time when these lithium batteries and all these things are creating a garbage, electronic garbage for that thing. So we need to think, that is a roadmap. Everybody needs to think on that, how the value proposition can be built in the future for that.
Thank you. Just straight away, I will talk to Dr. Bikram. Mr. Bikram, you talk about this critical minerals exploration aspect. And not exploration, initial, the feasibility report of the site. So how this data analysis or data-driven decisions, like the 3D modeling of this block, identification, the concentration of this material, because Earth is a very complex system and nothing is available in a straight way. Like a coal, you have the bedded deposits, but once you are going to critical mineral, there is a polymetallic things, a number of mineral and many complex mineralization process. So do you think that are we able to in near future develop some kind of the technology and some model by which we can go for the selective mining of that material, which can make such a more economical and feasible for the industry?
Sir, actually, critical rare earth minerals are not as if like a bedded deposit. It comes from pathfinding or association. So it will be in PPM, PPB or PPT. So basically, so we need to understand this. So the point is here, if I take two examples, one is exploration with AIML and one is dump studies, what we have done live study. So AIML, what we do is in NGDR data, there is a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer grid line pattern in 1:50,000 scale. GSI has done the chemical analysis, geophysical analysis, and other relevant analysis throughout India. Now, we take this data of 64 elemental analysis. So then, suppose if we are doing a particular area for bauxite, now we try to predict gallium, vanadium, and titanium. Basically, these are the three main minerals which are very important for India to identify in critical mineral sector. Now we identify with the resource, whatever the geochemical analysis with 64 elemental analysis or 32 elemental analysis, which is uploaded in the NGDR data. We take the prediction and we see the cross validation, and we have lot of cross check mechanism of models, so which we have developed of our own. And with this cross validation, we try to improvise the model up to 82 to 85%. So when we talk about, first we tried the AIML model on Ramagiri goldfields, where intensified work has been done by GSI, where live data is available. Now we didn't took that data. So basic data we have taken 2 by 2, 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer, and we have developed the model and we bought the output. Then we correlated with the data which is available. Now first model, what we generated was about 42% matching. Then we improvised 55, next 65, next 70, 75, 80. Up to 90 we have gone. When we reach up to 90, we will get about 60% accuracy level. There is no doubt about it. But the point here with the critical minerals, when we talk about AIML, is a minor change in the mineral or a particular mineral, we need to alter the total model of the algorithm. This is the difference between other AIML and with regards to mineral sector AIML. This is a little bit tough task for any AIML engineer and data scientist who has to work on that model. This is how we are identifying, sir, the mineral potential zones, where recently we have given, first we have done 2 districts of Maharashtra, that is Nagpur and Bandara, where we were successful for about 60% of the mineral potential zones. They have gone for G4 study with all the cross validation and justification of the block. And next, Bandara and Bhilwara district of Maharashtra, Rajasthan. So that also has gone improvised to 70% of success rate. What blocks we have defined. Now total state of Maharashtra is defined, total state of Rajasthan is defined as of now. Sir, at any given point of time for India, what we require is cost-effective solution and time-bounded solution. These are the 2 important factors, whether it might be innovation or it might be a R&D, it might be a live working on the mine, or if we are taken some auction blocks, making that auction block into reality. This is a very important need of the hour for India. Because critical mineral is a very important aspect which we need to cater, because it is very much used in diplomatic relation of a country, where the country can grow, GDP can grow, where if we can produce the metal, no need of import. Our dollar will not go out, our gold will not go out. Input will come, GDP will increase. Because this has become very primary, sir. The second one is dump studies. Recently, with collaboration of our ISM Dhanbad, we have taken up one prestigious work, we can tell, throughout the world. Such a massive work. For total Rajasthan state, we have targeted around 280 blocks. We have clustered these 280 blocks into 4 clusters. One is 80, 80, 80, 80. Now in the first 80, we have targeted 10, 10 into subcluster. The first 10 subcluster, we have taken a timeline of 180 days. And we have completed it it is almost in the edge of the completion. We have completed in 3 months. Not more than that. In 4th month, we are submitting the report. And sir, I proudly tell, with this platform, the gallium is going to come in a very biggest deposit in India. And which mineral and all, final report of ISM will speak. Though, only 2 blocks, sir. In India, now immediate resource is secondary resource. That is right from Britishers. If you take iron ore, there are a lot of iron ore dumps where Britishers mining used to be done. That's the reason why we targeted gold first. Because immediately it can be cashed if we can do the proper study. So now, in the same way, iron if you target, there you can find nickel and other critical minerals too. Where we have the flow sheet. Like we have the prestigious institutions like IITs have done enough good work, and CSIR labs have done enough good work. But it is not industrialized, basically. They have reached up to TRL 8 or TRL 9, basically. Now, if we can take it forward, so I think immediate wealth will be generated with this secondary resource. Mining means first 3 years or 5 years, it will take its own time to get all the clearances, and then it will go into the mining, basically. Now, immediate resource is that's the reason why with the innovation idea with ISM Dhanbad, so with our director sir and deputy director sir and our techsmin, so we have taken up a call very seriously by building up a concept paper and DPR, detailed proposal, by convincing the bureaucracy and political, that is up to CM level. It is a very big task. Because again here, lot of things will come into picture. Convincing all of them, and we have taken up this project, and it has been announced in recent Rising Rajasthan Summit for AIML and dump studies, sir. And with this, I think wealth is going to create more than 250 lakh crores only from the dumps of Rajasthan, because it is a very rich of base metal and other granite, as well marble, and graphite and other various minerals, very rich minerals are available. And we have given in the report only 70,000 crores, what we have developed in the DPR. But it is more than that. It is more than 3 times or 4 times. Because it is undervaluing is a important task in UNFC classification or JARC report or whatever Canadian as per the classifications and all. So this is how the innovation and R&D, sir. So this is the wealth which is going to happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have consumed our time. So quick 1 or 2 questions we can take up and then we can close. If anybody has any quick 1 or 2 question or remark, we'll appreciate. Otherwise, we can close this. So hope everybody is...
Good evening, everybody. See, I was hearing Bikram sir and would like to ask from Mukherjee sir. Sir, like in Kishangarh, recently we are seeing in a news that the Kishangarh Marble Association has developed a dump yard that is now attracting the people for the pre-wedding shootings or Bollywood movies and all. So once upon a time, they have the waste material. They choose not to dump at the roadside or the cities. Rather, they acquire the land and they develop. Today, the site is attracting the tourist. So, what I would like to hear from Mukherjee sir is the Tata Steel. See, there is no one here from CIL, so I would like to hear from your side that is there any idea that Tata Steel has to develop this entire Chota Nagpur plateau from where the mines or coal field has been taken out. The people are migrating. So any idea to redevelop this site with this wastage to again attract for the tourists or the visitors? Thank you.
I actually didn't get your question. I mean, whether Tata Steel is mining or the entire Chota Nagpur plateau?
No, sir, I would like to say that steel industry is the one which is using highest number or one of the coal. So is there any idea to redevelop this site from where people are continuously migrating? So can we develop this mining site as a tourist hub? Like the Marble Association of Kishangarh has developed a dump yard. I think you have been seeing these days that site is very, very frequently in the news.
Okay, so thank you for your question. But you know, for any mine, I mean, there is a final, when you close a mine, there is a final mine closure plans to be approved and approved with proper RNR and all. So I think Tata Steel as a company will not be able to, I don't think they will be able to do it, I mean, transform the land into a tourist place where so many mining are happening. But any responsible miner, when they will close the mine, they are mandated by the law, and also they will, I think, they will do the right thing to restore the place.
Okay, because in the mine closure rules, we have to reclaim and give the land as it was given to this miner. So there is a lot of recreation things has been created by many dump area and the mine out area where people has made these schools, playground, and the classical example in the Goa you can see a lot of things has been done. In outside India also they have made it. But Kishangarh, whatever you are telling, it was just like a cutting of this material. The granite cutting and other things has been thrown, and that has been built. Like many places it has been done. You can see many places the plastic houses has been made, this waste material. So one can take up this job, but I think let the Tata should do what they are doing. Thank you very much for your question. So any other question? One more we can take and then close.
Hello, sir. So my question is, as you said,
Little bit louder, please.
as you said, for construction problem, which we have like no idea how much ton of construction waste is in India. So it is evident for past 10 years, you can say efforts of different companies, people are using different kind of construction material, which is sustainable enough. For example, Lego blocks, which you can use even after 20 years, and it is evident that these are good for environment. So my question is, having the data or proof for that, what kind of efforts the decision makers are taking to replace the conventional construction material to the innovation which is being popular?
So, there's a lot of research is going on. This low CO2 related car, the cement has been produced by many of the places. Many of the researchers are reporting that they are not using water at all for the construction material and making such a nice cementing material, not cement, cementing material for joining the blocks. So things are going on, and we are very hopeful. And at this end, I can only say better not criticize much, construct more, and build more building than the more editor. So we are more editor and more critic than this making this. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Since you brought up the idea of the Lego blocks, Dr. Rahul is there in the audience from IIT Tirupati, who is working on creating this Lego block model. So Rahul, you may want to stand so that he can catch up with you and you can discuss. Okay, yeah, that's Dr. Rahul, so you can talk to him on that solution.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the organizers, and I have the wonderful panelists of this diverse field and diverse area. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the panel discussion on research and innovations in earth sciences. I would now request our moderator, sir, Professor T.N. Singh, sir, to kindly felicitate the other panelists. So, starting with Dr. Satyanarayana, sir, so Director, IIT Tirupati. Please, next one. We have it here. Dr. Rajesh Mukherjee, sir. So we here. Shri Madhu K. Nair, sir. Shri Vikram, sir. And Sri Manish Srivastava, sir. So I would now request our director, Professor Shukumar Mishra, sir, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Professor T.N. Singh, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. 26, which has not been done ever in the past 3 rounds of IInvenTiv. Today, we are going to have a fireside chat with the venture capitalists. May I request Mr. Nirdosh Arora, Black Leo Ventures, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Gautam Jha, Venator Minds, to kindly join us on stage. Arijit Bhattacharya, IInvenTiv Ventures, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Rohit Kale, Vesrasti Ventures, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Manish Srivastav, Alpha Value Ventures, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Saurabh Singh, Y Point VC, IIT Bombay. I also invite Mr. Namami Ghosh, Ivy Cap Ventures, to kindly join us on stage. The moderator of the session will be Mr. Sumakesh Mishra from Atler.
I'm not a VC. I'm actually an entrepreneur. So that's the name of the. The way we would do this is we will take round of introductions and you guys could share a few thoughts that you want to address the startups with. So we will have like a 3 to 5 minute on that, and then we'll open the floor to the startups and they can ask you questions on that.
And the mics are all around there.
We can do the opposite as well? No.
Yes, we will. But let's start with your intro first and your views, and then we hear it from them.
So you want to give some concluding remarks? We could do that. Otherwise,
No, just wanted to understand if they can introduce themselves and then maybe we can do.
but, there will be a lot of startups. 15, 20 startups will at least be there, right? So.
Thanks all for joining us here today. We have our panelists of venture capitalists here. What I would request is starting on the right side, we would go through a round of introductions. The venture capitalists are going to share certain observations and some recommendations that they have for budding entrepreneurs, post which we will open the stage for questions from all the entrepreneurs who are out here. Yeah, please. We request you to start with your sector of expertise and any thoughts that you have to share.
Yeah, this is Manish Srivastava from Alpha Value Consulting. And so we being into like valuation domain from the last like 15, 18 years, doing valuation of the companies. And then we started with Alpha Value Venture, where we invest into deep tech, majorly into deep tech companies. And regarding for the startup founders, 2-3 things I would say, like start fast, and if you fail fast, that's good enough. Pivot fast, be agile, so that you can in a longer run win fast. And second is like whatever, if you're building something on the tech, have a patent for that. Otherwise somebody will come and say, will claim that it is mine, you lost the game. Third is like have, a lot of the time I see a lot of founders coming up, they don't have the co-founder. Try to have a co-founder, because the VC looks at to de-risk the businesses, because if you just have with a founder, there's no co-founder, there's a risk that being involved. So these are the few outliners that I would say that you need to look at and then move ahead.
Hello everyone, this is Nirdosh Arora, a business strategist and an entrepreneur with the foundation of in growth and marketing. I am currently running Black Leo Ventures, which is a angel investor syndicate. We are helping startups with the scaling, funding, and also with the execution part. My personal experience is into exports and beyond, and currently in semi-regulatory market and also with the emerging market.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Gautam Jha. I run a company called Veneta Minds. We help the startups connect with investors across India, and I have my events platform to do that. I also help startups in their GTM and fundraise strategy. I was also told to give you some gyan on what you guys should be doing, and I will definitely do that. Gyan dene ka hum mauka nahi chhodte. So one thing that I have noticed today, and also in my recent visit at IIT Patna that I saw, technology, wonderful, research, you guys are supposed to do that, you guys are innovators, etc. and all that. But most of you are almost, most of you have no idea how to sell. Sales किसी को नहीं आता, या शायद ज़्यादातर लोगों को नहीं आता. So my suggestion would be, please understand how sales is done. Because till the time you are in your IIT or IIM or any other, or NIIT or RIT, wherever, you're safe. But when you go out with your product in the market out there, even if you're the best innovator, you need to be a selu. That's the term we use for sales guys. So you need to be a salesman to sell your product. It could be a product, it could be service, it could be the best, technology out there in that division. But please do learn how to do sales. That is very important.
Yes. Hi everyone, I'm Rohit Kale from V-Strategy Ventures. We have syndicate based out of Pune. Till now we have invested in 39 companies across different domains, different vertical, and like the suggestions as what I want to give, like today as well, I visited number of startups, number of ideas from different IITs. So maximum were not product market fit. Basically, what is important to look after, when we evaluate as an investor. So it is important. Second, if you are doing research or anything, doing research papers or something like that, okay. So please focus on real-time problem statement, and that is important in current scenario, okay. And the use cases, first of all, it is important to identify those things, okay. So I think I will keep it short because more we have to learn from you. Okay, and we will, there will be a question answer session, so it will be better to identify the problem statements and we can provide you the solutions. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Arijit Bhattacharya. I'm a serial entrepreneur, plus we run a corporate open innovation model and a fund called IInvenTiv2026. We have a base in Houston, which is a registered fund of ours, and then eventually we started that in India as a parallel body. Quite a bit number of portfolio of companies that we have, plus founder of World Leaders Summit, if you have heard about it. It's a 102 countries network. Every year we do that particular summit in a mega way in every country. Like we did that in Ghana, Dubai, UK, eventually 2027 we'll be doing in Malaysia, did that in India. We create ecosystem. We have around 24,000 business leaders as a corporate open innovation model. So what we give, not only money, we give market access, we give opportunity to the startups so that they can get their customer. Even though if you are funded, if you are not getting customer, it's no point, to be very, very honest. That's what we have been doing. We have a model called 20-20-20. 20 investors usually listen and understand pitch of 20 different startups on 20th of every month. So it's a monthly activity that I do. So I can go on with lot many activities that we have been doing. You can Google me, you can Google all these names. Happy to support, happy to help. Yes, I will echo with Rohit, my good friend's voice. There are multiple number of innovation that probably we do as a research and development, but sometimes we miss a basic point, how we can sell it, and if there is a need in the market or not. So maybe it might happen you are a great innovator. I'll not ask you to become a salesperson, rather get a salesperson in your team who can do amazing sell. That's what I think I'll be giving as a tips. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Saurabh, and I'm representing Y-Point Venture Capital. It's India's first institution-led venture capital fund. And I have been a serial entrepreneur myself, had a stint with 3 startups. And we invest only in deep tech companies and mostly IP-driven. So yeah, that's about the fund. And as far as the GAN is concerned, I would say that whatever you are innovating or whatever technology you're working on, look at the industry integration very seriously. Because technology as such has no use unless it is getting properly integrated into the industry, especially for the deep tech guys. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Namami Ghosh. I represent IInvenTiv Ventures. So IInvenTiv is one of the leading homegrown funds of India. We have managed more than 6,000 crores since inception and invested in more than 70 companies. Currently, our focus is in the deep tech. We have recently invested in bot sync, morphing machines, runners, semiconductors, etc. We also leverage the IIT, IIM ecosystem a lot to power the Indian startup ecosystem and create business leaders. We are currently, there are more than 5,000 IIT alums in our platform as mentors, and the data of the database actually grows every day. Now the GAN part. What I have seen that as entrepreneurs, you should be very focused, very convinced about the why part, because that's where as investors we invest in. And also whatever you are building at whichever phase you are, even before you are building, when it is just an idea, get it validated by your stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for those bits of Gyan. Just sort of summarizing what we heard here, the primary thematic that comes out is if you're developing something, there needs to be a market for it. And if there is a market for it, and even then if you can't sell it, then there's no point in it. So it ends up being an amalgamation of multiple things coming together, right? So these support functions, and this is a follow-up question that maybe one of you could answer, is, let's say if I am a deep tech innovator, and it's obviously very difficult for me to now learn all of these skill sets on the fly, right? This is my expertise. How do I find that co-founder? And this is personally that I also struggle with. So how do I find that co-founder who can truly be a fit, right? And there are a lot of factors which could potentially go around it, right? Are you friends? How close are you? Complementarity of skills, etc., right? Throwing some light on that, and then maybe we can move on to the questions.
You know, you said a point that learning that skills at this age is not possible. I think you're just beginning. बाल डाई लगा के काले नहीं करे ना, फिर ठीक है. So I think you guys are still young. Everybody that we saw out there, except the professors, they were all still young. And try and understand one thing, even the professors who have been teaching for 10, 15, 20 years were standing there explaining their product to us. What were they doing? Selling. There was no price point there, obviously, but they were trying to sell that, yes, there is something innovative that they are doing. That's sales. They were selling their idea to us. So that is 50% job done. Now you need to do is understand ki, okay, how much can you actually, what talent do you need to actually have a value to that particular product or service of yours. Now coming down to how do you find a co-founder? You know, half of the startup industry is actually looking for this answer, but I'll tell you, none of them have been able to get that. Finding a co-founder is difficult than doing all the innovations that you have been doing and doing more innovations that you are doing. But I'll tell you one big thing. Vision alignment, dream alignment, हमारी दोस्ती अच्छी चलती है, we tag along well, सब ठीक है. But if a person is not bringing in money, he is not a co-founder. He could be a CTO, CFO, CSO, whatever you can call him, give him ESOPs, whatever you want to. But if you're calling him a co-founder, he has to invest money. Because only then will there be skin in the game. वरना आप IITians के साथ बैठे हैं सर. ये कल सोचेंगे इनको परसों नौकरी मिल जाएगी. They will go away. Then what does the investor do? Find your co-founder again. So a co-founder is one who comes in with money. Amount is not important. It could be a small amount, big amount, mid-size amount, does not matter. But he has to invest something in the company. Sweat equity is not co-foundership. Very simple. So anyone would like to add on?
Probably I'll add on in a funny way. It's like finding your wife, your better half. So it's more easy to find a wife in today's time, but then it's more tough to find a co-founder. From where you can get it, to be very honest, in a different way, if you are thinking that you are looking for a co-founder, mil jata hai. That's not a big deal. You have probably your college mates, you probably met someone in some conference, you're talking to each other. The point is, give some time. Give some time to each other. Understand whether really both of you or three of you want to build something and probably want to have puffed rice in the lunch. And that's going to happen if you don't have probably money in the bank in a big way. If you are in this journey, probably things will happen. And take a test. Take a test, a simple test. Ask them, I'll echo with my fellow panelists, ask them to invest a little bit of amount of money so that probably you are equal with each other. Now this equality comes with responsibility. When money is concerned, whether that is maybe 10,000 to 1 lakh rupees, your skin in the game. That's true. But at the same time, please understand what is the motive. So sometimes I have seen with right kind of friendship, we tag along, everything is great. But eventually when you started working with each other, your co-founder is probably creating some kind of different activities, I wouldn't say odd, different activities that the company is suffering. So feel that whether you are finding someone who can adopt your baby. So if you consider your company as your baby, can you get an uncle, can you get an aunt who can take the responsibility? That's the only answer. There is no rocket science, if anybody wants to.
To add on to his point, it's actually worse than marriage because now you're on the same cap table as well. So that's very difficult to get out of. And on the lighter side, that was my point. But then beyond that, I think it's all about values and what you want out of the company. So two people can have very different outcomes in their head, and I think it's very important to align that. And of course, as was rightly pointed out by the panelists, it takes time. It takes a lot of time, and I think that is a validation in itself. If somebody is able to spend that time with you and take it forward with you, that's a validation. And in fact, in IIT Bombay, we have a program wherein we are, finding co-founders for our researchers, our PhDs, our professors, the business co-founder, and then giving them a grant to support them, a grant of around 50 lakh rupees, which is to be revised. So that's a great initiative if any one of you wants to get into it.
Like Ajit said, you need to walk along. Until unless you don't walk along for some time, you cannot say that today I met a person, he being very interested, whatever I've been saying, he know the thing, and he can become my co-founder. That should not be one. Second is most of the time when you start a company with even two co-founders who may be two good friends, though you start a company with saying 50% stake, it should not be like that. What is the value the person is bringing to the system? That value should define the percentage game. Third is there need to be a proper founder agreement that if you coming with me, it is for a period of at least certain 5 years, 7 years, you are not going to leave the company and go away. And because you get a better opportunity, you're saying that, okay, I should go and look at the other things. So this should be there should be a formal founders agreement that need to be in place.
Thanks a lot, and that's quite helpful. I had heard from someone that you should think of it like speed dating. If you don't try it enough, you are eventually not going to. Founder dating is in. Yeah, that's true. There are these cafes and all which are arranging for founders to meet each other.
So I met a startup in Chandigarh. They were from Hyderabad. So I said, what stage are you at? And so she said, it's all almost done. And right now I'm looking for a co-founder. I said, so have you been able to find one? Yeah, I'm dating a few. Yeah, wow, yeah, this is good, yeah.
True innovation. There was one more question around validating PMF, and there would be very different ways to do it depending on different sectors. But if you were to abstract it and maybe spread it over the different levels. So for example, let's say when you're at a very early pre-seed stage where you have an idea, what sort of, examples that people give are make WhatsApp groups, maybe validate with a bunch of people, and if you could just spread it over maybe until you reach a Series A. If you have any suggestions on that, and then we'll open it up. Maybe we could start with Namami Ghoshwal.
See, as I was saying, that before you start even building, right, you should be talking to your stakeholders. Say you are having an agri company. Who are your stakeholders? The farmers are your stakeholders. The FPOs are your stakeholders, right? The companies who are the agro companies who are going to buy your products are one of the stakeholders in the ecosystem. So you need to go talk to them and understand their real problem, right? See, we perceive something as a problem. Definitely, maybe it is there, right? But we really don't know, is it the real problem or not, right? So we need to talk to these stakeholders, as many as you can, right? And get to know exactly what the problem is. So after that, you can start building, and at every stage, you should again have dialogues with them to see if you are on the right track, right? And definitely, once all these things are done, so once your product is launched and all, then you can think of these people will buy and buy at a price. Otherwise, it's very difficult to sell. And see, there is no point building something, maybe it is technologically brilliant, but you build something, you spend a lot of money, effort, time, and see it is not sellable in the market.
Yeah, absolutely right on that point. And with this entire technology, AI disruption that is also coming about, seems like the moat is not going to be tech per se anymore, right? Especially on the, it is becoming a commodity, right? I mean, all LLMs would be accessible at a price, and eventually your moat will become these, under how well do you understand the user, and can you build a wrapper which is complex enough to solve that particular problem, and that could potentially become your differentiator. With this, I would like to open up questions from the audience.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please go ahead, please.
First of all, when you're mentioning in today's time AI, actually AI is a 40 years old technology. You're probably talking about Gen AI or probably cognitive AI. When we are talking about finding a co-founder, your Gen AI tool can be the best co-founder for you if you can use it properly. They can be the best possible coder for you. I will ask all the maybe research fellows or maybe the students or the startups to use and understand those kind of tools and how to use it properly. When you're sleeping, your tool should actually make money for you. And I know multiple number of European startups who are actually doing it exactly. So probably those things are required in India to learn and understand instead of making an ad in social media, "Aa jao sikha dunga." I'm so sorry about that ad, but then mimicry nahi kar raha hu, but then you don't need that, to be very honest. Use your brains and use the tool as properly. Next, another important point, there is a market which is always there. You talked about product market fit, yeah? Har cheez bikta hai. Depends which market you are in, right? And for which market you are building that particular product. Everything is possible. You just need to open up your mind. The first thing that you need to understand as an entrepreneur, to understand your product and then understand the market you will be going. It can be outside of India, doesn't matter. There is a huge market. And there is a fit for that particular product which you are building. And in India, probably there is a thin line between deep tech and emerging tech. Maybe many of us don't understand the difference. Emerging tech will actually take the lead. Sorry, we have a tendency of saying AR, VR. What is AR, VR, yaar? Augmented reality technology is completely different than the virtual reality technology, which is completely different than the mixed reality as well as the extended reality. We talk about AI, ML. Come on, machine learning is different than entire artificial intelligence. So I think we need to understand all these mechanisms. Sorry, being a techie, I thought that I should give the real perspective. So sorry, yeah.
Yeah, we'll be taking questions from the audience now. Saurav ji, if you could help with the mic. Yeah.
Greetings to all. Question is this. I mean, we come across, dot-com bubble long time back in the US. Post-globalization, now the market have opened. And after 2014, when we got a leader, somebody who has the gut to say, I am not the PM, I'm the CEO of India, I will run it like a business. And it is reflecting. And now we are seeing in the 10 years now. But every good time have its own limitations, and it will come to an end. With the falling demography in the Europe, the buying capacity, and so as in the Asia Pacific, Far East, where the market is there, China is not our market, can never be our market. Africa and South America maybe, but still it is not our market. And India is currently. Now in this given scenario, how long this, innovation, investment, all this is going to be promising, or how many decades it can be? And what is the future of this one?
I'm sorry, but then what I can see, at least traveling and executing projects, I can see there is a big market in Africa which opened up. The only challenge, sometimes as Indians we feel, Africa is poor. It's a myth nowadays. With at least the kind of integration that they have done on crypto, people have money in their pocket. And the kind of integration that they have done with heavy metals, minerals, even countries like Liberia, which is a very small country near Sierra Leone, they are also making money. And these guys are now looking for a service like Uber to be there and then run in their country. So probably we are missing that bus. That's my perspective. And when we talk about Europe, yes, it is true. Things are in a different scale. but I'm not sure. Central Asia is coming up like anything. If you look at Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, that belt, it's now coming up in a complete different way altogether. For an example, even with things like Shilajit is not a product from Himachal. It cannot grow over there. You can't have green, entire greeneries and then you're picking up Shilajit from there. You need raw, barren mountains for that. So there is a market which already opened up. Maybe we need to cater those market. Pricing is different. Their mindset is different. The networking structure is different. Communication styles are different. So once we understand that, I think we are good to go. I'm just talking from the perspective because we are working in these countries very, very well.
I have a slightly different opinion here. Like the entire India can be broken into India 1, India 2 and India 3, right? India 1 having the GDP of US, India 2 similar to Mexico, and India 3 at the sub-Saharan level, right? And there's always an aspirational mindset that is there in the Indian consumer. So I think your question was agnostic to the sector. So I would say that there's a fairly large market to, actually look at, and with different kind of aspirations as well. So I think it's a big enough market to, really penetrate. And when it comes to technology, let's say AI in healthcare. So with such a big shortage of doctors, of clinicians, even now there's a penetration of around 5% for AI in the cancer and radiology space, in spite of at least 10 startups that are there in that space. Right, so the market is big enough. Second, to answer your question about the timeline, one of our companies from IT Bombay, which is by the name of Sedemac, recently got an IPO. They make ECUs, electronic control units. For them, there's a pretty good case study that you might need to study. They have barely scratched the surface, and it took them 20 years to do that. But the flywheel effect is so big now that beyond two-wheelers, they're getting into four-wheelers, they're getting into more industries with the ECUs. And so again, I would like to say, these are things that were being imported from Germany, and there was a complete market dominance. It took 20 years, but then the flywheel effect comes into picture, and that really changes the landscape in a big way. So I mean, as and when we start developing new and new technologies, this cumulative effect will take a shape, and that will help us in a long way.
Yeah, next question.
Hello, sirs. My question is actually for the very basic need of getting into the market. So there are few terminology for a innovator who want to go to market very first time. So there is huge confusion. Like he knows what is the area of research, what is the field, area, then field of research, then particular what is the market. For example, if somebody is doing some innovation in electronics, you can say I am making this device, this innovation, and electronic market is my potential market. So for a very new person, what is the point of contact for that particular market? You can give 2-3 examples. For example, you can tell us what is the point of contact for electronics market, somebody making some electronics prototype. Similarly, for another example, you can take as somebody making some new biscuits. So where to go? Should he go to Apollo Hospital, Apollo Medical Center, say my biscuits are helping these kind of patients, or he should conventionally search one by one, shop by shop, okay, please buy my biscuits. So what should be the point of contact to start getting into the market?
See, the point of contact is if suppose I want to develop a mobile, okay. So first of all, I will try to use it, right? I will try to sell it out in the nearby market first of all, rather than going to India level or the state level, right? So first of all, identify the market, That is important. Okay. If you want to, like, as you mentioned, the like example of biscuit. Okay. First of all, go to distributor, like understand the distributor channel. Okay. Understanding the channel, how they are selling, right? Stockists are there in the like more than the distributors. Okay. So understanding the channel, how you can sell, and first of all, prepare your mindset. What should be the sales channel? Suppose like I'm preparing anything, any products. So there should be a specific sales channel. Okay. How I should sell, how I should reach out to people. Okay. So that is important aspect to like consider in the initial stage. Right.
I want to add two things. First is make a dream team. Get all the people you lack in, like if you are having a skill set, you're not having a skill set like marketing, sales. Get those people, get industry experts, and talk to them and figure out like how you can do it. The next thing is you go to local business association or you check industry association like national wise. So there are business association like related to specific industry like medtech, pharma, or any industry you get in. So you talk to them and tell them about your product.
You know what? The first thing that you actually need to do is you need to identify a market. Now, what is a market? It is a group of buyers which will define which is the market for you. The beneficiaries of your product, who are ready to pay for your product or service or whatever it is. Then, if you first identify that place, connect, and then make them use your product, make them experience your product. I'll give you a very small example from the 80s. Nestle came with Maggi in the early 1980s. My father was posted in, I was a young kid then, my father was posted in Assam. So Nestle people kept requesting him for at 5, give us 5 minutes at 5 o'clock. He said, 5 o'clock, we are all winding up, we are going back home. Sir, please give us 5 minutes. Okay. So that day they said, "Theek hai, kal aa jana." So Nestle people went there. At that point in time, they have stoves. So imagine Nestle people making Maggi on stove, gas stove, literally. So they were there with stove, they were there with all utensils, all paper, plates, etc. and all that. And they made Maggi in front of everybody and told them, "Sir, ab kha ke dekhiye." That was experience. And from that day in early 1980s till today, Maggi is you find it in every household. Although we know that it is not good for health, but we still have it. So from that. So now what did they do? They identified the customer. They made them use it on a free thing. Probably they might have given a few free packets also. I don't know that. But that's how it is. So there is no point of contact per se in the market. You need to do that, your research yourself. You need to, so if like you said that you are making some electronic item or something for the Apollo, which could be used by Apollo Hospital. You need to go to the Apollo Hospital management and tell them that, hey, look, I have designed this, and this is going to do this for you and that for you. So this is how you will benefit out of it. You will save money here. You will give a better experience to your patients. And this is how you will, then they will do it. So that is the only way to do it. Otherwise, no other way. Nobody is going to take you to the market.
Well, even I want to have Maggie now. But moving on, can we have one more question, please, from the audience?
Hello. Good evening, sir and ma'am. Ma'am, I am a graduate student and I used to work in my lab on the control brain-computer interface. With working in that lab, I came on an idea to work on the EEG signal to real-time speech decoding work. So for the technical perspective, I am looking for that, yes, I can do this kind of things. But how can I integrate in real-time businesses, and what kind of the different kind of the revenues can be generated by it? it becomes a very challenging and confusing for us because we are clear about the technical perspective of our product, but when we come to the business perspective, it has become a very challenging, and especially for us people are from in Dhanbad kind of, so it is quite more difficult.
Sir, I started with this only, the area of sales. Now let's understand one thing, sir. You are trying to create a product or a service or an innovation. Obviously, this is not in vain. You know, this is not out of the blue. कुछ तो सोचा होगा ना करने से पहले. किसी की जिंदगी का प्रॉब्लम तो आप सॉल्व करोगे. करेक्ट? तो जिसकी जिंदगी का प्रॉब्लम आप सॉल्व करोगे वही आपको पैसे भी देगा. He'll only pay you. He or she will only pay you. It could be an institution, a company, a big corporate, an individual, anyone. Right? So identifying your customer is something that you need to do. Nobody is going to come and tell you, hey, this is your customer or that is your customer. No. You will tell us who are you building it for. If you don't know that, please stop building it. किसके लिए बना रहे हो भाई? Right? And one more thing. Please stop saying this today. Staying in Dhanbad, staying in Patna, staying in Danapur, staying in Jharia. Sir, we are in the digital era now. मेरे गांव में जिसने कभी डॉट फोन नहीं देखा था या फोन पकड़ा नहीं था, he or she has a smartphone with all social media channels on and posting reels every day. I have never made a reel in my life personally, but they are doing it and doing very good. There are people who are using AI to make reels. So वो era खत्म हो गया सर कि मैं यहाँ हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता, ये नहीं होता. If you want something, you will find ways to achieve it. तुम innovator हो भाई, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yes,
You based on that.
I completely agree with my fellow panelist. At least when I started, I never had the money to buy a flight ticket. I used to travel in train, okay? But from Calcutta, I went to Delhi because my market was not there in Calcutta. So if you don't know where your market is, I think you better relook at your entire model, to be very honest. But then yes, there is a model. It's called, that's what we do. So we have opportunity for startups to find the right kind of market for your kind of product. But kindly don't innovate something which doesn't have any meaning in the market. Right? For an example, if your study says that X product doesn't exist in the market, kindly do your research properly. Don't ask a GPT model to give you that answer. It's not gonna help you. It does a web scraping. So better you understand how to do your research properly, understand your market, where to sell. And if you can't sell, maybe some of us can help you to do that. That's not a problem. But please understand, we are not charitable organization, right? So we can help you in first layer. But if you ask us to do that, at least if you ask me to do that continuously for free, sorry boss, there is a charge for it. Sure. Think of a model, you are hiring an employee, you're not paying him or her. He will stay with you? No. So please understand, as a founder, if you are bootstrapped one, you have to learn, understand everything. Legal, CA ka job, finance, tech, sales, marketing, your own brand building, your social media activities. So kindly don't say I'm from Dhanbad, I'm from Jharia, I'm from Sundarbans. Oh, come on. There are kids in Sundarbans who are actually searching in internet, trying to understand if they can do better in their fields. आज के तारीख में boss ये थोड़ा हजम नहीं हुआ. Sorry.
Okay, sir.
So I think you've got enough, but then one line. What separates an entrepreneur from an innovator is basically agency. Agency is basically the proactively looking at every problem and trying to solve it in all the ways possible. So like this also triggered something in me, that Dhanbad Jariya thing. So I'll also add my 2 cents to that. You have to bring in that agency. And that is where that innovator to entrepreneur journey will start happening.
Sir, in these places, I'm not saying that कि I'm from Dhanbad, I'm blaming these kind of things. I'm just saying that कि यहाँ पे मार्केट की कुछ और स्ट्रैटेजीज हो सकती हैं. अब यही मैं जगह को चेंज करता हूँ. लेट्स से चंडीगढ़ हो गया, वहाँ हो गया, वहाँ सेम चीज कोई और अच्छे बिल्डअप कर रहे होंगे. वी एज अ स्टूडेंट हम सिर्फ एक काम करते हैं कि चैट जीपीटी पे रैंडमली सर्च करते हैं कि इसके क्या सोल्यूशंस हैं, लोग क्या बिल्डअप कर रहे हैं, पर इंटरनली उनके इंटेंशंस क्या है. हमें उसके प्रोडक्ट्स क्योंकि कॉम्पिटिशन हर जगह है सर. तो
वन लाइन आंसर, स्मॉल बिजनेस नेटवर्किंग इवेंट होता है हर जगह पे. ट्राई एंड फाइंड इट आउट, गो देयर, मीट अप पीपल, स्पेंड सम टाइम. Trust me, you will never ask this question to any of the panelists. You will have your own answer.
Okay.
Best
that is
possible
my actual
option.
answer, sir. Thank you so much. Finally, I got my answer.
You know, there is crowd at the ground, but there is always space at the top. Just remember that. There can be any number of competitions. Somebody could be, people can be building any number of things. Top पे हमेशा जगह खाली रहती है.
Just adding to that, one question that I personally used to ask myself every time when I would look at white space is, why is it that nobody else has done it? Is it because it's technologically not feasible today? Is it because the market is not mature today? Or is it because the value that can potentially be derived is so low that it's just not worth their time? The third is where I feel if you can have a flywheel in motion, you can eventually create a lot more value. And that is something that a new kind of tech can potentially also open up. So try to ask this question to yourself as to why is it that this is something that somebody else has not done, and more often than not, the answer would come out to be that there just aren't enough number of people who would want this solution. Right? One thing that I have personally seen even when I was at IIT Delhi is when you approach something from a very research mindset, the complexity of the problem is what excites you, but the complexity of the problem is not going to sell, right? Ultimately, the value that you give to that particular customer, how much easier are you making their life with it, is the only reason why they would pay you, right? So try to find the easiest way to get there rather than having the other approach wherein you develop something and then you try to find the market. With that...
So just add to that, like you need to be, first of all, a little bit agile. That is the most important ingredient. If something is not working, you need to pivot it. If you're not pivoting and just keep on doing same sort of stuff and you're not able to generate the sales, then it is not going to work and you will be losing your time and money as well as the investors' money as well. So just try to be agile, look at things are working or not. And a lot of the things, time I've seen that it may be better to sell off when you find that it is not working. Go for the M&A if something is happening, somebody is willing to take at a lower price, sell it off, take it, get off into it.
Okay. And the answer to your question that why has nobody else done it? मेरा जवाब होता है बस की नहीं है. They were all waiting for me to do it. That's it.
With that, I would like to thank all the... Is there a question? There is one more question.
There will be a question from one question from my end, from this campus, from this institute. Like how we can proceed further with all of you, like signing the MOUs, or how we can collaborate in terms of like bringing opportunities to our students. So this question is for every one of you. So we will love to have us brief.
So we have the incubation guy here and we have the boss of the institution, Director Saab also here. My one-line answer would be, keep calling us. Keep having such, keep having such, events. Because when you meet again and again, when you interact, everything happens after a conversation. So conversation needs to start. If tomorrow almost all of us will be gone, But if the conversation ends here, day after tomorrow, if we do not connect, so then this is not going anywhere. You can have any number of MOUs or agreements or jail में डाल दो, हमें कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ता, पकड़ के रख लो. लेकिन conversations are very important. ठीक है. Also, there is something that I have also realized. Startups, please try and understand investor. You expect the investor to understand you, your moat, your vision, your valuation, your everything. Why are you building? Who are you building it for? Try and understand the investor. Who is he? How does he think? How does he, judge people? How does he, how does he make an investment decision? That is very important, because by the time you do this, you don't need anyone to help you. You need to understand what does the investor think. That is very important. And as far as I am concerned, anytime, any day, on phone available.
Okay, quick answer to your, I would say input. It was not a question. Happy to come multiple times, not a problem. Not in events. I'm a guy who love to sit in maybe a cozy room with a cup of coffee, talking directly one-to-one, understand the person more. If we are going for either scale up, handshake, collaborate, invest in any way. Now there is another mode I would love to give you. Of course, you need to understand investor as well as their appetite. So there are investors who are sometimes would love to go with slipping mode. Give money, I will not bother you. You build your thing and give me return after X number of years. But it has been seen, I'm so sorry, little bit of, okay. It has been seen that after 3 months, when we ask for any kind of report, startups don't give us actual, real kind of report. So it's a different challenge for us as an investor as well, right? And then if you ask me, I take my sweet time. I don't commit money like, okay, fine, I'll go for a volume game. I go for the quality game. So I'll probably spend time, it might happen 3 months, 6 months, it might happen after 2 years, it might happen like the recent one that we did, 2019 I met a person, now I said yes. So it depends how you're building your relationship, right? Crazy investment we did, like there is a portfolio recently we did that, Nexuksa. Nothing, 17 years old boy, he just came for asking for a server, and then eventually we understood that he's looking for X amount of money, network, connection, team building. All done. So it depends how you're building the relationship. When he's 18, we committed money. 17, we didn't. Right? He was not adult, number one. Number two, I took my sweet time to understand his background, his thinking process. Also, he understood me. So I think this is more important. As I said, like if it is also an investment from our perspective, it's more of like building a relationship. We don't want to build a relationship for short time. We want to stay for longer time. At least for 5 years, so that all of us, both of us can have a very good journey with each other. That's my input. Maybe others can add more values.
So Saurabh, we can have a follow-on discussion on this, and then we'll discuss your requirements, right? That's what we need to understand, and then can decide about the way forward.
Definitely, ma'am, answers. Thank you so much for your wonderful answers. One thing I would like to add, Arijit sir, into this context.
Last word.
Last word only.
You need to be assertive.
Okay.
आपको 5 बार मना किया जाए उसके बाद भी नहीं, हमें चाहिए तो चाहिए, हमें मिलना है इससे तो मिलना है, अगर ये चीज है, you will get it.
The reason why I'm bringing this in here,
there being one book, Simplify, from Mr. Gopinath, जो Deccan Airways के वो थे.
Yes, sir.
तो उनको लोन नहीं मिल रहा था और उनके पास 10 रुपए भी नहीं था, तो वो जाते थे रोज बैंकर के पास जाके खड़े हो जाते थे. 35 days he waited for, and finally bank manager met, and उसके बाद वो जर्नी स्टार्ट हुआ. तो assertiveness is the most important thing in the life.
Yeah. So thanks a lot to all the panelists for taking out time. Thanks a lot for the innovators who are out here for asking these valuable questions. With this, I would like to conclude this session. Thanks a lot. And just wait, we would like to felicitate you as well.
Our esteemed venture capital leaders have already elevated this platform with their insights and candor. On this note, I request Mr. Sumakesh to kindly come forward and felicitate our dignitaries on the dais. We start with Mr. Nirdosh Arora, Black Luminosquist. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. You will have to make up for the missing audience here. Mr. Gautam Jha from Venator Mines. Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, Co-Innovate Ventures. Mr. Rohit Kale, Vestrati Ventures. Mr. Manish Srivastav, Alpha Value Ventures. Mr. Saurabh Singh, Y Point VC, IIT Bombay. Ms. Namami Ghosh, IVCap Ventures. May I now request Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director, IITI Sandhanbad and Director Texmin, to kindly come forward and felicitate our wonderful moderator of the session. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone.
So let me add here, Somakesh is one of the committee members of IIE, that is Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship of Texmin, and he has been in the helm of affair to select best of the startups. In the recent days, we have funded for more than 30 crores of rupees, and he has been one of the key persons into that. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. We hope that today's conversations translate into concrete collaborations, investment, mentorships, and long-term partnerships. May this not be the end of the session, but evolve into a series of impactful engagements. On this note, I request all of you to kindly join us for dinner in the Scholarman Club. Thank you once again for a wonderful first day of IInvenTiv 2026 at IITI Sandhanbad. Thank you, everyone. And this is also to get a note to all of you that tomorrow we'll be starting the sessions from 10 a.m. in the Penman Auditorium. Thank you, everyone. And just to add on, we will also have one-to-one pitching sessions of the startups with the VCs from 9 a.m. So please coordinate with the VCs to whom you are interested in pitching your sessions and accordingly manage your timings, and the thematic stall areas are available for the pitching. Thank you, everyone.